Hey, how's it going? Hope y'all having a good week. Hope y'all have recovered from the election. I can honestly say I have. It wasn't easy though. We're gonna get into it. There's just so much to show. Like I had saved some content. Let me know in the chat how y'all doing. Did you get the outcome you wanted from this election? Um, were you surprised at the results of the election? Um, Let me get into the banners. Uh, but like I said, there's so much content. There was some stuff I wanted to show about Trump and the it's just the election. I don't know what what people want to focus on. Now that we're done with this election, some people are still reeling. I really wanted to hold this live yesterday, but I needed some more time to prepare. But typical Chris fashion, that didn't really happen as much as I would hope it would have. Um, so I had to kind of scramble to kind of get things together. So, but I really wanted to like host this yesterday because we were on the we had just finished the election and those were emotions were like super raw. But um, no, I feel like I wanted to just take advantage of having a little bit more time. So let me and I was also thinking like some people they might be exhausted after like all the energy that was spent doing the watching the election and dealing with it and being bereaved. So let me look at the banners. Let's get into it. So I guess I'll start with this one first. Um, so my red pillar best friend Chris and I like we had um you know what, matter of fact, let's start this on a positive note first because I don't want it to. Actually, no. Let's start with the red pillar best friend. Um, so we had the watch party. We were planning this like a week out. He's Republican. He's been always telling me like, "Hey, I'm not gonna even vote. I'm gonna sit this one out." He's like a Republican, but he's not a Trump supporter. So he was like, "I'm not." The way he said it is like, "I can't bring myself to vote for Kamala, but I hate Trump." Or I think on election night, he was like, "I don't have enough hole punches on my hole punch card to get to heaven if I vote for Trump, so I'm just not going to vote." And I was like, "All right, fine." So like the last woman I dated, she was like, "Yo, why is this dude hosting a watch party, um, being the hostess with the mostest, and he's not gonna even vote in the election?" I was like, "Yeah, that is kind of sus." So I got before I went over to his house, he was like, "Hey, I'm going to vote earlier in the day," and I was like, "Oh, wow, okay." And when I got over to his house, he was like, "So who did you vote for?" Spoiler alert, y'all. Guess I'm sure y'all could guess. Well, I voted for Kamala, and I was like, "Who did you vote for? Trump?" And he was like, "No." I was like, "Who'd you vote for?" He was like, uh, "Cornel West," and I was like, "Are you serious?" First of all, I think that dude's lying because I think he just doesn't want the smoke for voting for Trump, good or bad, whether he wins or loses. He doesn't want that smoke. He believes in being discreet, and I keep telling Chris, I was like, dude, after a point, if you're being discreet in a certain context and to certain details, you're actually lying. Um, so we watched the I think before I got over to there, because I got over there late. Like I think I got to his house, like I had to go run by an ex that I just recently broke up with. She got me like a gift from coming back in recently in town. We talked and I was like, "Man, I think it's a wrap." I had already kind of seen like the stats of like the election. Kamala was down like big, like it was like, whew, I don't know if it was like 30 to like 100 and something. Um, I don't know, or 150 or whatever. She was down big, and I was just like, "I think it's a wrap. I think we're gonna see a red wave for like a good decade." Like, I just that's my fear. But like she was gonna sleep in, not watch the election. She's really into politics though. That's a really good strategy because I told Chris I was like, "Man, I'm gonna stay at your place for like till midnight. Maybe I don't think this is gonna be done anytime soon, but I'm like I'm gonna go home." And you know, Zed and Took went live later that night, and they were doing a great job. covering the election and stuff like that. And I think when it was about midnight-ish, I was starting to get tired. I was like, let me just take my ass home. It was already down to like dire straits to for her to win it. With her like losing the battleground states or whatnot. But the next day, I'm gonna read the text messages from between the Red Pillar best friend and I. Let me read those. Let's try to find the start of it. I try to do the best I can to read these. Okay, hold on. So he was like, "Well, we got Trump again," and I felt like it was kind of like passive aggressive because I knew that dude was excited. He was ecstatic. He was stoked, as the white boys would say. I was like, yeah, it shows us exactly where our country is. Me being passive aggressive too, I'm pissed with 3 periods. And then he's like, actually, I don't think that it says much about our country. Bullshit, Chris. And he's like, it's just that Kamala was a deeply flawed candidate. Y'all can't see it, but I'm flicking off the live stream right now. That's bullshit, Chris. That's not true. So I was like, it had nothing to do with Kamala's campaign or her as a person. Trump winning had nothing to do with him as a person. This is more about the state of the country, and it's hurting, and it's very obsolete and desperate, and that they hate women being presidents. That's a factor. I don't think it's the only factor. And he was like, this is the add to why Dems lost. They felt like they were owed victory, and anyone who didn't vote for them were moral. They were unworthy of consideration. And I'm like, no, I don't agree with that. So I was like, no, that's what the right wingers want to say to justify their entitlement and selfishness. Like Kamala didn't take I was predicting, I was like, Kamala's not going to take a fucking week to concede like Donald did last time. They both ran fair campaigns. There might have been some people or politicians who felt entitled like that, but I'm like, I think it's unfair to assign that to Kamala or her campaign. I was like, this is a shithole country with shitty people, and a lot of people on both sides are going to get rocked because of Project 2025 and Trump having control that hasn't been seen in over a century. I was like, the Dems lost because the country doesn't believe in women being president. I said that because I doubled down on that shit. Donald didn't outwork or out debate Kamala on anything or qualifications. I'm just waiting to see this backfire and the conservatives not being able to use excuses for what this administration's about to do. Let's see. Let's see. Is there any other meat on the bone? She said she didn't even try to appeal to men, rather comfortably alienated. I'm like, wait, hold on. You did not. She made it a whole plan for black men. And he was like, what, marijuana? I'm like, you clearly didn't you didn't read the plan at all. Not even the cliff notes. Let's see what else. I think that might be it. There's a little bit more banter. But I think I got into it, and I was kind of like, yo, I don't think the voters really put themselves first with this. They put a politician in a country that's about to crush them. So we kind of just bickered about that a little bit, but I think that moves into my second point. We got a comment. Who votes? Good. That's a good question. I would put money on. Oof. It depends on. I would guess women. I'm gonna pick the safe pick because I know in the black community it's women. Overall, I'm just gonna bet women. Hey, what's up, OB? So let me go into my second one. But nobody. I need to do the fact checks. I don't know for sure. I'm guessing women vote more than men. Thoughts on the election. I just kind of spread some of them out there. Spoiler alert. I think that it's sad. I mean, I was so proud of Kamala, how hard she worked. I mean, she was working her ass off. I was telling people that weeks before the election day. I was like, man, I'm so proud. She was out there canvassing in Pennsylvania, which was a battleground state. She was going all out. Now, listen, y'all can critique. Okay, she brought Cardi B, and Cardi B did flip. She did drop the ball on that fucking rally, but that didn't swing anything. It was like I'm not super tied into like politics, but it did seem like it was like the rallies were just like fantastical, like just for no reason they were just like super star studded. But it's just like I was really blown away with like how hard she worked. You couldn't run a better campaign, and even if she did more, it wasn't going to change anything. This is where this country is at. They it didn't matter if Trump got P Diddy'd, he was still getting voted in because these people just it's I got to watch my words here, but there's a certain type of entitlement in this country, and we saw it play out in the polls. Um, so whoa. Let's go. Hold on. Oh, this is Flint. I haven't seen this man in a minute. I haven't seen you in a month of Sundays, Flint, as the church ladies would say. Let's see if women vote more if women vote more than based off of democracy, they voted in Trump. Yeah, they did. I mean, we all know that. This is not so. There was a video I was going to show, but I didn't want to. This guy named Trigger Mike. He's part of the Lapeef network. He had this IG saying this election was the end of feminism because women on the precipice of ending patriarchy, they voted in Trump anyway. So I'm like, listen, two things we can speculate. I'm not saying that y'all can't. Feminism's not over. This is just a 4-month period. I mean, a 4-year period. I think it's going to really be a decade. But feminism's not going to die. Maybe it took a L that night. The whole country took a L that night. The whole country's about to take a L for the next, unforeseen amount of time because of today, because of this week. So no, it's not ending woke. Because I think if I were to be prophetic about it, I think that Trump and this administration, they have some big goals, they have some big plans. If the rumors are true, if they flop on this shit, they're about to wreck the country. And then we're gonna get another wave of Democrats in. But this is not about woke, Flint. Woke isn't going away because even if y'all get what I say is about to happen, where y'all get another decade plus of Republicans in office, y'all are going to get sick of this conservative shit too. It's not going. Y'all aren't going to win with this shit. These red pillars might be celebrating and dancing on the tables, and I hope they take a tumble like that famous video that that big woman was doing back in the day. If y'all know, you know. I hope they take a tumble and hurt their back. Y'all ain't winning in this. You just got your guy in office. He ain't gonna do shit for you, and your life isn't gonna change. You're gonna like shout out to LeBron James. Y'all gonna go back to the same life that you had. It's about to get probably a lot worse. So let's go through these comments. I love that y'all. I didn't know if y'all were gonna show up tonight because I thought people were gonna just be bereaved. People were gonna just be, rightfully so. I thought people were gonna just, be tucked into their shells. They need some time. But let's look at these comments. People voted with their pocketbook. I mean, some people did. Shout Fearless and Ronan and who's that fucking cuck lawyer? The fat lawyer that who's that lawyer's name? Somebody help me. Shit. Dennis Sperling. They're getting some tax breaks. But their base, their subscribers, they ain't getting shit. Let's see. Kamala was inept and unintelligent. Not qualified. You sound like Charleston White, Flint. This is some bullshit. I'm starring that comment. That is some bullshit. Let's see. Can't be the end of feminism if women are empowered in their vote empowered Trump. Okay, I like this. Okay. In 3.5 years, apartment. Yeah. The rent is crazy. That's why I got out of renting. Renting an apartment. I'm renting a house, but I'm like, the rent an apartment. I'm renting a house for cheap, much cheaper than an apartment. It's crazy. I didn't think that could be possible. It is, but yeah, to Obi's point, like rent's crazy. So I don't know if those stimmies is what got y'all voting him. I understand the economy. I get it. But y'all got to think further than just these stimmies and right now. Like, um, let's just see. Hold up. In 3.5 years, apartment rent rate increased $300, $400. Housing went up. Yeah, the houses are crazy. Um, let's see. I just don't understand the mentality of this country taking an L. Literally, majority of these people voted. I just don't understand the mentality of the country taking it. It's nobody, and I don't know if you're posing as somebody else. You could be Uncle Poppy Rico. I don't know who you are with this anonymous name. It's yet to be seen, but as I texted one of my ex, the on and off again, I said, "Yo, her and I, all the women I'm dating, we're gonna survive this." I work very hard. I position myself pretty well. Even if the floor was to fall out, I will get back on my feet like a little cat. But there are going to be some people who are going to get rocked. They're going to get rocked, and I don't want that to happen. Um, oh, yeah, exactly. I'm starting this comment too. That's facts. Um, Breathed is listen. You think breathed is crazy? I was talking to my therapist like yesterday. She was like, "All the women I'm talking to, man, they're really upset. They're bereaved is really the word. Um, they can't believe this happened, blah blah blah." And it's like it is so fucking sad that Kamala had those results at her alma mater. That's crazy. Um, I know she wanted she really worked hard and she wanted that win. Let's see. Trump isn't to be feared. Nothing will change. He was president before. And yeah, I mean, I hear you. Right. I really thought that the first version of him being in office was overreaction theater on the fears of a lot of people. And sure, what you're saying might have been like it might have been more or less mostly the same for most people. But I'm a little bit worried about this one. I think that there's going to be some from what the people are speculating. There's going to be some changes. There's going to be some plans. There's going to be some risks taken with this economy. Let's see. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Nobody. Like I don't know how long it's going to take, but they didn't want a woman in. It doesn't matter if the woman, like I said, it didn't matter if we replaced P Diddy with Trump and Trump had the baby oils, he was still getting voted as president. I mean, it's just that crazy. That's what kind of country we're at. What's the state of things right now? Oh, okay. I don't want to debate about this shit. But I will open it up in a bit, and I do need to show some content. We have a topic about this. If other people want to join, like I said, I'm not super big into politics. I don't want to talk about politics all the time. So if people want to join and talk, fine. But I don't want to be going against Flint, for hours to talk about politics. I'm gonna get bored. Let's see. But what I will say is the election results was a wake up call. I was like, man, I'm gonna start focusing on me. I'm looking out for me because like these people who voted Trump, they looking out for them. They didn't give a fuck about anyone else. I'm like, I got to make sure I position myself the right way, make some progress in the next 4 years, reach some goals in the next 4 years. I got to really get super focused on it. Let's see, nobody. I agree. However, I think this coming. Yeah, the coming was. Yeah, that was. I agree. Wow, this is crazy. It's not about that because like I saw this tweet saying, yo, they had Hillary and they had Kamala. They said, yo, none of these people made any mistakes in their campaign. It was just about racism, fascism. And I was like, Hillary was not working as hard as Kamala. Don't even put her in the same sentence, please. Hillary took her foot off the gas. She was probably still going to lose anyway, but as we can see with what happened to Kamala, but still, he will most likely just affect his poor. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're the ones who are going to get rocked. Let's see. I think she was out because of the economy, and so the tomatoes. Let's see. Good. No, I'm saying if Trump had if they had pulled up receipts and P. Diddy and Trump got P Diddy'd, and they said, you know what, we got baby oil, we got what do they call that? The freak offs. If Trump had freak offs, he was still getting voted in. Just my opinion. Let me go to some banners. We just did so like I said, I don't know if I finished my whole thoughts. I think it's a sad state of affairs. It was sad. I think I'm over it now. It took a day or so. There's a lot of entitlement in this country. There's some bigger voting blocks in this country that are very entitled. I don't know. We'll see what's going to happen. We don't know. I think Femi made a post saying, "Hey, we're going to see this. It's going to be the same thing as the last time. It's not going to. It's basically it's going to be overreaction theory." She might be right. I just hope that things get better, not drastically worse. I'm very. We missed the opportunity for Thanksgiving. I mean, not Thanksgiving, for Halloween. So we're gonna do a post-mortem on it now. Let's see. I love costumes. Let me share my screen real quick. Oops, that's not what I'm supposed to do. Share screen. Give me a second. Yeah. So, you like her or hate her, Nancy Pelosi, this is funny as hell. People might not get this, but there's this annoying ass Mormon couple on social media where she's like, I've talked about it on these podcasts about, hey, my husband was gone and he was thirsty, so I made some Coca-Cola from scratch. Get the fuck out of here. Sonic the Hedgehog, this is funny as hell. This is cute and it's funny too. Let's see. This is some incel bait. Kind of timely too. It's this is a Passport Bro, anti-Passport Bro channel. So this is dudes with their fetish for getting their plates fixed. And I don't know. I need to do the research. Something went down about the squirrel got killed. But this was funny too. I was texting like this to maybe an ex or so, someone else, the married woman. This is funny as fuck. Elon Musk, is problematic as he's become for this, as involved as he was in this campaign trail. This was funny as fuck. People who were in battleground states like us in Georgia, like we were getting hit. We were getting rocked. I had voted first day of early voting, like I don't know what that was, November, like October 15th or some shit. And I was getting texts every fucking day up until the day, I think maybe even after the day, after the voting, the general election day. I was like, the fuck, stop pestering me with these text messages. So let's go check these comments. Let's see. Yes, I don't like this. Is what I'm saying. I'm not. This is my opinion, though, buddy. This election told me that we're at a new low, man. I mean, if I thought I had some respect for the voters, I lost it. I don't think anything of them. They are. I had to tell the on again, off again ex who was like, I refuse to date a white guy. I don't trust white people. They're all racist. I'm like, man, that's historical. I get it. There was a time where they were all, hanging people. I think he might be going a little hard with that. And I had to text her. I was like, man, you're right about him. You're right. I'm not saying 100%, but I was like, you know what? I see some truth to that. They're gonna vote. They're not. If they have their entitlement on the line, they're gonna vote. They're gonna take their entitlement back. And like I said, there's a lot of great white people, but this was very telling. This election, I got to see this. I see this country for who it is. As a matter of fact, I have some videos to show about that. Hopefully, it's not triggering. I didn't have to work the last 2 days. Thank God. Yeah. I really should have taken the day after off, but let me get into some of these videos. It might be triggering. Let me see if I can find my stuff. Give me a second. Let's see. Okay, I think we got it. Let me find the content. So this is kind of echoing the energy that I was just talking about. I'm about to show in a second. Hold up. Oh, I forgot to. I did not copy it. Come on. Okay, hold on. Let me get doing some technical difficulties. Okay, let me share this. Oh, and we haven't put the fair use stuff on. Let's do that. Let me share. When a country. There we go. Fair use. It might be triggering. Forgive me.
Good morning. It's 6:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, the day after Election Day 2024, and my party lost. The first thought I had this morning when I woke up and I turned on my phone and I realized that it was official. Donald Trump has won the election. My first thought was, girl, why are you surprised? The United States of America is like an abusive husband who always promises he's going to stop beating you and insists how much he loves you and yet keeps abusing you. And it never gets better. It always gets worse. So you just have to escape. You just have to leave. Leaving my country is not an option for me because the kind of work I do and the money I need to earn to survive, those skills are not translatable to an international market. So the next thought I had was, you're almost 50 and you're sterilized. You have a good job. You don't have any children to worry about. So you'll be fine. I thought, hey, by the time this stuff gets really bad, I'll probably be dead by then. My niece will not be. However, she has a parent who was born in the UK. Her father is English. So she can get a dual passport. So she can leave the country as soon as she's of age, or she can, if it gets really bad, we can send her to school in the UK and then she can just stay there. Because apparently since the price of eggs is more important than my life and my niece's life, okay, my well-being is more important than anything. Me and mine's well-being more important than anything else, including the lives of everybody else. Message received, America. We got it. You don't give a shit about anything. But then I saw this woman, and I have a glimmer of hope. Watch this.
My ancestors went through 400 plus years of slavery, right? It is in my DNA to survive this. White women, you will not survive this. Black men, you will not survive this. The upside to a fully Republican government now is that you won't have anybody to blame but yourselves.
I hate that we have to do this again. I hate that we have to do this again. But the world sees Black women as mules, as just, workhorses to do everything they don't want to do themselves or can't do themselves. And this kind of crisis, we were built for this. We've survived it before. It's in our DNA. It's in our epigenetics. Survival is in our veins, flowing through our bodies. the original, the oldest mitochondrial DNA is in our bodies. As for the rest of y'all, good luck. Because I know for a fact, Black men aren't going to make it without our support. They've never been able to. It'll be interesting to see how Black men fare when Black women step away. I mean, really step away, which is what's about to happen. You won't survive. We will. It's almost like we were bred for it. Black women were the first human beings. We've been here since the beginning and we'll be here to the end.
Fair use.
Can you say the same thing? Yeah, so good luck to you. Good morning.
Good. Let's end that. So I get it. I'm trying to see if I had any other videos. Let's see. Let's go to the comments real fast. Yeah, so yeah. I don't know what you mean by this. I haven't seen you in here before. That's if what happens if what she's saying would happen actually comes to pass, like in terms of like women distancing themselves, men are going to definitely suffer for sure. I don't, regardless of the outcome. I was, telling my therapist today, I was just like, yo, if they put in this no fault, if they get rid of no fault divorce, if they do some of these things, it's going to make the problem with one of the major problems with this is like a lot of these guys are not competitive guys. So it's like they don't know what type of hell they're bringing into their life if they think they're going to get rid of no fault divorce. You better make sure you pick the right wife, because if you pick the wrong one, you're going to be miserable and you're going to be doing the same shit you said. Oh, they're leaving for no reason. Then everybody's going to be saying that about you too. Because they will be leaving. Let's see. Black women are ready to blame for everything. Yeah, it's time to try. Yeah, I agree with this. I doubt they'll. Wow. I mean, I don't know if I doubt it. No, thanks. I didn't. Like I said, I know it was triggering. I probably had some of those in the chamber. I was like, let me limit this because I'm like, I don't want this to be torture porn tonight. Like, we are trying to. Some people are still bereaved. I mean, they're dealing with this. Some people might still be in tears. I don't know. I'm trying not to. This is not going to be all about election. We're going to be making a hard shift in a minute. Let's see what else. Bernie, you know what? This is a little timely. This is a little flash from the past. Let me share this. I was a Bernie bro. I was a Bernie fan. I wasn't a Bernie bro. There's a difference. Let's go back to this. Oops. My copying skills suck tonight. Give me a second. I'm just trying to get something to load. So hold up. I want to get the timestamp ready for this, but this is an old classic from Bernie Sanders. Where is that man? I don't know where he's at. I don't know if was he somewhere watching from afar with his like mittens on, like what the meme was when Joe Biden got inaugurated. I don't know where he was at. Let's see. Let me find. Okay, here we go. Fair use. Let's go full screen.
Opposition. A tiny, tiny fraction of the president's tax breaks for the rich, if we put into financial aid, would make sure that every young person in this country could go to college without going deeply into debt. You know what? The vast majority of the people support us. But in order to do that, we got to bring everybody together. And many of these, not all, and I'm not here to disparage all Republicans. Some very decent people happen to be conservative. I respect that. But some people who I don't respect,
like my Republican best friend,
women,
He's
against
great.
men, black against white. Oh, the gay issue, very, very big issue. Okay. Straight against gay, right? We're all supposed to hate gay people. So we split that group up. And then the argument, some of us are not patriotic. We had concerns about the war in Iraq. I voted against giving the president authority to the war in Iraq. Well, that makes us unpatriotic. We hate America. Divide those things up. And that's how they succeed. And they succeed with the help of the media, because the media will not talk about how, in a sense, the common problems that Americans face and how we bring people together. And that's what I believe. I believe that on issues like everybody in this room thinks, I think, that instead of giving tax breaks to the rich, we should increase federal aid to education. Anyone disagree with that? Well, you know what? Most Americans agree with that. All of you think that every American should be entitled to health care. I suspect most of you think we should not have a trade policy which allows corporations to throw American workers out on the street and run to China. Most Americans agree with that. And our job is to bring people together on common interest. And some of these extreme right-wing people, you watch the issues that they talk about. Affirmative action they use to divide. The issue of abortion they use to divide. The issue of guns they use to divide. And our job is to say, let's focus on basic economic issues. How do we expand the middle class? This is a great country. Why is it the average American is working longer hours for low wages than 30 years ago? Let's talk about that. Okay?
Okay, good. We're done with that. That was back like in 2003. Man, the Democrats did him really dirty. Was he even seen this year? I don't know. Let's see him. Hold up. Yeah, I agree. Let's see. Oh, listen, this is cute. This is precious. OB, man, I envy you. And there was a woman from my pool league who I put her on to this podcast because she was hearing like, man, people, because the word's getting around the pool hall. I just joined back to the league. I'm on a new team. I'm not a captain anymore. And she was like, I've heard that everybody's kind of hearing through the grapevine, like, oh, you're doing YouTube. Da, da, da. She was like, I've heard that you're talking about like really bad stuff. I've heard some bad things. I was like, what have you heard? Has she heard like my podcast is trash? And she was like, no, like I was like, so she was telling me about she was describing basically the passport pros. I'm like, no, we're talking about them. We're anti that. So like I had never met a person like this. She was like, she had never heard of Kevin Samuels. Wow. And she's a black woman. She had never heard. Listen, I'm glad that I wish I had that reality. She never heard of like any of these other people. Like, I forget the other names I threw out, but just like you name it, I threw it out. And she was like, no, I haven't heard of that. I'm like, have you heard of the Manosphere? Have you heard of Red Pill? She's like, no. I was like, what? Wow. So like, OB, listen, I'm jealous that you have that social media set up. That was actually a talking point that I wanted to bring up. Let me see if I got it in the notes. Oh shit, we gotta go back to the we have got to go back to the Halloween. I'm going back in a second. Nobody, I don't know if you're still in the chat. I really think that a lot of people who voted didn't know what they were really voting for. That's my opinion. Elon Musk. Well, let me see what this. I think I messed it up. I think that Australia is going to ban social media. I don't think they're going to be banning social media, OB, for children who are under the age of 16. I think we definitely need to do something like that in this country. Maybe we definitely need to, do some things about social media. Elon Musk, I hate this take. You know how I feel about Elon Musk. Love what he does career-wise. Hate what he does. Let's see if I can share this. It's gonna be kind of hard to see it, but he's quoting somebody saying like the remedy to harmful speech is more speech, not enforced silence. Man, if you don't shut the fuck up, Elon. We're gonna pivot back to Halloween costumes. There's a couple I need to still get it. I need to show a couple of these. There were some really cool ones I messed up. because some of these are videos and they're Twitter stuff. They're not pictures. I forgot. So let's hold on. Let me share this. I love if you're not figuring it out. I love Halloween. Let me see. Hold on. Here we go. Let's go full screen with this. Y'all, a lot of y'all might be too young to understand what this is. This is from The Simpsons.
I don't know what
Fair
you
use.
see in that ugly meatball. If you like being pawed by something fat and lazy, we could get a cat. It'll leave less hair on the couch.
Okay, let me see this more. This one was really cool too. Hold up. Yeah. Let's go full screen with this one.
Oh my god!
That's what's up.
Amazing. Oh my god.
Let's see. There's something else. One from Janelle Monáe. Y'all should be able to see these. Let's go. That's funny as fuck. And I think there's like one more. Since Obi does not have social media, he's never seen these videos probably. But I really love seeing these videos. There's this woman in Atlanta, apparently.
War, famine, disease, and disaster.
She just goes over to LA Fitness and just crushes people in basketball. All right, that's enough. I think y'all get the point. Yeah, so I love Halloween. Can't get enough. I went to Squid Games. I wanted to do my classic Robin Hood Men in Tights Sunday because I was joining back to my pool league, and it's been like a yearly tradition. I try to. I'm like the only person, one of the only people who does show up dressing up. I think it's a crime against humanity not to. But by Sunday, I think it was like November 3rd. Nobody was like, there were no more parties in Atlanta. So I was like, I felt embarrassed. I was like, I feel like it's gonna be too late. Like wearing like white after Labor Day, or as they say. But what was I gonna say? I was really happy I got to put out the candy for the kids. Man, we got some badass kids in this neighborhood because like I had like 2 different bowls of candies, like just filled to the brim, and a couple kids just came by. One of them was like a teenager, stole the bowls and all the candy. So I was like, you know what? I got something for that ass next year. I'm gonna put some fake spiders. I'm gonna put some like goo. I'm gonna really put some. I'm gonna really turn into Home Alone. There's gonna be some. You never know what's gonna be in there, but I gotta get them back for this. Hold on. What? Okay, so Republicans do not fearmonger when Trump is at the rally saying if you vote for Kamala, you're gonna die. Let's see. Okay, I mean, I can kind of see what you're saying a little bit, but let's just be clear, Flint. People are worried, and I think in this case, like I said, the first term might have been a lot of overreaction theater. People were like, "Oh my God, we're going back to being slaves," and I was like, "Wait, what?" I'm worried a little bit about this one, so I got my eyes kind of squinted this one. Let's see like what other content, because I wanted to get into. Oh, okay, let's get into this. Let's get into this one. This is gonna be a little bit of funny, but not really. Another little share screen moment. Angel Renee, let's go back to that. Let's just change this. It's kind of cringe. Hold up. I I think y'all get the point. It's like I saw this like earlier this week, maybe even last week, and the public defender beat me to it. He does a lot of content really quick. And it's like some of these guys are like, I've been saying on these podcasts, like this whole manosphere stuff of like, we don't care about your money, we don't care about your degrees, is dumb as fuck. The goal of life is like to be able to live well. It doesn't have to be on the shoulders of one person. Both people are putting in work to make it a functional and successful family or whatever. But like these dudes, these manosphere dudes have been talking about, yo, I can't get with a woman who makes more than I do. Don't get with a boss babe. Don't do this. But now I think this might be how men are gonna like, jump over the line and say, you know what? It's actually gonna be kind of safe. Like I think they're kind of like scared that they think it's like the deep end of the pool. Like they just want to stay in the shallow water. So like let me go back to I had a banner for this. I've been like really messing up with these banners. There's a ton of these banners. Yeah, here we go. It's like, oh no, there was another one. It was this one. It was like, yo, even though they're trying to make jokes and then social media is all about making jokes, I think there's a little bit of truth to this. Like, guys, there are a lot of guys. We've seen it through the what was it, the drizzle movement. These guys want to make jokes about it, but like secretly they do. A lot of these guys really do want a soft life. They really do want to be a kept man. No judgment. There's nothing wrong with that. But y'all were in the same breath. We're saying that about 6 months ago, y'all were talking about you didn't care about their money. You didn't care about their degrees, which I thought was stupid as fuck. You get married as a traditional man. Let a woman make as much as you do, anything, or even more than you do. To say that you don't care about her money, that's dumb as hell. It's only going to make things a little bit easier. But I thought this was ironic. So moving into the second one is like, I think this whole manosphere stuff, it's like it's a mating call to men to like, I think that's one of the social media is like a medium for them to kind of communicate. Hey guys, we're scared to kind of do this and stand out on our own. We want to do this as a group. So let's all like band together and move as one, think as one, talk as one. And these memes, these videos, these talking points, they're kind of like mating calls to these other misogynistic men to like lure them in, groom them, get them indoctrinated, get them comfortable, and get them on code. What else? I want to really start banging into some of these talking points. So I do have a video to show, but I want to bang into some of these talking points, and then we're gonna watch a video and we're gonna get out. Oh well, this was kind of, I stepped on this one. It was basically I might have made a duplicate banner. So like going into some of these talking points, the manosphere had this notion of women are waiting for us at the finish line. Those are some women. Those may be the women that you're attracted to. A lot of women, most of them are not. But I got to think about it. It's like, no. They are waiting for themselves at the finish line too. Because like they're delaying marriage, they're delaying being in a long-term relationship, they're delaying starting a family because they think that they're going to get a financial peak. They're waiting for themselves at the finish line. So they're kind of hypocrites because they hate when women do it, but they're going to do it themselves. Let me see what else. Hold on. This one I got. I think I want. I need to develop some better bits for this one. But I just like a random thought I had like this week. I'm like, men, they like really like to wear it on their chest of like, men have it so hard in society and it's so hard being a man. And I'm like, man, for childless men, wifeless men, unmarried men, unmarried childless men, how hard is your life really? How hard is it versus a woman in the same circumstances? Just some food for thought. You do the dishes. Let's see. Let's go. I think that let's find some other ones. This is a major epiphany. I know they say the opposite in the manosphere. They say a man he's got all the time in the world. He can start a family. We saw 2 geriatric YouTubers last week put on the biggest fluff piece of all fucking time. Um, Before I forget, I need to apologize to Maya. I'm going to do that next. I don't have a banner for that. Let me create one right now. Let's see. Yeah, so my epiphany was, men really should be having their kids in their 30s by their 30s. Not saying like they should have to start, but this lie that like men can start their families whenever they want. Fearless and Ronan were going overtime, saying, as a 50-year-old man, you got more experience, you have more patience. Man, we need to start looking up I'm gonna start to look up the stats at some point, but like when I talk to woman after woman after woman, Black men, even in like their 40s, they're dealing with like erectile dysfunction and some other health issues and stuff like that. It's not what these guys, and I got another banner for what I want to talk about. It's like these guys are selling you a dream. There are some men that make a ton of money that they will be able to age gap their way to starting a family at 40 or 50. Fearless made one of the biggest bullshit statements of a couple of them. Actually, I'm going to cover a couple of them. He said, "Chris, were you making more money than you were at in your 20s?" Let's just be transparent, Fearless, you piece of shit. First and foremost, I'm an outlier, so that's a dumb that's dumb for asking me. First of all, 2, there's been times in my career where I've kind of yo-yoed salary wise. I wasn't always making 6 figures, so it's not a guarantee. You have to really stay on top of your career, position yourself that if the floor falls out, you can still, be able to monkey branch, if you will, to the next higher paying job. I had to learn at my last job that if you only look out, if you just stick to being a company man and not, looking out for yourself, certain companies, they're the roles that they have for you aren't really positioning you in a competitive way for other jobs externally. So the men don't have all the time in the world. Like I had to learn about it, and I had to think about it, and I had to say, I'm 42, and where I reached this epiphany was like, if I like dating age appropriate women, and the odds of having a child with someone who's around my age, let's just say within plus or minus 3 years, so 39 and 45. If I were to ask the average person and say, "Hey, I'm about to try to start a family with someone who's like 39 to 45," if they all or predominantly say, "Hey, that's gonna be a high risk pregnancy," I have missed my train. I'm starting this way too late. I've missed the boat. So this notion of men can have kids at any point. Listen, we have to pull the stats on this. Ronan and Fearless have to leave the country to do that. They had to age gap tremendously, embarrassingly in some cases, to do that. Some men aren't going to be able to do that. Like I said, for health reasons. Some of them are just not attractive. I'm not trying to be conceited when I say this. I'm an attractive guy. I position myself pretty well career wise. Even if I didn't, an attractive guy is going to be able to, have some type of options. I don't have all the juice in the world. We might get into that a little bit on this episode, but it's just like there are some guys who don't. Everybody doesn't have the same juice. So when these guys say, "Hey, you can wait till your 50s, you can wait till forever," you're burning through time. As I said in the last episode, you're taking life for granted. You're wasting a lot of memories that you could have built. You are losing out on great people that could have been there for you. But the notion that I'm trying to like tell to like men my age and men younger is, do not wait to your 40s to start having kids. It's borderline too late. It really is too late. It's you're late. You have missed the boat. It's not too late, but you are having them later than you should have. You should really be having your kids in your 30s is what I'm learning. Because if you pull the stats, let's just say pull up the stats on like erectile dysfunction, they're showing trends now that men in their like, I don't know, 30s or 40s, they're starting to spike. Like it's really becoming a big problem. So no, don't waste your life trying to. And the funniest thing is that I thought about was like when they tell men, "Oh, you have all the time in the world." Let's be very clear about this. Those men aren't using their time wisely and saying, "Hey, I'm just gonna, invest my money and I'm gonna just like skill up and get promotions." No, they're just going out and gallivanting and fucking around, horsing around, as I would love to say. So they're just wasting time. But like I said, I wanted to challenge this notion that like men have so much more time than women. Not really, not very much. Maybe like 5 years, 5 years until you start really uh burning through your memories that you could be possibly having with your children, grandchildren, uh, wife and a family and shit like that. You're burning generational wealth by waiting till you're 45, 50, whatever the fuck. And at some point we need to have this conversation too. At what age is it irresponsible for a man to be having kids? I think Zed and I were maybe like discussing this a little bit, maybe someone else and I were discussing this, and it's like, high key, unless it's for like special circumstances, I think 50 should be is irresponsible to be having kids. Because I mean, you have to age gap tremendously to do it. It's irresponsible, and 60 plus, definitely is irresponsible as well. So I'm gonna go back into this like apology for Maya. Let me take a swig of water. I'm starting to get some dry mouth. I want to make sure I didn't forget this. I wanted to apologize to Maya. I didn't do anything wrong, but I feel like I could have defended her more in the last episode against the cowardly, Fearless and Ronan that came in. And I had no idea they wanted to bring her up. She was not on the panel. She couldn't defend herself. She wasn't there. But they wanted to try to gaslight me and try to say, you shouldn't believe anything that you have to say, that she has to say about us, because it goes way, way, way back and you weren't there. You just don't understand. There's so much you don't understand. And you just took what she had to say, hook, line, and sinker. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to take whatever she says, hook, line, and sinker. She hadn't been wrong about anything about either of you guys. And she hasn't violated anybody on this channel. She hasn't violated me. She hasn't mistreated me. She's been nothing but nice to me. That's not what they have done in terms of Ronan and Fearless. Ronan and Fearless, I don't know which one. It was probably Fearless. Might have been both of them. I got a little, I was a little green, wet behind the ears when I first joined YouTube. And I tell y'all, I love to share. I would share, hey, I'm going to travel on the weekend, and tell you exactly where I'm traveling and where I'm staying and where I plan to go. But there's people like Ronan and Fearlesses who are going to like dox and try to sabotage and try to make people uncomfortable. And I'm going to get into that example in a second. And there's just people on this internet who just do really weird things, really, really super weird things, and make it not comfortable for you to share details or time frames or locations and shit like that. And those men, even though they're 50, like 52 and 56, and they should be fucking ashamed of themselves, they're part of that community of people who make things uncomfortable for people to share things on the internet, especially family and stuff like that. And they should be ashamed of themselves. So what Fearless and Ronan did, like I said, I shared like my Tinder profile one time, and a couple times actually. This was before I knew this channel had people who orbited it and tried to sabotage and dox people and take their jobs and all this other shit. And I think Ronan and or Fearless, they backed into that by using my Tinder handle, found my Instagram handle, started picking photos off of it, then had a whole ass live stream, posted my last name on the live stream, said, hey, we know your sister. We know her name. We know your sister's name. Sorry, they don't know my sister. They were like, hey, we know your sister's name begins with a certain letter. Hey, your ex-wife, her name begins with a certain letter. We know your company starts with a certain letter. You guys are cringy as fuck. Like, for me, it wouldn't matter if Fearless was at my house or Ronan was at my house. If they would have left their wallet, I'm not gonna take their wallet, find their address, and then start doxing the shit out of them, and then putting it on, and then threaten it online. That's what they do. That they're weirdos. They're weird as fuck like that. So when they did that on live, I was just like, yo, just leave my family out of this. Y'all can, joan on me. Y'all can riff on me all y'all want. But leave my family out of this. They didn't exactly leave my family out of this because, like I said, with the things I was saying, so they're pieces of shit. Like I said, coming on this show last time, trying to gaslight everybody, including myself, that like, yo, you shouldn't trust Maya. You shouldn't trust Maya. You should trust us. Wait, trust y'all, the same motherfuckers who dox me? Fuck you. So, and my family, fuck you. So Maya, I want to, like I said, I want to apologize to you. Like I said, I couldn't really stop them from saying what they were saying, and I didn't understand that they were going to bring you up. I thought it was just going to be me versus them, but they wanted to try to, and I wanted to bring Uncle Rico into this. Uncle Rico had dropped some dimes months ago saying that a lot of people come onto this platform, Keeping Africa Passport Bro Free, and they try to wash their reputation with soap and water and what do they call that? That liquid body wash. They try to just wash it clean and try to start anew, almost get baptized in the social media sense. And that's what Fearless and Ronan tried to do on this platform last week. They tried to they were coming out on their best behavior, trying to act like, no, we don't. We talk about wholesome content. No, you don't. Your content is fucking horrible. You should be embarrassed. I know you're embarrassed to probably show it to your family, but it's like they are horrible human beings. I should show some of their content. Maybe I might save it for another live. I just really don't want to focus too much on them. But where I'll close on it is they will sit around here. It's so funny though. They'll say, we're not passport bros, but we're moving to Philippines. We're not passport bros, but we're going to use ourselves in marriage stats for why passport bros get married. What's the other one that makes you go, huh? They, like I said, let me see, I lost my point going to that spiel. But like I said, I want to apologize to Maya. Maya's a friend of the show, always will be a friend of the show. Ronan and Fearless are not friends of the show. They're not friends of mine. Don't ever get it twisted. I don't trust those dudes for anything. They couldn't stay at my house. I wouldn't leave them alone with anything. But like I said, I want to apologize to Maya. Ronan and Fearless, you guys should be fucking ashamed of yourselves. Be honest. And keep and hold yourselves accountable. And stop trying to gaslight people. So let me move on because I lost all my talking points. Let's see. What's the next one I want to get to? I it's going to kind of translate into the video I want to show. I've been kind of thinking about it, and I was noticing, I was like, you know what? A lot of these people on these shows, they're like Captain Save-A-Pookies. They want to talk about child support and family court and alimony. And I'm like, I know when I got married at 25, I didn't think anything of, I never thought about child support. I never thought about alimony. I tell you all the time, I came from a tradcon relationship, and I'm like, I never not once thought about, I've never heard my father and my mother talk about child support or going to jail if they don't pay child support, putting someone on child support or alimony. I never heard about that shit. Never talked about that shit. When it's so low, such low brow type of conversation, such low vibrational type of conversation, and thought process. If you get with the right type of women, and it tells me, like I've been saying on these podcasts, y'all going after the wrong women. Y'all have the wrong pedigree in mind. That's why y'all are so worried about child support and going to jail if you don't pay it, and alimony, because y'all have poor taste in women, and it shows. So let's see what else. Let's see. That was going into this point. I was thinking about the Black community, just how other races as well, and I was like, I think that we need to have something called critical date theory, where we talk about, we educate children of different ages, adolescents, college, about the child support courts and that process, how it works, divorce, the process and how it works, marriage, the process and all it entails and how it works. Because it's the problem is like people are getting this information from divorcees. They're getting this information from bitter divorced people like Coach Greg Adams or Ronan and Fearless. And like those dudes can't be trusted. They're telling you one-sided stories. They're not telling you how they made mistakes. So the funny thing, I think the thing that I found funny about it was like, so many people talk about the system, about the child support system, the divorce courts, and they feel like these men have no opportunity to win in these systems. But it's like they themselves don't understand the system at all. Like what I'm learning from being on YouTube is like a lot of people don't even understand how divorce works, but they speak about it like they do understand. And it's probably just because like so many people are shouting the same fucking mistruth or lies, and people are just believing it. Like, oh, if you get divorced, you're gonna pay alimony. Like only 8% of like black divorces end in alimony. So like these black men they'll say, I'm not getting married. I don't want to keep the state. I don't want to get involved the state. Dude, you're scared of something that could happen 8% of the time, and there's different factors as to why that might happen. You have to. So I've said on some of these podcasts, it's like people don't look at it the right way. It's like when you marry a woman and you want a traditional setup and she's not working, she quits her job. Your net worth is going to be higher than hers. If y'all have a marital home, if you guys get divorced, you're both not going to be living in that home forever. Someone's going to move out. Someone's going to have to either sell the house or buy the other person out. That's just what's has to happen. So it's just like it's weird to see these guys be so gung-ho about family and family values, but then when the family breaks up, they want to toss that in the trash. They want to walk away from that. They don't want anything to do with it. So it's just weird. And it's like what it got me thinking about was like going back to the last point about like dudes who want to use the laws and the child support and divorce laws as excuses for not getting married. They're not marriage material, because like the real men who get married and become family men, they don't think about that not 1 second. I didn't think about that not 1 second. And I think there might have been another banner I wanted to show about that before I kind of like get into the video. I think this is one of them. I've been this is another one. You don't understand the system at all. Another one about these people who are so scared of the divorce system and stuff like that. But it's like, no, like you bringing yourself to a relationship is a bigger problem. That's what you're really afraid of, is how you're going to wreck this shit and put yourself in a really bad position. It has nothing to do with the system. It's you. Let me see. Let's see. Not yet. I want to maybe go to another one first. This one, we talked about it already. But what the funny thing that I find about it is like for deposit accounts, they have, a lot of like reputable banks, they're FDIC insured. So meaning that if the bank fails, you're going to get up to like a certain amount of money back. I think it's $250,000 or more per account, types of accounts. And the funny thing about it is you're not getting all the money if you have like millions of dollars, blah, 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 and you don't do something like fantastical to like spread it out and get it all insured. But the problem is like there is some insurance in deposit account funds. There's no insurance to what these Manosphere dudes are telling you. Oh, you're going to reach a financial peak in your 50s and later on in 60s and later on in life. There's no insurance. There's no guarantee for that shit. Oh, your worth is going to go up as you get older. You're going to be able to get a 20 and 30-year-old smoke show. There's no guarantee for that shit either. So let's see. I had this one too. Is like I think, one of the reasons why black men and just men in general are clinging to stats when they never really did so historically in the past, I think it's like they don't want to come to grips with the fact that Black men have left a horrific mess behind. And the real men would say, you know what, there's an opportunity in that. They would look, it's like a glass half empty, glass half full. More so like glass almost full, glass almost empty. And these men are looking to stats and saying, man, so many women might have multiple children that have children. Or women file for divorce this and women file for divorce that. Or maybe some of the new ones that we're going to see in this video. Women might have a lot. Women who have sex are, racking up trauma, all the lies. And I think they're scared to realize that they feel like the stats are going to be a guaranteed outcome for themselves. Depending on how they move, it just might be. But where I wanted to move to it was like, I feel like it kind of goes back into the critical date theory, but I'm like, I feel like some of these modern men are looking for other men to lead. It's not necessarily about Black men, but I think like a lot of these scared modern men, they're looking for other men to like show them how to lead. I think there's no judgment. Like, I think some of these men, like I said it on the first podcast I was on Zed's channel. I was like, dude, we need to be, if this manosphere stuff is not a call to action to mentor some young and adolescent young boys, it just is, because like these people in the manosphere, like they're lost men. Let me go to see what's the comment. Oh, OB is still here. Man, Roby's a real one. Let's see. So I don't have the stats with me. I don't think I even want to do the Googles. Lies for the manosphere that there's wide paternity fraud. I talked about it like months ago, maybe like 4, 5, 6 months ago. This is one of the earlier lies the manosphere would tell. They would say like, oh, all the births, all the children born, there needs to be, fathers need to get a paternity test for that, because we don't know if they're really the father. And it's like, it's based off a dumbass study where it was like maybe 300,000 couples that were, I think that we don't know if they were married or not, but 300,000 couples, 60% of them came back as someone not being the father. The problem is, this is one of the reasons why I don't give a fuck about stats. Stats have people in those stats that are nothing like you. So like when they say, oh, Black men are they lead an unemployment. That doesn't resonate with me. That's not my reality. But it's gonna be reality for some. When they say, oh, Black men don't ever get married, that's not my reality. That's the reality for the majority of them, because they're only like 35% married. So what where the lie lies is in a sample size of like 300,000 couples, and there's like multiple millions of births per year. I did the math like a year ago or so, a year or two ago, and it's like 0.01% if you were to take that. That what the manosphere tries to do is they try to say, oh my gosh, 60% of 300,000. That's what's 60% of all the births that are occurring each year. They feel like they can't trust women getting pregnant, even if they're married or in a long-term relationship. And it's just like, who are y'all dating? But it's just like, there's a whole nother banner for it. But it's like a lot of these men have not been in loving relationships, and it shows. There's a banner, but I don't know where I left it. Let me put the invite out here. Sharing is caring. Let's see. I don't know how long we're gonna be here. I high key want to kind of see a movie. There's a new Anthony Mackie movie that's really it's gonna have the most puny theatrical run called like Elevation or some shit. I love a like kaiju monster movie. I'd love to get out here. I swear by not going to see movies after 9. I get tired, but I'm gonna try to like go see it at 10ish in like an hour and a half or so. But let me go back. Second lie. And I think this was really crippling the Black community. men, I don't know how they're. Oh, say OB. What's up, OB?
What up? What up?
Hey, how you been? How you?
Good, good.
How you?
So,
Hey, go ahead.
so what do you agree with about stats?
I'm really an anti-stat person, and that's the funny thing about it is like I majored in math. I love math, but I don't let stats run my life because I always look at myself and I say, how many people in those stats are like me? Stats they're cool to know. Like I love sports stats, love those. Like oh, Sammy Sosa batted 400 for the month for the LeBron James. I think that the way to defeat the Michael Jordan debate is stats. The stats that we have not even uncovered yet because they'd have to like dig really deep. I love sports stats. I love tech stats, like the tech specs. But I don't let stats cripple my life.
But I don't think it's so much that you don't like stats, and I don't think it's you letting them cripple your life. I think it's just you're saying some guys are misusing stats.
Yeah. And that's why
You can say you can give a stat, throw a stat out, 60% of people get divorced. I'm assuming that's what the 60% was. I'm not sure if that's what you were talking about, but you could also throw out the same stat that men live longer when they're married. You know what I mean? Men are healthier when they're married. I just told some coworkers like 2 days ago, and it's the same thing that I've said to a numerous of people. When I see a man and it's raining outside and they got on shorts, no umbrella, I automatically call it out. You don't have a lady or a wife, do you? Nah, I don't, man. I said, I know, because you
wow.
don't have a rain jacket. You don't have an umbrella. That's things that, when you got that significant other, they'll point it out to you. Hey, babe, it's going to rain today. Leaving out the front door. A lot of us men were up late at night when we're single. We're chatting it up with ladies through text messages. We're video gaming. We hanging out with the homeboys. We ain't thinking about watching no channel like news or whatever the channel may be. So I think, so for me, I'm hearing what you're saying, but I don't think it's so much that you don't like stats. I think it's that those certain people are misusing stats.
That's exactly it. And that's what I wanted to go into. I want to use this little banner and say, like, think of it like this. I thought about it like a couple of days ago. I was like, let me take this mint out of my mouth. When we went to college, we take it for granted, but there's a lot of different taking action. Taking action is taking place all the time. Now, how would you think about somebody who went to college and instead of like taking coursework, they just, or let's just say, let's keep it on this. I'll do two analogies. One, going to college. And instead of trying to graduate, this person studied stats on, oh my gosh, I think the probability of passing this class is going to be like 20%. There's been the probability of graduating from college is like maybe like 15%. Just throwing out random numbers, discouraging numbers. As they say in sports, basketball specifically, what do they say? Like you only miss the shots that how the fuck do they say that? How the fuck do they say that, OB? Like you only
I'm guessing something like you only miss the shots that you take or something.
Yeah, you
I don't
only
know.
miss the shot. You only miss the shots. I'm butchering this shit, but I'm gonna back off of it because I'm butchering this shit. You only miss the shots that you don't take or some shit like that. So it's like I believe that taking action and failing is better than staying on the sideline and being scared to take action. So like these dudes, they don't understand like how much life they're wasting away by just studying stats and saying, well, yeah, it's not worth taking the risk. Like that's fine. If you don't want to take the risk, that's fine. But like it's never going to get any easier the longer you wait to do something. At some point, I was telling people on one of these last lives, I'm like, if you're playing football, I'm sure the people who play football don't give a fuck about stats. They're just like, I know my skills, I know my skill set, I know the plays I'm running, I know my opponent. I'm gonna leave. I know the chances I could get injured, but this is the game I love. I'm gonna go out there and play it until I can't play anymore. But these dudes, these MANOSPHERIC men, like they're literally scared to go out there. You have to go out and get hit. And if you're scared to get hit, if you're scared to get hurt, if you're scared to get humiliated, if you're scared to drop the ball or fumble the ball, then you're not built to play in this game. So there are literally guys who are like these MANOSPHERIC men. I don't think they're built to play the game of life. They're just scared. And there's no judgment. instead of studying stats, I think that they should invest their energy in their brain cells. That's why I look at it, OB. I'm like, I think it's a waste of brain cells. Like, I like stats for historical purposes. Like, oh my gosh, like Trump won this county and he got 90% of the vote. But I don't give a fuck about a stat that's gonna be like, man, like maybe you shouldn't get married because like 60% of women file for divorce. Those aren't, how many of those women in that population are gonna be like, yeah, go ahead.
But see, I think you should look at those stats. I just don't think it is what it is. It's not easy. That's why it doesn't last. That's why it's a special thing that should make you celebrate even harder when your parents celebrate that 20th anniversary or that 40th anniversary, or your grandparents celebrate that 60th anniversary. Like they say, nothing good comes fast type of situation. That's kind of how I look at it. All the stats, I mean, when it comes to dating, finding a significant other, there's more good than there is bad. You know what I mean? Someone passes away, you can get their social security.
Right.
If like you said, you can go to school, you can get all the tools, but there's no guarantees in life. You could get I have a family member who got in a car accident, had a college education, all that good stuff, went out to a sporting event with a friend, got into an accident, and now his mind is no good. So even though he went to school for 4 years, he's basically just, living off the government because of his mind, but he has a wife to look out for him. So there's just a bunch of numerous of different things that are positive about it. So they're just looking at one stat and they're just saying it's bad, but there's more good than outweighs the bad. Like you were saying, as waiting till later today. I mean, basically, most people, if you play it by the book and do it like you should do it, most people are gonna have to wait. Kind of like you said, you were an outlier. When I graduated college, I was making hourly money, like $22 an hour, something like that, management trainee position. That was with a master's degree, just because I had to get my experience up. Second job, like $60,000 a year, after I got that experience or whatever, and did some management for a little bit because I was promoted from the management trainee. But basically what I'm trying to get to, like, it took basically about 6.5 years before you start making good money. And most people, I don't think, want to wait till they 26, 27 years old, you know what I mean? Just to start dating.
Oh yeah. But I'm saying, like, it's like, and I'm not saying wait that long to date. I'm saying, like, people shouldn't have to wait that long to get married. Like, it depends on the type of marriage you want, because like I was saying earlier, like these dudes who are saying I got all the time in the world. Well, they're not positioning themselves they're not all positioning themselves to get the best job they can, so that when the woman does come around, they're just kind of just treading water and just taking advantage of that time just for the sake of it. Like, just like if we're in the club and they say the club's going to stay open till 3 a.m. Like, how much meaningful stuff is everybody really getting done in that time? Some people are just holding the wall. And
so let me ask you this: when it comes to statistics, how many people can actually go to school right out of high school? How many people actually have finances? That would be something I think you need stats for.
Yeah.
And then how much income does the average person make? So, I mean, even saying everyone should be married by 30, I'm not saying or it's a good time to get married. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just think that to each their own, to each individual, because everyone's circumstances is different. And my point was, everyone can't afford to go to school. And I mean, most people that graduate, it's $12 to $23 without a college education. That's not enough. Even at $23, what is that? Basically like $500 a week, $600 a week, something like that. And then now, kind of like we were talking about, the going rate for apartments. I mean, shit, just not to be in the hood, $1,200 for a 1-bedroom. And then you got a car note. And if you don't probably have a lot of money from that situation, meaning you're probably going to have to save everything just to get a nice down payment for your car. So, meaning you're probably also going to have a high car note, meaning you're probably going to be paying a $550 car note on a Toyota Camry, which to me is absurd, but most people have to spend that. But that's almost $1,000. Then you're under the age of 25, so you probably got $250 insurance on this one car just because of your age, and it's a brand new car, and you got to get full coverage. I mean, that's $750 just your car and your insurance. You ain't even put no gas in it, and you're already on check number 2. There's only 2 more checks left in the month. Now you go add your rent. So, I mean, the point that I'm trying to make is like, it would be nice for everyone to be able to date by 30. And I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong. I'm just kind of adding a little bit more into it, going a little bit
Yeah.
more in depth that everyone can't afford it.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm just like, if there was a stat saying, hey, the best time to have a kid is 33, I'm gonna be like, all right, I'm gonna take it with a grain of salt. But I'm like, it's just like, I'm not gonna let these stats spook me. And what some of these guys, they're spooked. They're just like, oh my God, like black, because listen, it is OB, it's really discouraging. Black people get married the least, they divorce the most. They get married the least by a wide margin. They get divorced the most by a wide margin. So it is a little discouraging. But I'm like, it's not going to discourage me from getting. It didn't discourage me from getting married when I got married. And I'm going to say this too. It was a banner. I think I tried to make a banner. It's like, when I got married, OB, I might have said it on a previous podcast, I could not justify it to myself. Besides love, that's how I justified it. I said, I love my soon-to-be wife, my girlfriend at the time. I guess fiance at the time. And I was like, what's going to be the difference between me getting married now and being with her and marrying her in like 3 to 4 years in the future? What's the difference? What am I losing? And that's how I justified it to myself. But I knew I was not ready to get married. One, I was still in college, engaged, and I got married. Like, I got, graduated in May, got married in September, and I knew I was not ready. But I said, I'm going to pay it forward. And I think if I'm doing this with my person, it's going to all, even out or whatever. So like I said, like with these people who want to use stats to just spook them out of getting married or doing something, it's wild to me.
So you use stats the other way to go the other way, to look at it from the side that they were looking at. You said that they said getting married in your late 40s, late 50s, but the stat of how old does the average man live, black or white?
68.
Okay, see, it's even lower than I thought. I was going to say 73, I thought last time I took. So if you're having a kid when you're 45, then 9 times out of 10, your parents are what?
Yeah, I mean,
not very your father. So that means your father might only get to play with your grandson or his granddaughter. You know what I mean? 5 years, maybe.
This is what I'm trying
unless
to
they're
say.
one of the lucky ones.
This is what I'm trying to say, OB. Like, I'm already late. I'm 42, and it's not to say like, oh, it's over, I can't do it. But it's like, we have to look at. I'm trying to tell these young men, like, don't wait till you're 40. Some of these men aren't going to have good health in their 40s. They might have ED, and they might be a wrap. I mean, so like, and you don't want to block your blessing. Like, I hate the fact that we're telling these men you have all the time in the world. No, you really don't. You do if you're committed to age gapping, and not every man's gonna be able to age gap.
But that's all stats. Everything I just use is stats.
Yeah.
So see, I'm the opposite of you. I love stats. It gives you a real life, some parameters of where you're at in life. I remember what stats said when, I went to graduate school. Oh, you're supposed to be making such and such by mid-career. I use that stat today to say, am I on track or do I need to step it up a little bit?
Yeah. And I agree. I agree.
And sometimes stats can save you. Like, I think, kind of like a lot of people, you're an outlier, 100,000, but so much I hear it every day. I can say it now. There'll probably be someone who will come in the comments if they're listening and say, that's crazy, or he's thinking too petty. You don't make 6 figures, but the stats say only, 12% of black men make $75,000 a year. And then it's only like, 22% for Asians. And then probably like, 18% for white men who make that. So like, once again, but if you have this fake idea of what you're chasing, you might go to work and think you're doing bad because you're making 60 at the time, and really you're not doing bad. If you just looked at the stats, you would know I'm not really doing bad. I'm not where I'm at, but at the same point in time, I got time to improve. Like, so I think stats are needed.
Yeah. I'm not saying like do away with stats. I'm just like, I like to keep stats out of my thought process because like I try to figure out what's the best opportunity, what's the best path for me forward, talking to friends, talking to that, and also listen to myself. But like, I'm not gonna. All I'm trying to say is like I'm not the type of person who's gonna be discouraged reading a stat. Like if they said, "Hey, if I go to I'm on a team that I've been on a team for almost a year. I'm the only black person on the team. Do I really want to know the stat of how many black people? How long do black men really last on a team when they're the only black person on the team? I don't want to know that stat. I don't want to know that because it's gonna probably like freak me out. Like, oh my god, like they're out to get my days are numbered. But stats are not in my favor. I don't want to know it.
Fair.
So, and in the case of the marriage one, it's discouraging to look at it and say, oh my gosh, the black people are getting really divorced. But we have to look at it in the video I want to show. I think there's like kind of like a limited subset because like black men are not really getting married in general. Like when you said married men typically are healthier, the problem is in this video, it isn't for black men. And I think it's because the problem behind the stats is like we don't really understand the underlying data within those stats. So when they say black people are getting divorced at a high rate, we don't know what are all those factors dealing with those households. We just know the outcome. So like I said, it's tough when you look at those stats and say like most people get divorces, women file for them.
But how is it tough when all successful people are getting married? Like the most people talk about is Asian and Jews.
Yeah.
Jews, they talk about running the world, and Asians, from a statistical standpoint, they make the most money. And if you travel the world, the same way Asians open corner stores and stuff in America, they do it all over the world. There's not a place I haven't been that an Asian doesn't own some type of property and he's selling something.
Well, I agree with you, but I'm saying where it gets
But they're
tough,
married.
correct. But I think that that's a good point. I think what I would say to that, OB, is they're not flaunting, oh my gosh, look at they might be married and we don't know. Their marriage will come into the stats, but like I couldn't tell you what the culture of marriage is like in those cultures, and how many of them are married and what ages they get married and stuff like that. I just know in our culture what the trends are and stuff like that. But what you said is exactly right. A lot of these, and that's what in this video I'm going to show, is like some of these other cultures, they value marriage more than us. Like I tell my red pill best friend, I'm like, because he always wants to bring up the fatherless homes, and I'm like, honestly, if the men in the other cultures viewed marriage like black men view, I hate to say it, like they view marriage, they would have the same, very similar, if not the same stats. We have to change I want us to change the way as men we look at marriage and encourage it. Like I've been saying on these podcasts, we should be encouraged. If a man's in a monogamous relationship or a marriage, we should be encouraging him. We should not be discouraging him and saying, hey, you got all the time in the world, or you can find someone better, and like we should be encouraging each other to be in these and to be in monogamous relationships when we're in them.
But you're just talking about childish men. I mean, let's just be frank here.
That's true. Well, how many? But let's say this, OB.
Let's just be frank.
Let's be frank. Let's be frank too. Let's be frank. Let's be frank squared.
Yeah.
The majority of men are childish men, and that's what I'm saying. I wanted to change that because it's hurting our women. Because when we say we're just talking about childish men, that's what the women have to deal with: a sea of childish men.
So let me change the pace a little bit of the conversation. What do you think about the statistic? And this one was dropped on me versus someone on the Manosphere on one of these podcasts, whatever we want to call it, talking to somebody, and they dropped the stat on me, and I went and looked it up, and it was true. 65% of black women are overweight. Okay, I think it was like 56% of white women. And I don't remember what it was for Hispanic
I can tell you
women.
this: that it's like 60 or 70% of black women are overweight, 80 are obese.
Yeah, it was like 65%.
So I
know theirs was 65%, and I remember white women was 55. I just don't remember Hispanics or Asians.
This is the banner that I had for it. It was like, man, let's keep it a bug. Probably for the last 30, 40, 50 years, black men love the curvier woman. Let's be clear about that. Because when they're quoting these stats of black women are 60, 70% overweight, that is BMI scale. And black men historically never gave a fuck about BMI. They wanted a curvier woman. They wanted a woman with butts. They wanted a woman with breasts. They wanted a woman with hips. They wanted a woman with legs.
But you
Uh-oh.
can have, I see that all the time in dance clubs, but they're still not considered overweight.
Let's say
You can
this.
have all that and still not be overweight.
Let's share the screen real quick.
What up, American Talk? I enjoyed you yesterday. Good words, brother.
What was he doing?
Just kind of speaking about election and just his thoughts on it.
Oh, on the Z one?
No, I didn't know he came back. It was on his. I just happened to pop on and he was on his own.
So let's look at these charts.
Well,
Go ahead. Hey, welcome to the panel.
Greetings, gentlemen. How are my levels?
Sounds great. So
greetings to Chris. Is that OB up there with you?
What up, brother?
It's great to hear. OB, I meant to say this. It's great to hear you on the panel. It's been a minute.
Likewise, I enjoy this stuff.
Let's see. So right here, overweight for someone 5'6" is so women are usually shorter than that. Let's just say 5'4". Overweight is 150, 5'4". So now let's Google 5'4", 150-pound female. I've been Googling this in the past. So let's see. What does that look like? 5'4". Okay, here. Oh, that's 5'5", 150. Because weight can be distributed. That's the difference. Is like, I know this Manosphere, they want to like drill in on, let's say 5'5", 150. Let's look at that chart again. I don't think y'all can see the picture because I was looking at it. 5'5", 150. Maybe that's not overweight. But hold up. Let me try to find one.
So as we talk about this, my point is, if 65% of women are overweight, and then you add all the men looking for women, single men.
Here we go.
Then you add in the percentage of women that are in your age range, and then the percentage of women that you're attracted to. It's a very small dating pool, and it creates the same standard that men say that women do. Everyone chasing men that make six figures, even though only 7% of men make it. It kind of makes it the same thing. Almost like a 7% chance of getting a black woman who's in shape and what you're looking for.
Hold up.
So the point of me bringing that up is just, we're talking about the guys, which is rightfully so, not doing right. But I think we're all just kind of, I don't know, guilty to an aspect. Like there's room for improvement for us all. Like when you really think about that, I didn't know that statistic. That's a horrible statistic. When you think about all the guys who young boys' dream is to grow up and get this girl who is a certain weight, maybe not the perfect weight, but a tad bit overweight. Then you look at the statistic that 65%, then you see all these men saying, I'm going overseas to look for these women. It kind of adds up.
I mean,
because it's a small dating pool. Like, so basically, if you ain't on, you're going to have if you're just looking for a woman who's maybe 10 to 15 pounds overweight at best,
yeah,
it's a slim chance kind of that you're going to get that.
I mean, this is what I'm trying to get back to is like black men they really never give a. Now, I'm going to get into two things. I don't think black men never really gave a damn about a woman being moderately overweight. So like, because what they're quoting is they're quoting by the book, textbook, what is overweight. Black men, like I said, historically, in my opinion, wanted a curvier woman, a woman with a well-endowed, curvier, thick woman. We know they have celebrated thick, and even in rap songs, BBWs and all this other crap. They like a thicker woman. Let me go back. I'm on the wrong page. But they like a thicker woman. So if they want to, and I think the Lizzo thing kind of like, the Lizzo phase kind of like scared black men because they like thick women. They even, some of them even like BBWs. But I think when Lizzo came out, I think that and the body positivity movement started to like come out. I think that they got scared, and now they're starting to the conservatives are now starting to push this those stats like you said, the 60-70% overweight. Blah, 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 blah. But this is a woman right here, 5'4", 150.
Yeah, so that's what I said about that's in that range of I said no more than about 15 pounds overweight.
Yeah,
but I don't think that's the average for most black women. I don't think it's well over, but I'm just saying 65%, man. And then you add in how many are in your age range of your dating pool, and then how many of them match your salary of income.
Right.
And then it makes sense to you why so many men are out here losing their mind saying, I can't get women. It's hard because a lot of women want this certain guy unless you meet him in college where you're chasing something and your potential looks good. But as we just discussed, not everyone can go to college right off the bat. So maybe they just have to get a girl with their wit, their charm, and then show they have ambitions to maybe one day become a pilot, which doesn't even require college, or become a paramedic, which you can do with just an associate's degree, or, become a cop, which requires no school, but it helps to have it.
Hold up. You said something. I want to go back. You said some guys are saying it's so hard to get a woman. You said something to that. Can you say that again?
Yeah. That's why the whole movement, because men are struggling to get women here. Then the women are saying, well, if you broke, just say it.
But the thing is, OB, I want to challenge that because I think that the reason these men could get with women on their level, because these women are struggling to the same extent financially that are in their same tax bracket, but they don't want those women. They want women that they can't really afford. Like if they went to
but that's the thing. What we call, I talked to my wife about this. What we're calling models and Instagram models 10 years ago, 15 years ago was just considered being okay. Mm-hmm. Like basically the term Instagram model means now you have braces and you're not more than 15 pounds overweight. That's literally the definition of an Instagram model these days.
Yeah.
Like the standards are pretty. So if every woman who just has braces and isn't more than 15% overweight thinks, hey, I can pull an NBA player, which is true. You know what I mean? Right place at the right time. And nowadays you got these guys who are millionaires. They just all up in girls' DMs, left and right.
Yeah, but they're up in beautiful, extremely good-looking women's DMs. They're not going after women in braces who look like Poindexter. They're not getting with average women like that and marrying them or dating them seriously. And then I don't even believe what the red pill are saying in terms of, well, the Chads are sleeping with the women who are 4 out of 10 and 3 out of 10 and 5, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, they're not. They're not. That's not. They want to sell this notion that the average woman won't date the average man, and I think it's bullshit.
I think you have that opinion. I've been on both sides where I was a D-boy in the streets,
mm-hmm.
and what your options is, where you try to talk to the college girl and it doesn't work because they're like, I don't really even care about your car because my girlfriend who's in college, who's a little bit better off, she's middle class, dad got her that car, or I know I'm about to graduate in a year and a half and I'll be able to get my own, so I don't even care about or that little bit of money you showed me because my family already told me that's short term. And I'll be able to get my own car. Maybe they say they're going to help me get the apartment that I want. And I've also been in the sector where you're in college, and just because you're in college, I would have I sat down with a girl who was from China, an exchange student. And the moment she found out I was going to go to the same grad school as her, she was leaving notes when hey, this is me. I went up to leave. I'll be here studying every day at such and such time, which what most guys would call a dime piece.
Yeah.
But that wouldn't have happened if I wasn't on a college campus. And it didn't require any car, any of them things. So you went to college right off the bat. So I think your perspective is just a little bit different. I do think it is harder for the average man who's just working in a warehouse or working at the mall or something of that. You know what I mean? Working at a restaurant right out of high school and just trying to make it, figure it out, trying to get his finances together to go to school. I'm not saying it can't happen, but I'm just saying it ain't as easy either. But I don't think that requires to lose your mind like they're doing and travel the world for women.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is I think one of the mistakes that men are making is they're trying to make a universal average. The average in my dating pool is not the same in yours, not the same in Richard's, not the same in anybody else's. That what they're trying to do is they're trying to say every guy who's a 4 out of 10 should be able to get a 4 out of 10 woman. No, because there's chemistry, there's all these other things, there's different wants and needs and aesthetics that woman might want to see. So everybody can't get the same women. You have to know. That's why I always preach you need to know what you attract. Fuck what the other guys are going to deem as the average. That the average woman might not like you, and the woman who's a 7 out of 10 by that guy might actually like you and not like him. So it's
Even like I think about psychology classes, and I remember my psychology professor saying people like them. So if they're in shape, they want someone in shape. And I can even attest, when I was in the streets and I would go to the strip club and have far less money than I had when I was in corporate, I would have strippers invite me over their house, knock on the door, and their ass naked. You go back to that same strip club when you're working, your outfit's a little bit different, no longer fitted hats and Jordans on, and you're actually throwing money, and you end up with no phone numbers because people are kind of attracted to who they are. And sometimes they're the same way women say they're intimidated. Those women can be intimidated. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I want to add to this, OB. Some people need to come to grips with they're not good company. So you might be an average guy, but if you are boring, if you aren't a gentleman, if you are rude, if you aren't exciting, then no, the average woman's not going to want you. You can't just show up and just, I get an average guy, a woman because I'm an average guy. No. You have to put an average effort in too, and you might not be. I mean, not speaking to you, but I'm saying some of these guys.
No. They're
deficient. They're deficient, socially deficient. And they're not willing to accept like what they attract. It's hard. Listen, I'd love to date a woman who's 6 foot. I'm 5'9". They're probably on average not going to want to date me because they want someone their height.
Right. I agree.
Gentlemen, can I jump in? Can I get some of this?
Yeah, always jump in.
I appreciate you, man. Thank you, Chris, for having me up. Thank you, Zed. Much thanks to you, OB, for coming up on my first live in several years.
Heck yeah, I enjoyed it.
I gotta watch it.
I'll be back. And to Chris, I'm deeply disappointed that you didn't join my live. That's all right.
I'll watch it. I promise I'll watch it on live on replay.
Right.
I'll watch it on replay.
I'm glad you guys had this topic today in light of your new president. I know you guys probably don't want to talk politics, and I will not wax political on your channel.
No, you can go on a little bit. I do have a video to show, but go ahead.
Well, that's what I talked about yesterday, Chris. I talked about the election and stuff, but you can go back and watch it. That'd be nice.
No. I'll give you the floor. Let me put the banner on. There you go.
You're the best. But I won't talk about the elections. I want to talk about girls.
Okay, let's do it.
I want to stay on topic. And with all respect, OB, you're a wizard. You are, bro. I listen to a lot of people, the Razor Raises, the Nakmeezes, the Ronin Travels, the BMTs. Your wisdom runs deep like the ocean, bro. Something that you've been through in life, which I think I understand that you've mentioned on this channel before, made you a better man than you would have been if you had not gone through that, I would imagine, because, bro, your wisdom runs real deep. Now, as far as
brother,
that's real respect, man. Real respect. You as well, Chris, but I know Chris is reading from an earlier page in the book. Perhaps OB and I are reading from a later page in the book of love.
OB,
but geez.
I'm 42.
Who's 38?
OB, I think. No, aren't you like 38, 30, 40?
I'm 37. I'm almost there.
Yeah.
Whoa, when I said you was a wizard, I was just trying to give you a compliment, bro. For you to be as wise as you are at that age, that's really amazing.
Yeah, the married woman was giving OB a compliment on one of my dates, saying like he's got like really historical sports knowledge. I never talk about sports, and I love sports, but I'm like he does have a lot more knowledge. Like he's like he said, you knew the stuff about Deion Sanders. I didn't know anything about that, and his children.
Oh wow. Well, one day, OB, when I go live again, maybe you and I can talk old school sports.
Okay.
Because I remember visiting Atlanta. And Chris, you probably can relate to this. I'm not sure what part of the country OB is in, but during the Bronner Brothers shows in the summer times in Atlanta, oh my goodness, you're talking about black women had their own money, coming to a convention to learn and grow their businesses.
I don't know what that is. What is that? Educate us.
Well, the Bronner Brothers shows, was and may still be, I don't know if they still do it in Atlanta, I don't think so, was the biggest Black hair convention.
Okay.
And I spent some time selling hair products.
Okay.
As an entrepreneurial endeavor. It was very successful until it wasn't, until the Koreans took over.
Okay.
Anyway, you got to go buy Black hair products from the Koreans. I was in the business when we were trying to educate Black salon owners not to give up that side of the business, but it happened. It is what it is. But simultaneous to me coming to Atlanta for that Black hair convention, it was also Jack the Rapper would be the same weekend. So Peachtree Plaza would be lined with well-to-do Black people before rap got corrupted and became what we know it as today. It's back in the late 80s, early 90s. Atlanta was this incredible place. It was considered to be a Black Mecca. And the way that the women treated men from the North when we came down South was totally different. My recollection, and every man of my age who ever went down South coming from the North has incredible memories about how beautiful and, let me see, feminine, fit, and friendly. I think those are the 3 F's that Richie Mack liked to use.
Yeah.
Well, in our community, it was like that. Now, it's interesting to me because I'm out of the dating pool completely. It's interesting to me to hear young brothers talk about the dating pool. But I mentioned Atlanta, OB, because I remember going down there one summer, and I went to Neon Dion's club. That's when it was called Neon Dion.
Okay.
Deion Sanders. And he was the hottest thing in sports at that time. He was like the Bo Jackson of his time, let's call it. Okay. But mad respect to Neon Dion. And maybe one day when I come back live, OB, you will join me and we can talk about old school sports.
Okay.
However, that was just a sidebar. However, I want to get back to the dating aspect. And OB, you said something about the fact that men are finding it, I think Chris can attest, I think that's probably his experience, in fact, his real life experience, about the difficulties of dating. And I've been watching a lot of different channels and what men are saying about dating. I hear mostly Black men complaining about the Black women. I mean, I'm trying to figure out where did it all go wrong, because it wasn't that hard back in our time. And to find out, OB, that you haven't even broke 40 yet, and you've got these insights and solutions, perhaps. I find that to be very fascinating. Props to you. But Chris, getting back to your dating life, how's it going there, man? I know it's tough.
No, it's easy. Like, the toughest part of dating is it's internal. Like I said, Fearless Ronin, a lot of people on this channel, they get on me about dating a married woman. We've been dating like 8+ months.
Yeah, come on, man.
Yeah, hold on.
It's all good.
But what I was able to achieve in dating her was dating her exclusively and exhibiting dating discipline. So I think the hardest thing to date as a man single is getting the decision of getting the woman you want and figure out who really is that, because there's always this thought of someone else out there. There's someone else on the apps. And it's all risk, because if you go after, it's like the bird in the hand and the bird in the bush. Like, you go after one and you try to go after another one, you lose. You might lose one, you might lose both. So it's like, I've made strides. I was talking to my therapist today saying, like, I'm putting in, this is news for me too. I'm putting in a rule saying I'm only taking one woman on a date per month. That is I've never done that. The married woman, like, when we went live on this channel, we had gone on like 3 dates in one day. It was like clay bowl making and plaything making, dinner, and then drinks after that. And then so I'm changing it up now. It's gonna be like 1 date a month, because I'm like, at some point, I was telling my therapist today too. I was like, I've been dating the married woman for like 8 months and going on dates. No one's doing that. Like, nobody does that. Nobody dates that long. So, like I said, I'm on the financial front. I'm making some changes. I've made some changes in terms of the approach I date, in terms of the relationship discipline. I've started to eliminate the distractions. Like I said, it depends on how you position yourself, Richard. And I think that the problem is a lot of these men are frustrated because, as I was saying earlier, they have not done the social work on themselves. I hate to like self-serving stuff, but like if I'm able to do live streams for 3, 4, 5, 7 hours, I can carry a date. Some guys cannot carry a date conversationally, and it's wild to me. Some guys can't plan a date, and that's wild to me. The financial front, if you can't afford to go on a date, I get it. Dating is very expensive, but the other stuff is effort, conversation, dressing well, being a gentleman, being good company. Like that woman, when we went live, this last thing I'll say is that when the married woman and I went live, our date started at 5 p.m. and we were on live at midnight. A lot of these dudes who are complaining about dating, they can't do that shit if they wanted to.
I saw a portion of that, Chris. I don't know how much of it I watched, but I remember it came up through my algorithm and I watched it. Great date. But I have a question, and this is just in the interest of science.
You can ask whatever.
Yeah, and it's not even personal. Do you think that, and I've been contending this, I've stated this in comments on other people's channels, what role do black men have to play in pissing in the dating pool?
Woo!
How did we screw it up so bad that women perhaps even became more masculine because they had to take care of themselves, had to protect themselves, felt unprotected?
I made a live about this, Richard. There's different portions of it. No judgment. It's not. I'm not saying anything about you. I'm not saying anything about Uncle Rico. I'm not saying anything about Builder. But there are men at your age, 50 and older, that are eyesores on the community. They are encouraging men to this whole go travel to Sosua, get it out your system. That's not doing them any good. Or encouraging them to be womanizers, encouraging them to delay getting married. That's not doing them any good. If they make a conscious decision, in my opinion, I'm just speaking on my opinion. If they want to have if they have a focus in their life that's going to command that time, fine. But if there's nothing good to just gallivant till you're 40 and 50 and then say, hey, I'm just going to settle down now. And then you have also problematic beliefs. Well, we're spreading problematic beliefs in this community through older men and younger men, that you shouldn't date a single mom, you shouldn't date a woman over 30, you shouldn't date a woman who's ran through, you shouldn't date this and that, trashing the black woman's image. We got to stop that. Like, black men are not very, as the video I want to share, we are the least married-minded men. And it has nothing to do with white people, in my opinion. It's maybe it does, but it's also a big part our community that we're circulating crap. You see how I show up, Richard, and you see how Ronan and Fearless come back and try to say, no, that's a simp. No, you shouldn't do this. No, you should be playing around. No, you should be doing this and shit. And I'm just dating women and being a good guy out here. I mean, that's not good enough, though.
Well, Chris, if I may, and OB, if you'll give me a second, I'm glad to be here. And
it's nothing new, Richard. In your day, men were acting like this too.
Well, I think, Chris, the men that you might be identifying as older men, what I'm seeing in some of my observations of these other channels like Ronan and Fearless, those are many of them are military men, retired military. They've had the experience of being deployed in foreign places and, needing to relieve themselves on R&R. The idea of pay for play is way more acceptable to them than the average brother who's never been deployed in the military, who was able to have friendly conversations and never sweated how much he spent on a date. Spending money on a woman on a date didn't mean you're going to take her home that night. We all kind of understood that. Mm-hmm. I think the bulk of the passport bro movement, by and large, and what we hear coming from those panels are the words and experiences of men who are retired military, who were deployed, went overseas,
Right.
and that became almost a style of life in romance for them. They didn't have maybe your high school, or college experience of meeting a girl on campus, dating them, courting them, as we used to call it back in our time, and getting to know a person. I remember this song, one of my favorite songs by Heatwave, "Show Enough Must Be Love." Sipping sodas in a corner cafe, spending hours on the phone talking. Right. That's completely gone.
No,
thanks
it's
to
not.
dating. Well,
no. It's a choice.
I'm glad you're saying that. It is. Okay. So that was my question in a roundabout way. Where do you think the turning point came? I blame the retired military men who come to these panels and talk about their experiences, going overseas, being away from your loved one, maybe getting a Dear Johnny letter in the mail. Hey, I can't hang in there long enough. I gotta go. Let me just go date your best friend. Yeah. At some point, something changed, and the hardest part for me to comprehend is that so many young black men are into the pay for play.
Well, that's a component. It's definitely the component. But like, let's just look back into my dad's generation, your generation. There were crack epidemics.
Yes.
There were crime. There were the black men getting locked up at unfair rates. There were a lot of different reasons that took black men out of the home. And as my dad would say, growing up in St. Louis, most of the kids in his grades, his schools, didn't have a father. It was commonplace to not have a father for whatever reason. Maybe he didn't stick around. Maybe he was in jail. Maybe he was on drugs. Who knows? So it started in different waves. And then I think, and I can't speak to this, I'm just speculating. I'm saying, I think it showed up in different forms, and then it locked in on, we just don't really have to be here. And men are backing it up, saying, men are back encouraging each other and not holding each other accountable and saying, like, there isn't that. There's in the black community, I can only speak for ours. There is no holding men accountable and saying, hey, at 40 years old, where's your wife? 50-year-old, where's your wife? We're holding black women accountable. We're not holding black men accountable. And it's been happening for a long time. It's not this generation. It's been a long time.
Now, Chris, I have a contention. I see OB is back, and OB, I'd like you to weigh in on this as well. I think in the black community, ADOS, FBA, we spend a lot of time focused on what the media feeds us about what's wrong with us. Right. If that can be sorted out to make sense to anybody. But I'm working in corporate America for well over 20 years. I've met so many white dudes who grew up without their father. Not their father, like, made a baby with a woman he wasn't married to and ditched out. I'm talking about dudes who were in a family, white men who I met in my age group whose fathers were not there. What's so different about our generation of black men whose fathers weren't there? Barack Obama's father wasn't there. He became president. Right. So is it our only excuse that because, my daddy wasn't around, so I'm going to become a criminal? I'm going to go to jail. I don't think that's, I don't think it's that black and white.
I want to hear OB's point.
What up, Gen Z? If you're still here, what up? Yeah, I agree. I agree with both of y'all.
There's a lot of white people, women and men that I've met in corporate America throughout my corporate career. And again, you guys know I'm a senior citizen.
Well, Richard, think about it like this.
Who didn't grow up with their parents, and shout to Gen Z.
Think about this, Richard. The reputation. It's like you said, it's media too. It's like there are literally races, Indian might be one of them, where they're like, do not date a black man because you'll be a single mom or some shit. No one else has that reputation. Maybe there's some Jamaicans and shit, but Black men in this country, there's maybe us and maybe one other that have a reputation like that. Just black men. It's not black women. Well, black women, they unfairly get some bad media stuff. They're all ratchet. They're this. They the welfare queen kind of crap. And it's not true anymore. It's not true at all.
Not anymore. Right. Good point, Chris.
It probably wasn't really true then. They're talking about one segment.
I think what it is, Richard, is social media, access to celebrities. People just used to, so the standards have raised because, once again, social media. Like, you go to work, you're lucky if you got 3 women that make you say, damn, when they walk around the corner, or as people say, my work wife or my work husband, someone that you would say, if I didn't have a significant other, or if I wasn't in a relationship, or maybe if I just, as they say, eat where you shit, or however the saying goes, I would talk to this
don't
lady.
do Independent Company Inc.
Yeah, or I would talk to this man. But now you open your cell phone and you got your old ex that you can see from high school, the old ex from the girl from elementary who you thought was cute. Now she's older, and you realize she's still in the same city as you. And even though those options aren't there, I think it makes people feel like the options are there because they can see them on social media. Kind of like one of them things like guys may think they have a chance to get with this Instagram model because she accepted their friend request. So I'm seeing her speak every day, and maybe after every 8 comments, she gives me a thumb up on a comment. So now those things seem possible. So now it's a little bit easier to go home and disrespect your wife and say, I don't need your ass. I can do better. You know what I mean?
I still got it.
Makes sense.
Karen,
And then I just think, you didn't have like Rolls Royce and all those things existed in your day. Dr. J, then they had those cars, but not at the rate that it is now. Even for me, when I first graduated high school, I was telling my wife that like 3-4 months ago, we were listening. I said, I'm gonna put on some old school rap. It was something we were listening to, and I was like, ain't it funny how this guy's just talking about his Mercedes Benz? And I remember like as a kid, 18-year-old chasing that, I got to get the Mercedes or whatever. And now like that's nothing because now girls go to the club and the NBA athlete is in there, or I'm in Texas. So I went to high school with a girl who literally dated Dez Bryant, and she was sitting in his Bentley on the Instagram with all of us on there. I had a childhood friend who went to the NFL, was literally, I could hit him up on Facebook, and he was like, yeah, man, as soon as I get done with the Super Bowl, I'll be back home. And he was telling me to meet up with him, and I didn't have my shit together then. So I never met up with him. And, my mom then was like, well, go hang out with him. I was like, why do I want to hang out with him? I'm just a normal guy, just now going to school, late on starting it. He's already in the NFL making money and in the Super Bowl. And I remember like all the girls saying, yeah, he's still at his mom's house or whatever. We went to a pool party. Like he just went to a random neighbor's house in the neighborhood and went swimming. Kind of like you hear about those stories now about Mahomes staying at his father-in-law house. Like I think average people have access to that. So the standards are just so much higher now, or even Gen Z. He goes to SMU. Deion Sanders' kid went there. You know what I mean? And they seen him on a daily. Like I worked with a guy who was actually a tutor at SMU, and he was like, yeah, I remember, tutoring him and being in the locker room, and Deion's kid was talking about something he from the hood, and Deion calls him and he's speaking to him on speakerphone, and he's basically called him out. Boy, you ain't never been to the hood a day in your life. Like people have access to that stuff now. I don't think it was as easy and as accessible as it was. Does that make sense?
Well, it does, because I can tell you from empirical experience, like when we would see Dr. J riding through Philadelphia, certain parts, not the hood. The doctor didn't hang in the hood, driving a Maserati Legando, a very rare car, very unique. I've seen Charles Barkley when he first came to Philadelphia as a round mound, a rebound, driving around in a Mercedes. But it's interesting you say that, OB, because I remember, man, back in the day, just having a Datsun Nissan 280Z made you king of the hood.
Yeah, I remember even me, just a younger guy, when I first graduated high school, a Charger, a Chrysler 300, like those were cars. You know what I mean? That was, if you had that and you were a hustler, like people
If
knew
you
who
had a
you were.
few,
Nowadays, a Chrysler 300, that's like almost like having a Honda Civic, not even a four-door Honda. You know what I mean? The smallest
if
Honda
you
you can
go
have.
if you go back and watch the movie Paid in Full, the original one, the ballers were pulling up in 3 Series BMWs.
Right.
Right. You wasn't in no 5, you wasn't in no 7, and forget about the 6. That's the first time I saw a 6. I mentioned that my experience in Atlanta seeing Dion. He pulled up in a 630. Nobody, no brothers were driving 6 Series BMWs. If you got a 3 interior and push button windows, you was balling.
Right.
But it is the central focus on materialism.
Yeah.
I have a friend who's 35. She's kind of hooked on the gram and TikTok and always talks about all the other people look like they're balling until it turns out that they defrauded on a PPP loan and now they're going to jail.
Right.
There's this obsession with materialism and celebrity worship,
Right.
which is well documented in history, which signaled the fall of the Roman Empire. When we start celebrating celebrities, comedians who have comments about political issues, respect to D.L. Hughley, but dude, you tell jokes for a living.
Right.
Great mind, but I don't want to hear nothing from you about politics. I can make my own mind. I am older, so I'm going to go my own way. But I think that's the biggest problem that America is having. And now you have a president who was, in fact, the absolute idol, the godlike idol of materialism and the worship of celebrity in Trump. That's all he is.
And let me, I don't want to go too off. I can touch on this politics with you, but just to think about how many times we've been on here talking to Maya, and she says, I've met tons of celebrities, but I mean, these guys are probably no good. They're cheating anyway. So I talk to them, but I ain't with them like that because I know most of these guys are not faithful. Like that's every girl's story now. Like that's how, accessible celebrities are. I remember Aaliyah Face, you can look her up. She's a YouTuber, and she met there's another girl named Brianna who was like her friend, and they're both YouTubers, had the nice townhomes in Atlanta. At the time when I first started watching Aaliyah Face, she just had like a Lexus coupe or whatever and followers, but it was this young girl, 26 years old, already had a townhouse, like things that people don't obtain until they're 40 or whatever. And then she starts hanging out with the girl Brianna because she's a pretty girl too, and she's in Atlanta and she's on YouTube as well and has this large following. And I remember saying to myself, damn, man, if I was rich, I'd have me one. Guys probably ain't even found these girls like that. And I bull crap you not, like 3 months later, the girl was talking to James Harden. They were like, yeah, she's met James Harden. And then now all of a sudden she starts posting pictures in a Rolls Royce. Like, so just the access. And that's what I mean by, normal guys just having access to normal girls. I went to school with a girl named, y'all can Google her. Her name is Kimberly Yeoman, Yohman. And this is a girl I hung out with like every day in high school. She's white and Asian. She was always spoiled. Her parents were not rich, but her parents, like her dad was the type, he was a single father. So basically he would drive like a 1998 car to get her to 2006, if that was the year, brand new Honda or whatever. So he moved her to Miami. She ended up dating Ocho Cinco for a little bit or whatever.
Post her name in the chat, like in the regular back chat. I'm Googling and I'm getting like a white girl.
Or you can type in, she looks white. If she has fake chest, fake butt, all this stuff, it's her. She also has, or you can type in Kim Couture, I think is her clothing line. She started designing clothes for like the girls from Love and Hip Hop and these type of things. But I mean, this was like just a normal girl that I went to school with. But long story short, even years after she dated Ocho Cinco, I remember listening to Lou Williams, and it was an NBA basketball player who turned rapper, who just retired maybe like 3-4 years ago from the NBA. And
Well,
listening to
Lou
his,
played for the Sixers for a minute, didn't he?
yes,
Played for the
exactly.
Hawks too.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
So he's a pretty
Journeyman.
good rapper. So I was listening to his rap music, and he was saying, I'm quick to go in girls' DMs or whatever. And, I hit them up 3 at a time. I'm the biggest shark when it comes to it. And then bull crap you not, I'm talking to this old high school friend on her Instagram, and I see Lewis Williams messaging her. You know what I'm saying? Just on regular. So that's the type of access that like people have to him now. And that's like at the rate that these high profile guys are just shooting at just anything that looks beautiful. Even if it's not just the best. It's not like they're just a secret society anymore where they only talk to Paris Hilton or, Tyra Banks. And basically, I think that's what moves up to the standard. So when people see that one girl, date Ochocinco, and then a guy like him writing on her timeline on her Instagram, it makes everyone feel like, well, shit, if she can do it, I deserve this 6-figure man. And then no one dates because the women are all out here looking for a 6-figure man, which only, for a black man, only 3% make. And then all the men are out here looking for this woman who's 155 pounds and is going to wait for them as they build their career up, when 65%, if you're looking in the black race, is overweight to begin with.
I mean, I don't know.
So everyone's like chasing a dream.
Like, yeah, I agree from the creation of the dream. Like, I think it's more on the men. Like, I think that if for all these excuses, and I said this on this video I want to show, if black men cared so much about women who are overweight, they could go marry any woman of any other race that was fit. They don't give a fuck about marriage. That's the facts.
Okay, so let me touch on that. Not to talk too much, but I just want to touch on that and say why that's false. That's false because other races don't have this thing of, like I kind of said, I can say I make 75. I'm gonna say, oh, that's the only thing you make. Chris, why the hell you letting him talk? We want to hear someone talk with big money, even though we can all Google this statistic and see that's a damn good salary to be making at my age.
Yeah.
But when you look at other races, they don't look at it like that. Asian men realize the value of that, and then they go a step further and become a dentist or, open their own insurance company for franchise off State Farm and these type of things.
Right.
So when you say go talk to another girl who's in shape, no, because these other girls aren't going to talk to nine out of 10 of us, because most of the time we don't come from those type of economic families to begin with. And then, even if we do, a lot of us, we're distracted by our friends who don't have that opportunity, and we don't take advantage of it like you did, if that makes any sense.
I'm saying, like, to kind of push back a little bit, like, not all white women come from middle and affluent families. Like, some of them are fit and they come from lower middle class and lower than that. Like, there are women who are reasonably fit at all economic levels, all salary levels. So
that's fair.
So what I was going to show in the video is there are women who are black women specifically. Let's focus on black women. There are black women who are in the gym, like tight as, like they're almost like American Gladiator level of fitness. They're not married. They're not wifed up.
But those girls aren't looking for Austin Holloman, who comes from kind of a struggling background where his mother doesn't have, the greatest job. His father kind of has a bunch of kids out of wedlock. They're looking for you, Chris, the guy who went to school straight at 18 years old out of high school, who, is on that path where it's looking like potential. You see what I'm saying?
Well,
so that's why you have that segment complaining.
They want someone like me in the sense of someone who wants to be marriage minded. So a lot of them, I would not vibe with them because they want someone who is maybe taller. They want someone who has more swagger. They want someone who might have a little, who like, I dated this woman, the female black data scientist. And she said I said, what's your ideal guy? And she said, Joey Badass. He has a street appeal. Some of these women want a guy who has a little bit of a street.
Right. Hold on though. But who is Joey Badass?
I want to know.
You really don't know?
A famous rapper.
Yes.
Exactly. So that's my point. So how is the average guy going to get this girl who's into science when she wants the rapper? So meaning if she can't get the rapper, when she's probably going to run into someone of his stature at the club, because that's what college girls do, go to clubs, then the next thing they're falling for, they ain't going no lower than the guy who's 18 and
Oh,
already in
yeah.
school and has his shit together.
Hold
They
up.
ain't going no lower than that.
What I mean is the aesthetic, not the necessarily literally Joey Badass. Let's
Okay.
just so people show
Uh,
so to let
yeah, I
people
get that.
for people in the back. This is Joey Badass. He's a rapper from New York. He's got like he plays on the show Raising Kanan in the Power cinematic universe. He's a rapper like Obi was saying, but I'm saying he comes with he I don't know exactly what part of New York he comes from, but like he kind of brings a little bit of like a street appeal. I am coming from like a suburb appeal. So some women that might not even be the aesthetic that they are attracted to, the way I talk, the way I look, whatever.
But what you just showed me is every college football player for the girl who is in science, like you said, the girl chasing a degree. That's basically 80% of young men who are in college, because most of them who aren't even on the football team are lifting weights, because that's just the type of environment that is on college campuses, especially good universities that aren't smaller names. Arizona, UT, USC, Texas A&M, Texas Tech. That's basically every college football player on the team looks like that and has swag like that.
Yeah.
So they're going to go after him. So it still goes to my point. They ain't looking at Austin Holloman, the kid who.
No. I want to push back. I think Austin Hallman, I've said it on these podcasts, he could clean up, but he's shooting himself on a lot of different fronts. He's a Republican. That's one. So that's going to shoot himself in the foot. Two, he isn't patient. We've said on these podcasts. That's going to shoot you. They want the women of good pedigree. So women a lot of days nowadays, I'm just speaking from my limited experience, they are asking, the requirement is they're requiring either a little bit of patience or they're requiring you to kind of court them a little bit. They are gatekeeping to a large degree. And so if you are one of these guys where I got to sleep with her on the first date, first, second, third, I don't know what type of woman you're going to get with that. And I'm not, and some women are impatient. Sure. Some of them are, but like you're not gonna be able, you're only gonna be able to do that for so long. And some of these guys, OB, my sister was telling me this. She was like, she lives in Maryland. She's like, a lot of these guys don't even take women on dates. They're getting creative. They're taking you on free things. They don't really take you on a traditional date. So like, if you're one of those dudes, if Austin Hallman's one of those dudes, I understand why he's fucking in Kenya, because he doesn't go to court women, or he refuses
that goes back to the point of what I said about reality. He feels so insecure where he was doing good in life and being a barber, but because of these fake standards that are out here, which is what I was explaining, that other races don't have these fake standards. They look at the world as what it is. He feels like, I got to tell people I'm a 6-figure barber.
Well, here's the thing.
Like, why do you feel like you have to be a 1%er for acceptance?
I agree on that, but I want to push back on one thing. Austin Hallman, like I said on previous podcasts, he's playing a role. He could clean up in Houston or whatever he is in Texas. He's playing to these incels saying, look, guys, I can't date. I got to travel. He does not have to travel. But I don't know how much money he's got in his pockets, but he's getting money from lonely-ass dudes. He could date easily in the States, but he knows if he goes overseas, it's going to be even easier. But he's racking up money from those dudes.
I don't think looks get you anywhere in the States. If Austin's a barber and he's like saying, this is what my craft is and this is what I'm trying to build, I think he can find him a woman. You know what I mean? If he puts some work and, like you said, he's willing to go out on a date, willing to not try to smash and leave. 6-pack don't matter, Chris.
Wow.
I'm sorry. That just does not matter.
Pause. Pause, by the way. Pause.
Go ahead. When I was in the streets and I would go back and mess with like a girl from high school who I know and go up on her college campus, I was pulling her friends, everyone left and right, just because I was hustling and I was on the campus with money in my pocket and the car was new outside. They didn't give a damn if the other young boys up there who was actually learning something, which I wasn't doing, and they had potential in 3 to 4 years, which I didn't have at that point because I was in the streets. They didn't care about that. They just knew my car was new and they were going to look good when they pull up. And that 9 times out of 10, if we went somewhere, I'm paying for it, versus the boy in college, he might only have $100 to his name until his mom sent him another $100. I got $1,300 just sitting in my pocket.
I want to say this, for jokey joke's sake, all of the men in this chat right now could open up whatever dating app they want, turn it to Dallas, and they could get hits right now from black women right now. Like Austin Hallman is not struggling to date. I said, like, it's all mirage, it's all front. Now, what was I gonna say is
I got some pushback on that, Chris.
What I'm trying to say is this: one of the problems, OB, is the women. You have to investigate what are the type of women that he likes to date. There are easy nerds, there are easy blurs, there are easy career-minded women that he could easily get with if he wanted to be a gentleman and just court these women. He doesn't want to put the work in. That's why he's struggling, and he's attracted to a low pedigree woman who's also looking for Joey Badass.
He's attracted to high pedigree women.
He's
with
attracted
low
to
hustle.
He's attracted to attractive, low pedigree women. He's not going after who's high pedigree. He's not going after a studious woman. He's not going after a religious woman. He's not going after a woman who wants to get married and date for marriage. He's not going after that.
I beg to differ. I think that's why it doesn't last. The little Latino girl he had and whatever, yeah, his money went a little further and he could take her out and buy her some little $3 bead bracelets and put it on her wrist. But at the end of the day, she had braces. She was in the right way. Cute little Latina girl. Basically, she just seen potential with him because he's American. And for what doesn't fly over here in America flies over there because, as we said, the average salary over there is $10,000 in that country. So his money made him look like, okay, this is what an average male would make, even though he's just living off of YouTube. Yeah. But her standards were up to par. If we're just going by looks, that girl looks like the typical Latina girl who would be going to Texas Tech or something of that nature, or, you know, whatever, Georgia Tech in your state. And them girls ain't going for that. Without some potential, like I say, I think you can pull one with a barber, being a barber, but that's still not even going to be easy, even with you having the potential and just saying, this is my trade, this is what I want to do. Because most of them are looking for the guy who's going to be the dentist, the MBA, who already has the high-rise apartment.
This is a certain type of woman, but there's a lot of women, especially I can only speak from Atlanta, that really don't care about you, the finances. They just want a monogamous man. That's it. That's why I say on these podcasts, I could be throwing trucks, I could be Uber, I could be door dashing for a living, and I could get a woman who's like, I could get a boss babe, easy. It's just by being attractive, being good company, being monogamous.
Is it because you're attractive or because you're a college graduate who works in IT, which is still a rare profession, and you're making good money and you're driving a Tesla
I told
truck?
you.
Come on now.
Hold on. I told you. I was dating in 2021 and 2022, 2023, I think, driving a Nissan Leaf. It was a $15,000 car. It's ugly. A lot of people would think it's ugly.
I like the Nissan Leaf.
I love it too. I love it too. I'm saying
to drive.
Richard, that was like the Prius. That was an uppity car then.
But think about this, OB.
Nissan Leaf.
Think about this, OB.
Reliable.
I'm 5'9". I'm 5'9", so I'm not 6 feet. I don't have six packs. Never did. Some of these years, I got married. Let's be clear about this, OB. I got married and I was maybe making like $50,000 to my high school sweetheart, fresh out of college or whatever the fuck. So what I'm saying is
$50,000 in what year was this?
2008. That's some good money there.
What year?
2008.
What year?
2008.
2008. So in 2008, I think my first apartment was $560, and this was in the suburbs of Texas.
I was underpaid. Let's put that. Let's put it.
No, you were well paid.
I was a
23-year-old making $50,000 in 2008.
I'm just saying. I'm saying these companies. They
fresh out of college.
They skim off the budget.
That's balling.
I'm saying they skim off the budget. I was worth more. I'm going to say I was worth more. I'm still.
That's at least a BMW 3 Series.
So what I'm saying
easily.
So what I'm saying is, if any dude.
And that's why that girl mom said, get married at this age, because she was trying to save her daughter from what is in these streets. He's young.
No, I agree.
He's already got potential. It's going to keep coming probably because he finished school. He's making $50,000 a year. Now, hell yeah, they were saying, go get married. And the same thing for you. I'm pretty sure she was career oriented and had finished school. So your parents was looking at it the same way too. Well, keep my kid out of these streets, get him married before his knucklehead friends have him locked up. He got him a good little job coming out of college. That's a rarity though for most black men, brother.
Yeah, it is. But I'm saying like, maybe I'm an outlier, but I'm saying any man, there's a woman, might not be, there's a woman that if you just want to be, black men are not struggling to be in a long-term relationship. They're not struggling to get married in this country. They're struggling to get sex. Like BA says, dudes don't want to date. They just want to fuck. They're going on dates so they can fuck. That's why they're struggling. If they just,
well, everyone does that. Girls do that. They just want to make sure at the end of the day they ain't knocked up by some dude who can't afford it, or just giving it up. And they can't depend on this dude to pick them up if their car breaks down. Everybody's attracted and want to have a little fun with their whatever the significant other may be, whether it's your same sex or a different sex. I don't think that's everybody.
Can I jump in to some comments you guys both made about Austin Holloman?
Sure, go for it.
I've been following up with him with his Kenya journey. He's furnishing his apartment, all that stuff. And I just want to say this about Austin. And this is a topic I wanted to bring up, Chris, probably a month ago. And it's called pretty boy privilege.
Yeah.
So I'm still not a bad looking old man, but I know what that feels like. I know what it feels like to have a woman approach me or slip her phone number in my suit jacket pocket while I'm working on some computers in that office. I know what it's like to walk into an office in a call center and there's a lot of women around and I get a lot of focus. I understand what the concept of that is, but one of the significant differences that I see with Austin, because he certainly has the ability, he's attractive enough to draw a woman's attention, but he comes from a family of dysfunction and is still developing as an adult. Everybody talks about his age. We all know the brain doesn't finish developing until you're 25. Then you get to 30 and you start looking at life differently, and maybe he'll look at women and relationships differently by that time. But Austin is a very socially awkward person. Right. I've watched his evolution over the past 6 months, and I see tremendous change in him. But his whole experience of dating women, and mind you, like where I come from, barbers make good money, but I don't ever remember any women looking at barbers like, oh, he's a baller. You're a barber. You come home every day with, everybody's hair on you. You got to take a shower. That's not the best.
Oh,
job.
come on. I just want to push back. Let me just 1 second. I'll let you get it back. If his reputation was actually on it, if he owned 3 barbershops, he would be getting all the women, a lot of women.
Chris, I grew up with a homeboy of mine on the East Coast who had 4 hair salons. Did he have trouble dating? No.
Right.
But in terms of comparing him to, IBM used to have a headquarters in my hometown. If he was in a social setting as the owner of 4 hair salons, but there was a Chris who worked for IBM, I promise you, they'd be more drawn to you than they would to a barber.
Oh, come on, y'all.
This is what my wife said about the barbers.
Hold on. I got
to go ahead. Sorry.
Yes, I got to clarify because I don't want no smoke on this. But being a barber, it's kind of like a menial profession. It's not like the work Chris has put in, the work OB you have put in. You don't even have to graduate college to be a barber. You just go to barber school or hair salon school. And I remember, I'm black, mind you, I'm absolutely black. And I remember, when I looked at barbers, I'm like, oh, he getting his hustle on. But when I looked at myself and thought of myself and having a little bit of pretty boy privilege when I was young, I ain't that no more. But like, wow, I work into computers though. And so maybe that would get a girl to listen a little bit longer to whatever type of game I was spitting back then. So,
and my wife said that, and I'm helping your story, and I'm gonna give it right back.
That he was a barber doesn't put him at the top of the food chain, because if he breaks his hand or he has a leg injury, he's out of work for a period of time and maybe forever, God forbid. But I don't attribute Austin being a barber to being a high level earner, because that comes and goes.
But I'm saying,
but Austin is just completely socially awkward due to his upbringing, a broken home. And some of us have come from broken homes. Barack Obama came from a broken home. That's no excuse. The fact that he has the ability, has the looks at least to pull girls or to entertain women, but he has no charm. He doesn't know how to speak. He's developing, as I watch him now, creating longer sentences and able to speak in a paragraph without using ebonics. But he is the least of examples of what a black man is and the reason a black man is failing to date. There's a cat named he's not a doctor, Scott Calloway. I encourage you both to go look him up. He talks at length about the problems that young men are having socially through social networking, being able to walk up to a woman and say something complimenting, getting her attention, and being able to walk away if she doesn't give it to you.
Right.
Austin's like the worst example of a guy with no swag.
But just listen, Chris was saying he can pull women. Did you not see him when he went to our local Rich Mall, North Park Mall, and there was a girl out there and he was hurt because it's a black girl. She wearing his weave. And where North Park Mall is, it's maybe 2 miles away from where all the traps would be, which is considered North Dallas. So he thought he was just going to pull this girl with no problem, or he at least thought that she would at least hear what he got to say. And he was mad because she just basically kept walking. And he was like, well, that's how women is in Dallas. But he thought, because she got this red weave and she's, around my age and I'm swole, it's going to work. And it didn't work.
Right. But what I'm saying is,
I saw that video, OB.
What I'm trying to say is this, OB. If you gave me 2 hours and I could get a photo shoot for the first hour and get him some professional photos, I know he probably has them, and put together, I could write his bio for his dating profile and he would be getting hits. He just has to say, I'm looking for a long-term relationship.
Yeah, Chris, but you would have to play the role of Will Smith in the movie Hitch. You'd have to have him wired to a earpiece and tell him what to say.
No. But that's a whole nother thing. That's him being on the date. So I'm just saying, getting him hits, because these guys are saying I can't get a swipe. That's bullshit. You're not putting the effort in. You're on Bumble, taking a picture of yourself in a bathroom wearing slides. You're not looking suited and booted. You're not looking well groomed. And he's a barber, for Christ's sake. They're like the most well groomed people ever. So what I'm saying is, for him to say he can't get swipes is bullshit.
So what my wife said about a barber, she said when she thinks of a barber, she thinks of a weed smoking hustler, and she ain't lying. Most barbers, when you go up in there, someone in the barber shop sells weed to make ends meet, because the barber ain't enough.
Okay, but
like even me, my wife probably only gave me a shot because she had been knowing me since I was like in the 6th grade. So even though I had turned into this hustler, but to her, she just see the guy maybe who she had thought was a little cute, and she's been knowing him since 6th grade. Like, kind of like I always tell my friends, I say, if me and my wife left, I'll probably be the last broke guy she ever talks to. Just being honest, wife, like it was puppy love that got me in.
Your wife, beyond puppy love, and let's give it that, respect to the wifey, respect to your marriage. In fact, bro, that you praise your wife as much as you do and speak about her.
Right.
That she's been on a panel a time or two, says everything about you as a man. But your wife's a psychic.
What's up, money?
She saw something in you that you didn't see in yourself, and let you go through all those processes, and then came back to you. That woman is a saint and a prophet, because she saw in you what you couldn't even see in yourself at that age. And women are like that. They're very instinctive. They get these type of things. They're very empathic. They get these type of things. And God bless her soul for bringing you back to us, my brother, and getting you off some streets and all, and making you the wise sage, the wise man that you are today at such a young age. So your wife is a saint and a psychic.
I appreciate it. And with that being said, so Chris's argument was it's the guys who ain't out there positive, speaking truth. And I'm just saying, for whatever reason, this social media got men thinking everyone has to be rich. And it's not that it's not a lot of men guiding us in the wrong direction, but the same way, Richard, we're sitting up here listening to you and we appreciate it. And, you know, you're just trying to guide us through your experience and give us someone to talk to and spit a little game to us. Is other men out there like you. I know it because I met you, I met Chris. I've talked to a younger boy on here who does the just traveling thing, Global CZ, and he's the complete opposite. He went on Austin's show. He's traveled to more countries, and he's like 4 years younger than Austin. And he says the exact same thing. Like, man, he'll get on his little YouTube page and say, you know, most of these guys, they just, you're immature. Your thinking's immature. You know, you looking to run game on a woman, and it ain't no game to run on a woman. Like, women are on to that. Women are looking for authenticity. So my point is, like, I don't know what's causing it, but guys, black men just don't want to face reality.
Like what?
Social media screwed it all up for y'all, it seems to me. But
I'll say this, Richard. I guess I know social media gets a bad rap, but it's like, I think OB and maybe both of y'all touched on it. It was like the materialism. And I remember I felt like this, like back in like 2016, where I was like, I left and I went to Seattle to work for Amazon briefly, and that didn't work out. But I'm just saying, I was getting tired of, and my friend is tired of too. They're tired of everybody just like emulating each other. And I never did that, but I was like, I'm even sick and tired of all them emulating each other. Like when y'all talked about everybody's trying to have the Chrysler 300 and the Hellcat and all this other shit. I am not trying to do anything to impress anyone else. I'm doing it to satisfy myself. But there's some, like, to y'all point, there are some guys out here who are literally dressing and driving and, you know, living a certain lifestyle to appease other people and get women. I'm not doing that. But so
Chris, I'm sorry. I just wanted to say something, and then I see we have a new guest that joined us. Yeah. But one of the funny things, gentlemen, about growing older is by each year, the degree to which you stop giving a fuck. Like as you get older, you start losing some of that dead weight. You start jettisoning some of that self-consciousness to the point where you are who you are and you're solid with that. I just wanted to add that to your conversation. I see we have a new.
Yeah, Money Travels. Welcome to the panel.
That's Money Travels.
Yes, sir. What's going on? How y'all doing? How y'all doing tonight, man?
What's up, Money? Can I just call you Money?
You can call me. Yeah, you can call me Money. It's no problem, bro.
Hop up in here, Money.
I just wanted to add with the dating scene today. So my perspective is coming out of New York City, right? So let me give you a little bit of backstory about myself, and then maybe it'll make a little sense, maybe it won't, right? So I grew up single mother household. I never seen my dad. If my dad was to walk in the room right now, I wouldn't know who he is, right? My family comes from a Caribbean background. It comes from Jamaica. So I grew up in a city, Flatbush, Brooklyn. But I always had, growing up, my best friend was a female. I think that kind of helped me out dealing with females because she taught me a lot, and I always kind of dated her friends. So I was hip to different things early on than a lot of my friends was. Like my best friend, she told me what kind of colognes to buy, what looks good on me, things of that nature. So I never had a problem getting women. So I got in the game early. As far as the streets, I bought my mother her first car when I was 17 years old. Actually, my mother is suffering from Alzheimer's right now, and I bought her a house in Raleigh, North Carolina. But the thing of it is that it was a point in my life where I left the streets and I just started working. So when I first started working, I was working at a parking garage in New York City. And as I was working at this parking garage, it was in a federal building. So a lot of females that was working in the federal building and worked for the government, I was bagging them with no problem. And you had guys coming in there with suits and driving nice cars and stuff like that. And I'm just sitting here parking their car and they giving me tips, but I'm getting their number, taking them out on dates. So I've said all that to say that I think it's a lot of young brothers. So let me explain my age. I'm 49 years old. Now, so I think when I was growing up, I seen my uncles and them, as I said before, dress a certain way, smell a certain way, address women a certain way. And I think a lot of young brothers now dealing with social media, they lost all that. So I work in a hospital now. I work in the OR department. And a lady, a sister, just she was a CNRA, and she just told me the other day, she was like, damn, she walked by me, she was like, damn, you smell good. And my senses went up. And I said to myself, like, and I don't see brothers when I go buy cologne, I don't see a lot of brothers buying cologne. Like it's a whole thing. And I think a lot of brothers lost touch with that. I'm married now, though. I'm married now. I've been married for a while now. I got a wife, I got a family and all that, right? I still travel, but
Congratulations, man.
thank you. I appreciate it. A lot of times I
Yeah.
travel with I travel with my family. I travel with, you got your homeboys that you grew up with. We might go here and go there, but most of the time I travel with my family. But I think a lot of men just lost insight on it's not that simple, it's not that easy. Look good, smell good, feel good, take care of yourself, and a woman to notice. It might not be that top tier women that you're looking at, but somebody gonna notice you,
That's what I'm
right?
trying to say.
And a lot of times from my experience, the most beautiful, not all the beautiful women, because my wife is beautiful as well, but a lot of beautiful women I had the most problems with, man. The ones that's kind of settled and maybe went to a HBCU, or they pretty, but they not, top tier what we try to say. The ones that settled in their career, maybe was in a fraternity, those are the ones to grab if you
That's what
can
I'm trying
grab
to
them.
say.
You know what I mean? Those are the ones to grab. When we try to go and grab these beautiful women, man. Listen, I'm from New York, and I never seen maybe out of 100, maybe 5, uh, a brother with a Dominican or Cuban or Colombian women that lasts a long relationship. So that says a lot, right? So I'm just saying, I think we brothers in general that's younger or just settle, man. Just get what look for the woman who loves you more than you love her, right? Look for a woman that if you dating her and she said, hey, you know what? Me and my girls was out today. I grab you some socks, some boxers, and t-shirts, something simple. You know what I mean? I think a lot of brothers got into looks, social media, rap, all this stuff just kind of messed up the game, man. And yeah, that's my spiel, man.
I love that spiel. That was awesome. Like, I think there's a lot of things to be said about, like, and ultimately money travels. We were talking about at what caused this lack of marriage mindedness in the Black community amongst men. I want you to, like, speak on that.
Is that just amongst Black men, or you say men?
Richard, any category, we're hit the hardest. Unemployment, pandemic, wages, blah blah blah, like crime. We're hit the hardest. So marriage, we're the least married, and we've always been like 3 out of 4, 4 out of 4.
I would encourage you once again to look up Scott Calloway.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll post something in the chat. Okay, go watch him. It ain't just us.
No.
I
That's
think
what I was gonna say.
one of the problems is we get real focused on us.
All men are struggling, Richard. I agree with you on that. But where white men are going to struggle, they're going to struggle going down from 52 to like 40, 42. Black men are 36. We're going to probably go down to 30 or 29 or some shit. So I'm saying their struggle is not the same. They're still getting married more than us. Those incels, sure, it's a problem, but Black men, we're being hit with this incel movement, but we've always been not very marriage minded. Now that's starting to hit other races because women are starting to take charge of their careers and they're more independent and stuff. There's a lot of different reasons, but like not just that for the Black community. That's hidden earnest too. But I think there's always been this kind of like promiscuous mentality within Black men. That's my
okay. Can I say this?
Yeah.
Okay, listen. So I was fortunate enough to grow up with some player uncles, right? And I think a lot of men, especially Black men, right, like let's say for example, we look at let's look at the demographics of where we live. So, in the black community, it's a lot of clubs, right? It's a lot of clubs, a lot of bars. In the white community, it's a lot of bars too, but not so many clubs. And the scenes are different, right?
Mhm.
So I think with their scene, they have bars, they go out and drink, they go out and talk, they might meet people because I've been to a couple of them. I still visit some to this day. And the setup is different. Now with us, we go party, loud music, the ladies coming in there dressing, it's just a totally different thing. Like for me, how I met my wife, I seen her. She had just came to the country. This country, she's Panamanian and Jamaican. I met her. She was working in a store. I like what I saw. I spoke to her a couple of times. Then I sent her some flowers. From the time I sent her some flowers, we went on a date. From the time we went on a date, I stayed 3 dates. She didn't go back to the store no more. I sent her to school. She became a nurse. Now she's a nurse practitioner. We've been together over 20 plus years. Um,
Congrats.
but the thing about
Congrats.
it is romance, bro. Like we
Right.
got a lot of brothers lost the romance thing. Like and listen, look,
Say that, money. Say that.
like you remember, you don't even hear like on the radio. You don't hear Freddie Jackson no more. You don't hear Luther Vandross no more. Anita
No Anita
Baker.
Baker.
Like, like these, like they got rid of all the R&B and everything is rap, hip hop, and then the older guys try to still keep their young youth, so they got with the younger guys, and now everybody's feeding into the that stuff, the social media stuff. And social media really mess it up because as soon as you turn on their Instagram, you got a big butt in front of you, right? And then now it's to the point where they putting stuff out there. So you can say, listen, check this out. I could go to DR, man. I ain't got to get no relationship. The girls look good. I could pay a cheap price. I could have this beautiful woman. So it's just a lot. But we got to look at the machine who's pushing that, right?
Right.
Because it's kind of messing up the black household, the black family.
Exactly.
You understand what I'm saying? So we gotta push. Listen, man, listen, check this out. I've been to Dominican Republic before, but I went with a couple of my buddies and we didn't go to Sosua. We went to Punta Cana. We had a great time. We came home. While we was there, we did meet a group of nurses, and they were sisters from out of Washington, DC. Nobody hooked up. We made sure they were safe. They went their way, we went our way, and that was it. But you we got to get back to, we got to have that respect, man. I remember in the 80s and the 90s, man, you had a lot of brothers. And it's in the 70s, I still was a little bit young, but you had a lot of brothers who had respect for themselves, so they
Right.
carry themselves a certain way. Now the young brothers ain't really got nobody to look up to no more.
Right.
So we got to put out a narrative where, listen, man, it's okay. You ain't no simp if you date a girl, take out, give her flowers. It's all about choosing the right person, being in the right places, and picking the right people in order to, go out court date or whatever the situation is. Even with gathering, right? Now these days, you got so many shootings and everything going. And listen, not to bring up this, but I just want to get this out the way real quick. That's why certain people didn't get to where they wanted to get in office. That's all I'm gonna say. Because if you go to the places in the neighborhoods where mostly are Democrat, and I'm gonna just say that, look, we don't have programs for the kids no more. The boys club want $300 a month for a single parent person. How they gonna get that? When I was going to the boys club, it was $5. Now they want $300 a month. So it's just really kids raising kids, social media raising kids, and they don't know no better. They don't know how to even, like the brother said, I heard earlier. He said, what's the word he used? Socially awkward. They don't know how to socialize because everybody's in the house, everybody's on the game. When you go through a neighborhood Christmas time, you only see kids riding bikes no more. So we really in trouble, man. And it got to be fixed, man.
Well, I think
I agree.
no matter how you're raised, the culture of men, and also I'm not just trying to bang on black men. Pause. I'm just saying, like, the culture of men, specifically black culture is not encouraging or supporting men to be in monogamous marriage relationships or get married. They're discouraging it. They're telling you to sow your wild oats, to be promiscuous, and we've got to change that. So it's like you said, Money Travels. It's like we don't have, regardless of whether you had a father or not, like we don't have those people in the community at older ages and older ages that are encourage us and help us understand and reinforce like romance, chivalry, courting a woman, things like that. Like no one's really doing that. And if you do, you're getting called a simp.
Or we do, but we don't listen to the ones who say it. We listen to the wrong people.
I try to do in this podcast, and Fearless and Ronan, who are almost twice my age, probably damn near, they're gonna say, no, you shouldn't be doing that. You should be trying to fuck on the third date.
Right. But you hear it's 4 men on this panel right now just saying, hey, that's not the route to go. So you can't say you're not hearing it anywhere else.
Oh, no. See, like, I think for me, like I said, I was also raised with those. I got to see, and I think it came from seeing my dad and my mom and how they operated. And so when I see people out here kind of like looking for all these influencers to latch onto and emulate, I'm like, no, I've already seen like what I need to I've already seen the goal I'm trying to reach. I'm not trying to be the as fun as it might be to like date and have options and stuff like that. Like it comes with a cost, a lot of different costs. And one that I try to carry, Money Travels and OB, is reputation. I don't want any women out here to be like, yo, he dogged me out. Yo, he's trash. He's garbage. No, I'll make mistakes in dating, but I don't want to have a reputation that people could go and say, hey, have you heard of, I was about to say my whole damn government, but
I can respect that.
But I was like, if someone go out there and say, like, yo, I have, do you know Maroon Tiger from Morehouse? And they'd be like, yeah. Hold up, someone's in the comments. Don't threaten me with a good time if that's the reputation I'm getting amongst the women. But I'm just saying, my reputation matters. Like I want my reputation to matter. I want my bloodline to matter. That's what I care about.
Thanks for putting these comments up, Chris, because I'm not near a laptop, so I can't read the comment section. So when you post it, I get to see what people are saying. So I appreciate it. But I think to answer True Poetic, I think it's kind of like, she said, what happened to me in talking naturally? And I think it happened, but I think it was even rare then when it happened. Like you said, just especially in our day, just because of the music. It was more about being cool and a player. And then after you be a player, and then if you become a famous rapper or athlete, then it's okay to settle down. That's kind of like the Black culture. We don't really take pride in just being normal, everyday civilians like that. I don't think too many Black boys are being brought up to just be, you can have a good life as just being an everyday guy, working a regular 9 to 5 and just enjoying life. So I think when that comes back, then I think that's when the natural conversations will start to happen. And I agree with everything you're saying, Chris, but I'm just saying, don't get caught up on 1 or 2 guys that you see here on the social media and just say it's all the older guys. Because for as many guys as is saying do the wrong thing, is that many more out here saying do the right thing. Or maybe it's 7 guys saying do the wrong thing, but it's at least 3 guys saying do the right thing. And I think that was even true when I was growing up. I heard it. I just maybe didn't fully understand it at the time. Wasn't old enough to kind of grasp some of the concepts that they were saying, but I couldn't say I didn't hear it, as far as making bad decisions. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I get it, but I think that the problem is those good examples, they're tucked away safe and happy with their families versus you got the Ronan and Fierces out here on fucking podcast equipment, broadcasting to people on the internet, confusing them. And
what about like the Charlemagne's Black Privilege, where he talks about, racism exists, but through struggles you can learn more. He's on the mainstream. What about the TD Jakes? When you see an older man, 60 years old, and for his age, wife looking good, making money. So I mean, I can't really say that we don't have those examples, like, you know what I mean, in our community.
I'm saying the one who has the ears. I know Charlemagne. I used to listen to his podcast and I used to listen to Breakfast Club a little bit too. but it's like,
What about the DL Uglies? I heard him today. What
I
about him,
mean,
who's been married for
none of the young,
25, 30 years,
no,
wrote books? I
yeah,
got him on my bookshelf.
but none of the young, yeah, see, FLA, I
What
agree.
about the
Um,
what about the LeBron James? What about the D Wade? Even though he kind of did Gabby wrong at the beginning, but now
right.
they're still together. He's doing great by his family. He's got a kid, you know what I mean, who isn't into women, and he's dealt with it wonderfully. Didn't let the hype get to him and make him feel like he should treat his son any differently. So that's why I'm saying we can't say those role models aren't out
Yeah,
there.
I'm not saying they don't
Well,
exist, but are they? Are they? Can you really talk to D Wade and get mentored by D Wade? No, I think we
right,
Coming,
right.
okay.
That's listen. Let me say this. Look, so right, it got to be somebody who it can't be somebody that's famous like that, right? It has to be somebody who can still I'm gonna tell you a better scenario. Somebody like, even though he's not married, but somebody like Ivan Iverson, right? Because Ivan
Okay.
Iverson, he'll go to the neighborhood. He still will go to the neighborhood. See, it got to be
Gotcha.
somebody who don't forget where they come from and still go back. Because if you fall away and I can't touch you, and you're not coming on TV anyway saying anything, that's your lifestyle. But I got to go home to this every night.
Okay.
So it
So
got to
so
be
for
somebody
me,
reachable.
So for me, it was the uncle. My best friend was African, so that's where I picked up my educational side from. I could tell his parents, "Hey, I'm thinking about starting this franchise." I franchised off a cleaning company when I was like 24 or whatever. And they were like, "That's cool, but what about education?" Like even growing up, and I was best friends with this guy all the way from like sixth grade. So his father was always, "Hey, you boys come home with your books. If y'all have any trouble, I'll study with you." The friend whose actual dad it was always like, "I ain't trying to hear this shit." He never wanted to do it. Me, I didn't have that dad in the house. I had a stepdad around, but he wasn't involved in my life like that. It was just basically come in the house, say what's up, go to the room and mind his own business type of situation. Um, so I appreciate it. So that's where found my love of education. And then that same friend, I guess, because he was blessed with stuff, started to take me to the richer neighborhoods, to the more well-off people. And then I could see how success, how it was kind of built. And I could go to the SMU area and I could see the correlation between, oh, okay, when the summer hits, all the Ferraris and stuff come out in what we call Uptown. And right across the street, there's a Borders bookstore, and all the Mercedes are in the parking garage. And when I go in there, it's all these SMU kids, and they're all sitting around their laptops and studying. So I was like, this is what I want. And that's when I would see, the moms coming there, the soccer moms in the brand new Escalades, the stretch Escalades with the 26s on it. And I would notice, like, wow, all these moms up in here, they kids got a tutor. But something that I'm noticing is different than in this neighborhood than in my neighborhood. These moms are like 44, but the kids are only 3. So I could see, like, then that's when it started to hit home, where I could see what my parents are trying to tell me. Wait for kids and don't be in a rush to grow up. And, the books pay off. I could actually see it. Then it became tangible for me. As far as just someone being around, I had one uncle who was like, most of my uncles were going the wrong way, going to prison, that type of stuff. But I had one uncle through a marriage of my aunt, and I studied stock market investing in school. He was an engineer, but back in the day, you didn't have to have a full bachelor's degree to do it. He did it with an associate's degree. But he would always say, y'all boys are smart. And if I had the time to do it, shit, I could do stock market. I just don't have time to do it because I'm raising kids. Like those type of things. When we got in the car, he was the only one who didn't play rap music. It's kids in the car. So it was sports radio or some soft type rap. You know what I mean? Some Snoop Dogg Furs album, something like that. And it's probably the parental advised. So then that taught me when my lady got in the car, like to this day, I don't listen to rap music anymore, but when I used to, when my lady would get in the car, I would turn it off because to me, it was just like, that's disrespectful for you to hop up in the car and I'm listening. But I picked that type of stuff up from my uncle. So I'm just saying, I think we all had those type of people in our life, whether it's a friend's dad or, you go over someone's house and you see this person. I think we all have it. It's just a matter of listening to it when we see it.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm at this.
let me you said something. So since you said something, let me share this with you. So in 1996, I got arrested. I had a van. You remember the Nissan Quest vans?
Okay.
I had a
Uh-huh.
Nissan Quest. I had a Nissan Quest van. I got caught in Virginia with 750,000 cash.
Okay.
Right. I did some time. I came out that situation. Now when I came out that situation at the end of the day, for the most part, my lady stuck by me, everything, right? I came back, I went to school while I was in there, finished, got my high school diploma, came out, got a couple of degrees, this, that, and the third. So now, right, I stay in a 4,000 square foot home. I work in the medical field. I just camped up, as you can see. I just came home. Today, I just closed on another house.
Wow.
You can see that right there. It's going to be a rental property. And so at the end of the day, I say all that to say this. And listen, this is my neighborhood here. I'm sitting in my garage now. All my houses for 3,500 to 4,000 square feet in a community. I'm in a Mercedes now, driving a Mercedes. I also have an Aston Martin car as well. And I did this from being incarcerated. So a lot of times I just like to share with brothers at the end of the day, for the most part, it's all about what you put into things, right? I think a lot of times they push our youth with certain scenarios with BET, all these type of things. I gotta be a rapper, or I gotta be basketball, or I gotta be this. No, listen, man.
Exactly.
Right now, if I lose everything right now, I get a job at Walmart, I get a job at Home Depot, work 2 jobs and get it right back. So I think I think with men, especially us, and then especially these kids, we got to put the work in, everything else gonna come. It's not gonna come fast. It's not gonna come when you want it to come, but it's gonna come when you put the work in. It's definitely gonna come, right? And then if you focus on putting the work in and focus on making yourself better, focus on yourself, getting yourself together, right? Making sure your credit's straight, making sure everything is how it's supposed to be, your campaign is gonna come as well.
Right.
So a lot of times we chase the wrong thing. If we focus on ourselves, everything else is gonna fall in place. You don't gotta rush nothing. You don't got to chase anything. Just work on yourself, focus on yourself. Everything else is gonna come to you. You don't gotta go across seas looking for nothing. You don't gotta do none of. Only thing you gotta do is work on yourself. Make sure you stay in good company. Make sure at the end of the day, like you said earlier, you don't gotta go get a Hellcat or none of these things to impress people, right? You can get a nice little Honda Accord, have a job, doing Uber on the side, right? And by you doing that and stacking your money and doing what you want to do, the right person for you is gonna come along. See what I'm saying?
I agree 100% there. I agree with that 100%. Hey, Chris, you want to answer the question at the bottom? True Poetic
Yeah, I
posted.
do want to. I want y'all to answer it. Let's all answer it. Let's see. Why men can't tackle each other, get tough on degeneracy, call men out, take a stand with young men. I agree with this. I've been trying to say this on some of these podcasts. I'm urging the younger men, do not listen to older men. Take it with a grain of salt, because some of these older men, I'd say listen to men and women. If you're only listening to men's opinion, I think it's a little toxic, because you're probably going to get the same old. The way the younger men are not listening to women, and you can easily see why you're struggling with women. I think, going back to her points directly, like we've got to hold each other accountable. The reason why we're here today is a mixture of older, younger, and adolescent men lowering the standards and getting comfortable with those standards getting lowered. And now we have it now. If you are a high effort man, you're a simp. So like people like me, I'm in no threat to women elevating their standards. Because I'm a high effort guy, but the guys who want to call out men for courting women, treating women with respect, they're struggling because as women raise those standards, they're going to be struggling. But like I said, to go back to keep it internal, we have got to do the inverse of what's doing now. We've got to maybe mentor young men. We've got to change the culture where we can bring courting and romance, like Money Travels is saying, back, and treating women with respect, not pressuring them like some geriatric YouTubers to get women in bed in 3 dates. There needs to be some respect given to the woman. Stop trying at every corner to try to make it look like it's a woman's responsibility for things happening negatively in society, where we have men. One of the biggest problems is men will look at single parent homes and say the woman chose wrong, not that the guy bailed. Men are not taking the accountability that they should be taking, and we've got to talk to each other. And like I said, it might start with just encouraging each other to be in monogamous relationships, showing each other, looking to positive figures, not the bad men, and not to try to say let's try to be like them. Let's find good men, and let's learn from them.
I agree.
It starts hold your friends accountable. It can start just even with that.
I agree 100%.
If any of your friends are punching down on black women, you got to punch down on those friends.
I think the main thing is love yourself, be honest with yourself. A lot of people don't love themselves. They're not being honest with themselves. You can tell that kind of by their actions. I had to learn that. I've said it before on here. People I would get mad at felt like, I wanted them to move this way or do that way. And then I look back at it now and I'm like, why would I have expected that person to do that for me when they're not doing it for themselves? You know what I mean? Why would I expect this person to call me just to say, hey, how's everything going? How's the new job or how is school or whatever the situation may be, when they're just out partying every day. So they're not even asking themselves, you know what I'm saying? Am I feeling good? Am I doing what I can do to succeed at work? Those type of things. And then when you start to love yourself, then I think you can start to love others properly. And that's when the things, kind of like Money said, you kind of quit living the facade, and then you start to appreciate things more. And that's when you can let some of these material things go. Not saying that maybe some people are going to get it instantly, but for the majority, we're not going to get it instantly like that. And I think that's when you start to find solace and peace and just saying, hey, this car gets me to A to B. This woman will see my potential for what it is because I'm doing the right thing and I'm not chasing something short term. I'm chasing something long term. For me, as far as kind of like I said before on here again, giving it away. I'm a supervisor every day at work. I work in logistics. So, I mean, I'm consistently around young men who are doing forklift operators, those type of things. Most of these companies have programs where, they pay for school, or if you want to become a truck driver, they pay for that for free for the company, those type of things. Admin positions, those things come and go. So I just try to make sure I'm looking out for our people. You know what I mean? Not just saying I'm giving away something in a position of power, but if they really have that drive, they're doing the right thing. Just basically give them that helping hand that I feel like a lot of times we don't have black people in a position of power to give when I was in that situation. So that's kind of how I give it back. So I feel like I do hold people accountable. You can't push it on people, but if someone seems like they want it, I'm always willing to give it, and not just give it to help someone, but I think it's therapeutic for ourselves. And then sometimes just through talking to them, I learn something that I need to do. You know what I mean? Or I'm saying, well, maybe this is a good bookstore and I used to go there and it helped me a lot. Then through saying that, I say, damn, I ain't been to the bookstore in like 2 months. I need to sit my butt down and go read, or someone having a bad day at work and I tell them, well, sometimes you got to fake it till you make it. You know what I mean? Or use working as a way to get that off your mind. I've been in situations where it's bad at home and work is the only peace and solace you get. You know what I mean? So just basically just talking to real people every day in my life. That's kind of how I give back and hold people accountable. But yeah, I think it is a lot of people out here who are doing that. It's just a matter of, I don't know, people got to be ready to obtain it, prey on it.
Let me say this while I get up out of here. The host, what's your name, brother?
My name's Chris.
All right, Chris. Can I give you some can I give you some advice?
Yeah.
And let me ask you a question. Is this podcast right here, is it tied into Zed or no?
Is that
Zed, okay, listen, here's what you gotta do. You gotta get your own channel. I'm gonna tell you why.
True Poetic and everyone else says the same thing?
Yeah,
And I will.
I'm gonna tell you why. And this is the reason why. Because what you spilling is different from what Zed put out, right?
That's right.
So here's what I'm gonna give this to you. I'm gonna give this gift to you.
Yeah.
Any of the brothers that's on the panel, any of us, we can start by putting together a book. And you're gonna put together like maybe it's gonna be like 5 or 6 books. But in the first book, you talk about what a young boy needs to start by growing up, what he should be doing, like when he from the age of 16 in high school or whatever. Just giving him a guide. It's like a young brother's guide. You start the podcast, and then once you start the podcast and you build followers, you're gonna see the difference in how many people follow you and how many people listen. See, the people ain't gonna listen because at the end of the day, Zed channel when she comes on, it's a little bit different from what we're talking right now. The whole conversation is a lot different. The same way with the presidency, right? With our sister Harris, right? Now, I feel that one of the harder reasons why she didn't win because who she was tied to. She was tied to Biden. Biden administration didn't do what they supposed to do. If she would have came up by herself and came in a race, I think she would have won, hands down. But I said all that to say this. How you speak, I like how you speak. I think you got some education behind you. I definitely can tell that. And I think if you put a podcast together, brothers will come. Slowly but surely, brothers will come because people nowadays, that's all they do is watch YouTube and they want entertainment. You have some brothers who want good things and some brothers who want bad things. You have brothers who have sons going through something. They want something to reach out to and something to listen to and these type of conversations to talk about. So I think you would do very well with building a channel, building a podcast, and giving out these spills and have different guests come up and talk about their circumstances on how they came up in life and things like that. I think you do very well, bro.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Likewise. Happy to see True Poetic Name still on here hanging out, Chris.
Yeah, y'all been
Okay.
supporting the channel. Listen, I appreciate that, Money Travels. Eventually I definitely am gonna stand up my own channel. Like I listen, even the results of this election, I was like, man, maybe I need to like give some of this time back, invest it back into me, invest it back to career, maybe invest into networking slash mentoring or whatever. But I'm definitely gonna. I just gotta really think about like how much am I gonna continue to invest. But I appreciate Zed. It's because of Zed that I'm even here, and getting this opportunity and the experience. But I do have to stand up my own and figure out what time frame do I want to do that. But yeah, you're 100% right, and that's the kind of
I
content
think y'all are both right. I don't think money's wrong, and I don't think you're wrong. I think there are a lot of channels that have different avenues. You know what I mean? They might have a lifetime avenue on that same page. They may have a politics segment. They may have a sports segment. So I don't think it's wrong to be on here and sharing it like that. You know what I mean? Just something different. And I also don't think it's wrong to kind of get your own page. So I mean, don't think. Basically, what I'm saying is don't think too much on it, or don't. You know what I mean? Like. It'll happen when it happens, when the time right. That's just my opinion.
Yeah.
But I
Right,
get what Money's saying. Like,
and the
go
only
to
reason
truth.
and the only reason I said it is because listen, the passport bros, whoever traveling, whatever,
Yeah.
they gonna do what they gonna do. There's no stopping that.
Facts.
So a lot of times, we could put our energy in other things as far as what's really gonna affect those other brothers from going to that space, right? So just always put yourself in the shoes like this. What will my young self do? What will I tell my young self? That's what I always think. What would I tell my young self? And I got a 14-year-old son that I'm raising now. So that's how I always think. What would I tell my young self? And I just do that. And so we won't make the same mistakes. It's a brother I follow. He's on Instagram, and I think he's an African brother. And the only thing he does, he don't really speak. He just shows him coming from work, going to his bachelor pad. He shows he got cleaners come every week to clean his house. He shows him praying. He shows how he get it, put on a tie suit every day and go to work. So that's all he does. That's all he does. And he has a immaculate penthouse. So it's just, excuse me, it's just inspiration for brothers. You know what I'm saying? And we trying to get them in the space where, listen, look, you young, you got the world at your fingertips. You can go to school and be whatever you want to be. I'll work around this young Haitian doctor, man. And the guy's so smart. He also mentored my son a little bit. And I'm just happy to see young brothers going in a direction where they definitely can and these young brothers, man, I be seeing, man, they giving back. Like you have CNRAs, you have the surge techs, they buy them lunch, they do everything, and these brothers are young, black, and they doing their thing. That's how I like to see it, man. And that's what we want. And we want to create a space for brothers who want to hear these type of stories and be a part of these type of conversations. The brother with the green grass, what's your name?
OB.
OB. Brothers like OB come out, share his story, give his spill, you know what I mean? And kind of encourage brothers who got kids or still young or whatever the case may be. You can invite people up, you know what I mean, and just get something going. And that's how we give our thing back, because you know we have to give back. So that's the way we give our back, by just creating something, man, that everybody can enjoy, share, and get something from. You know what I mean?
I like that. I like
I
that.
appreciate that, my Charles.
Well, hey, y'all, I'm not gonna sit up on here too long. Hey, isn't True Poetic in London?
I think yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I've been listening to them talking about, like, I think it's called Windrush, just like the whole black people going over to London. Like, I think it happened in like the 60s, where basically like they said, hey, all Caribbean islands, you're welcome, come here, help us build this country up. Very interesting. But yeah, I'd like to hear her opinion on that one day if she wants to talk about it. But I believe it's called Windrush. I hope I'm not botching it. But it's basically like their civil rights movement, but just mass migration of blacks going to London.
I had something to show you, OB. Let me share my screen. And Money Travels, you could comment too. I hate to do this to married men, but I just love proving a point. Let's see. So we were talking about earlier about overweight, women being overweight. This is overweight, but every black man would want this. Let's just be clear about that.
I don't know if she's overweight, Chris. Them legs are small, and them arms are small, boss man. I don't know if that lady weighs more than 145 pounds, to be honest.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. I was just saying by
But
BMI.
I don't think it's bad. I think most of us aren't perfect. I was just simply just saying, hey, kind of like you were saying, it's competitive out of here. So when I heard that statistic, the point that I was just kind of trying to make, maybe kind of like I said, I like to use statistics for the better. So just so people don't think, am I tripping? Am I wrong? Is something wrong with me? But it's just like, hey, man, maybe you need to open your dating pool. You know what I mean? Don't be so kind of like y'all were saying, looking for the Instagram girl. You know what I mean? And that may help. And then you won't be feeling like you're getting left behind, or you need to run out these countries and chase women or whatever it may be. That was the only point that I was using with that statistic.
Yeah.
Like I said, it was news to me. I never knew that.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, 65%. And I started adding up the math, kind of like I said, like, dang, 65% of women overweight. Most men don't really, they might talk to a woman who's overweight, but on the initial out here looking for a woman, that's not the first thing that you're looking for, thinking that. But now that I know that statistic, like, you kind of might need to keep that in the back of your head. You know what I mean? When you out there, if you are searching for a woman.
I just think black men.
Reality, but I don't think anything's wrong with it. Shit, most of our pockets ain't right. How you gonna look for a woman with the perfect body, but you ain't got the perfect pockets?
So that's what I'm trying to, and that's what I'm saying. I want black men to keep the same energy, because that I know black men love them some thick women. I know black men loves them some curvy women. Now they want to switch up and try to be BMI scientific, play it by the book. Okay, if that's fine, then I don't want y'all, praising BBWs if that's the case, because that BBWs became popular because of black men, not white men. So I get it. They want to take a shift, but what I'm saying is that the video I want to show, it talks about what you were saying. It's like they want to make all these demands almost like it's a ransom, saying we're tired of women, black women being overweight and obese. Well, then if black men are being asked to raise their salaries, they're like, no. Why should we have to do that? That's not fair. But they're asking for things overnight. But they don't. When things are asked overnight from them, they don't want to do it. Because like if we look at the stats, let me see. Average stats. Let's see. Average salary by race, and age.
I think it's like 35,000 for black men. Maybe 40 now. I'm gonna say 40.
Hey, here we go. I'm about to share this.
And that's all people. I don't even think it's blacks.
I'm about to share this. We'll see if we can. Here we go. Hopefully we can see it. Let me see if I can.
Maybe 50 later on in life.
Let me see if I can zoom in. What? Okay. Pound plus. There we go. Let me know if y'all can see this and it's clear. Let me go one more. Maybe that might be too much. Hold up. There we go. So, black men who are black, 50 years old, 47 compared to 70, 51 compared to 70, 41 compared to 60, and at the age of 20, 25 compared to 33.
Hold on. So what was it? Because you gave me a lot. Because you said like the 70.
Oh, yeah,
then
so
you said.
so
is it divided by age?
Oh yeah, this is by age. So like up here,
Okay.
the Reds are 50 to 59, basically the 50s. 50-year-old black men, they average 47,000, just a little bit more than Hispanic. But
And what's Asians? I'm sure they're the top over there. So what are they like at the older age?
78.5.
Exactly. And that goes in, and see, that's what I was talking about earlier when I said, everybody, like Austin, he felt like, brother, you really didn't need to even say you own 3 barbers. Just being a barber at 21, like in this city, is really not a lot of young barbers anyways. Most of them kind of start at 26, 27, you know what I mean? After they kind of maybe work the warehouse or something like that. And they say, hey, I'm tired of doing this. Let me try working for myself, pick up a trade and something that I can expand. Like there was no reason to even lie upon it. But the world's got us all in this frenzy of thinking we're all got to make 6 figures, and everyone lies and says, I make, 150,000. And when you look at the stats, it's like, it's really no reason for it. You just putting unnecessary pressure on yourself. But kind of like I said, I know what it stems from. It's the social media.
A lot of people are uncomfortable being transparent. Can y'all see this chart?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, cool. I didn't know if I was struggle streaming or not, but
yeah, it's lower than I thought. I thought Asians honestly would be a little bit higher than that at that age in the 50s. Yeah, I'm shocked at 78 because that's the highest it is, right? That's the highest average.
Yeah.
But you really can. But listen, here's the thing: if you want to make 150,000, you can. But here's what you got to stop doing: you got to stop faking it. You instead of put the time you faking it, the time you really could be making it, right?
I agree.
It's a lot of stuff you could be doing. Right at the end of the day, I can tell you, man. Listen, and then it all depends on, I guess, too, like where you live. I'm from a city, so at the end of the day, like New York, like I know a doorman who's making great money. And he's a doorman. That's all he do is open the door for people every day.
Mm-hmm.
So it all depends on where you at. In New York, sanitation start off with 90K.
Yeah, y'all make more because y'all cost of living a lot higher.
Right, but
still, that's a really good salary though.
But yeah, you start off in the back of the truck making 90K on the back of a truck. That's what you start off with, and then if you smart, what you can do is, and then listen, it ain't even. And they say it's higher now, but it ain't even that higher. It's not even that higher no more. If I got a cousin who lives in Charlotte right now, and he's paying the same damn thing as my man paying in New York right now.
Yeah.
So he lives in Charlotte, North Carolina.
So I'm not saying you can't make it, but I think people just got to be realistic and say if there's only 1% of people are making it, it's almost like you kind of got to look at that like going to play D1 basketball. Like very few people, I think it's only like 35% of people even play collegiate sports out of all the people who try. And then it's probably only 10% who plays for the Division I university when it comes to collegiate sports. So it's not saying don't try. That's not what I'm saying. And I'm not saying that's what you're saying I'm saying either. I'm just saying, kind of like you said, you got to have a realistic perspective on it. If you going out here and want to make 150,000, well, the first step is to know how hard it is and rare, and you need to know that so you'll work a lot harder than what you see the average person working, because you know this is something that most people, and it's unobtainable. So there's no way I'm going to be able to go 10% harder than most and come out with this outcome that I want that only 1% of people acquire. That's all I'm saying. So I just feel like, kind of like you said, I'm just saying the same thing you saying it, but reword it. You got to be real with yourself to actually get it. You can get it, but you got to start being real with yourself first.
Right. And then
Yeah.
at the same time, again, if you, like I said, work on yourself, chase that money, right? At the end of the day, you don't have, listen, let me tell you something. You don't have no, if I wanted, I'm gonna tell you this right now. If I wasn't married, it's no problem for me to get a nice looking woman. They got a good job, right? But the problem is this. A lot of these men these days don't got their own place to stay. Right? That's the number one problem. You got to have your own spot. Listen, how you gonna
Game changer.
how you gonna chase a woman and you ain't got nowhere to invite her back to? Either she gonna take one or two things. You ain't got your stuff together, or you living with a chick. I can't
I
come back
agree.
to your place.
Go ahead. I was just going
Go
to say,
ahead.
I agree with that sentiment, but I think that's kind of something that has to change. And maybe we could have a further discussion on that one on the next one. I'll sit on here a little bit longer, but I'll let y'all call it. But I feel like it's like that's the black mentality. We see the average. You're supposed to go to college at 18, you graduate at 23, you're working, but it's like, yeah, but how do you expect to obtain that if most of our parents don't make that type of money to even put us in school at 18? Not saying it's not possible, but don't be so hard on yourself. And then, when I got older, I remember like the 24, 25, when people realized life is real. I remember freeing starting to say, that's when I had Facebook and all that stuff. Like, damn, I wish a lot of black parents would understand that, we don't need to grow up so fast and we could get ahead if we could come back home and save some. And some of
Right.
us had the opportunity and blew it because we didn't want to listen to what our parents. And some of us just never got the opportunity because our parents was under that mind frame. I raised you till you was 18. You can stay here for 4 to 5 months, 6 months, figure out military, you're going to go to school and be on your own. But I don't think that's reality. Most successful people that I've met in college who are the dentists and those type of things, they don't even leave home till they 26, 27 years old. And like for me, my experience is different. Like you said, you could go out, but I don't think for me, and I'm not a bad looking guy, that I could just go out and get this woman with ease if I wasn't in school or those type of things. But I think if you're in the right direction to earn that trade or something like that, once again, that potential, and you're realistic with yourself, then yeah, I feel like, you can get that woman. And that's not saying you lying, because I do believe some people just have the gift of gab, but I think you're just one of those people who have a rare gift of gab. Like I have a brother, he's the exact opposite of everything they say is attractive, and he always had bad women. He's short, he overweight, his teeth stacked because he got a retainer when he was a kid and didn't want to wear it.
Right.
But
Wow.
always had a baddest. So I'm not saying, like I say, repeat that what you're not saying is true. I'm just saying you're an outlier. But I feel like most black men, just got to understand that. And I think that's kind of like, and I'm just using Austin. I don't even care about like these passport bros. I just use him because I know that we all know who he is. But I kind of like, when I look at him, I think that's kind of his problem. Like you want to get this apartment, so you go all the way to Africa because you want to get these things that look a certain way, but now you're getting older and it's getting to the point where people really are going to expect that from you. But he's been chasing this for like 4 years. Like, really, man, you could have just been staying at your mom's house, helping her out a little bit, putting some money back. You know what I mean? Making it a little bit easy on your brother, watching out for him, making sure he get what he need. Like, I think we got to get in that mind frame back, kind of like it used to be in the old days, take care of your parents so they can take care of you, basically.
Now, but let me say this. I'm gonna tell you. I don't know if you watch. So I got Austin's mom Instagram, right?
Hmm.
Right.
And I'm gonna tell you
I've
this
seen
right
it
here,
before when I had one.
right? So that. I don't think that was an option for him. I think he had to leave because some parents they still want to live their young life, and you being a grown man, they're kind of stumps on what they're trying to do. I
Hmm.
think that's his. I think that's kind of his situation. But what I was gonna say is, I got a boy. I got a friend. Um, very dapper guy, but no education. But his thing though. He always worked two jobs, right?
Mm-hmm.
3 years ago, he was went to his friend's party. His friend had a party after he got married. He went to the party. The friend lady had a cousin that was from Detroit. She was there. He met the friend. He met the friend. He met the female from Detroit. They end up being together. Got married. She's a lawyer, and they got a strip mall in Detroit. They own a strip mall in Detroit right now.
Okay.
I said all that to say this. Regardless of the matter, if you working, it don't matter if you educated, none of that really don't matter. If you working a job and you gotta bust two jobs, you got your own place, you got a ride, you smell good, you look good, no matter how you look, you always keep yourself up and proper, and you put yourself in the right places, you can get a woman. That ain't no issue, man. Now, some places is harder than others because of where you live. Like, say, for example, if you live in Alabama and it's kind of scarce there, okay, cool. But in a city setting, it's easy. You could do it. But a lot of brothers just don't. You have to. There's certain things you have to have though. Your
But see,
credit need.
but my only argument, once
Go ahead.
again,
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go
outlier.
ahead.
I
Go
just
ahead.
think we can't. And I feel like that's why we have it, because everyone gives the feel good story of, like you said, work two jobs and get a lawyer. That's an outlier. Like,
Right.
most girls who are going to school for that want to find someone who is their equal, and rightfully so. Like, if I have a daughter and she's a lawyer, I need her husband to at least be a police officer, or a paramedic, or I don't know, engineer. A school teacher with a good heart who gonna go get his master's and chase down that principal position. I think that's
Okay, but
just normal. And I
let
go
me
ahead,
cut you off
go
right
ahead.
there real quick.
Yeah.
But that's what you want for her, right?
Uh huh.
But listen, what about she see a guy that she likes and the guy looks good to her, right? Because
Right.
think
Right.
about it. Because think about it. Listen, if you really think about it, most of the females, a lot of them that have great jobs. Think about it. Let's think back. They always deal with guys that ain't no good.
But see, I think that's changing, and that's why they
Mhm.
run it. That's why these guys run it overseas,
Yep.
because that too many women's brothers said, "Don't be messing with them type of guys," or they uncle, "Don't be messing with them type of guys." And now
Nah,
that level has got raised up. You're a little.
no,
I'm
no,
37. You're 49. So you had them good years when the standards weren't that high. But that kind of, like I was saying earlier, them standards, they've been raised because
nah.
of
Listen,
social media.
here's what it is. Those guys is running over there doing that. Those not the guys I'm speaking of. See,
Okay.
the guys running over there doing that, they ain't even that level. That's the
Okay.
bottom. That's the bottom of the bottom that's running over there. You got two
Okay.
type of
Fair.
guys that's going. You got two type of guys that's going across seas. You got the ones who retired from the military, right?
Fair. Fair.
They have experience of traveling overseas, so they just want to go overseas anyway. That's what they want to
Right.
do. They
I
don't want to
agree.
deal with. They don't want to deal with America no more. Period. And then you have those guys who's in the military or the guys who retired from a job and wanted to go overseas, or the guys like the divorcees, the guys who was divorced, and the guys who was in the military went overseas. And what they did is they started putting it out. You can come over here and live good. So now what it was is you have the next group of guys who's lazy and know they can't get it together, don't want to work on themselves. They followed behind, right?
Right.
But you still have the guys here who are who work maybe two jobs or trying to get it together and they still pushing. And they're the ones who's are getting these females, because now think about it. The females who here, they can't really pick nobody unless they go to the white man or the Asian man or the
That's
Chinese
fair
man.
too. That's fair too.
Right?
And we got to put that word out because, like we said earlier, everybody can't go to school, and it's not. And some people can, and it's just that's not where they head at. You know, a trade or something like
Right.
that's better. And then, it's kind of like they said. What is it? Bill Gates it's Bill Gates and someone else don't even have a bachelor's degree, and look at
Right.
him, richest man in the world.
That's it. Let me give you
So
another story before
sometimes it is just God work ethic and luck. You know what I mean? A little bit of luck, all three of them.
One
let me
second.
give you
1 second,
let
though.
me
I
give
want to make one
go ahead,
point.
go ahead.
Just I want to get off this chart and come back, and then stops the screen share. So on the last live, Fearless and Ronan were trying to say guys should wait to their 50s to start a family because they're going to reach a financial peak. Ronan, Fearless, where's that financial peak? It doesn't make any sense, and I'm not saying these numbers are going to hold, but let's just say if they did, if you made 41,000 in your 30s and now you're making 47,000, or let's just say 51,000, this isn't really that big of a. This is not worth. If let's just say if you jump from 41 to 51 in your 50s, that's not worth blowing 20 years to start a family. You could have started it here in your 30s, making 41 instead of waiting 20 years to possibly make 51. That's all I wanted to say.
And I'll be transparent. I'm okay with telling it. I'm at 75 plus a bonus as a supervisor. The next step for me, which be I only need little bit more experience, will be about 85. After that, it's gonna take one of those Hail Mary God moves because basically there's nothing else for me to do but be a GM, and that's where you make basically 100K easily. And even at my next step, I'm saying 85 because that's about where it begins. But I mean, you find the right company, they may pay a manager 95 plus bonus or whatever the situation may be. But the reason of me saying that is that even at this 75 and my wife makes about the same exact thing, give or take, you know what I mean, based upon the year. She works in IT and I don't have any kids. It still really ain't that much money. Like the world is changing. So I was kind of thinking about that earlier. I just didn't know how to word it, as far as waiting, as you were saying, waiting to find someone. Stuff getting so high, it kind of take two to make it.
Right. Now listen, but you married, right?
I am.
Okay, so listen, my sister-in-law, she's a college professor in Boston, right?
Okay.
They got a house. You know what her husband does?
What's that?
He works for, I think, Sears, and he comes to your house and prepare your washing machine. If your
Okay.
washer and dryer breaks down, he comes to your house to prepare. Now he makes good money, but what I'm
Right.
trying to say is this: if a female finds you attractive, you have a job, you bringing in income, 75,000, 80,000 a year, right? 60,000 a year, right?
Right.
And she know for a fact that, okay, this guy, he don't really hang out. He's not a club guy. He don't smoke weed. He might drink occasionally, right? He's a good guy, right? She rather take that than have something steady than to go out here and just be by herself.
Oh yeah.
It's-
I agree.
so what I'm saying, I'm talking about the guy like that, the guy who go to work every day. I ain't talking about the turn up guy. I'm talking about the guy who got a job, go to work every day. He comes home. He's a family guy. A lot of women out here will love to have that. But a lot of them don't go out too much neither. So it's hard to mix the two. But what they say, I rather have it's a saying that a bird in the hand beats three in the bush, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you got a nice guy coming home, and vice versa, if you got a nice female, just
Mm-hmm.
say for example, you got a nice female, she's coming home to you. She might not be Eva Mendes, right? But
Mm-hmm.
she might be what's my girl who played in uh Sanaa Lathan, not Sanaa Lathan, but the other girl who played.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, so it might be that. But listen, she comes home, she make you happy. Y'all can put something together, make a couple of extra dollars on the side. of what y'all doing as career moves and get a crib and make some moves, bro. That's all you need. That's it.
I agree. And when it
That's
comes to
it.
looks, I'm one of them people. I don't really think there's too many ugly women out here anyways. I think there's, for the most part, it's poor women and not poor women, or poor women who got some help, who no longer look ran down, and you know what I mean, versus women who may not have that help, so they look ran down at the time. And most of them, if they stay looking ran down, it's just because they choose wrong men or whatever the situation. Now, of course, there's some gray area into what I'm saying. Somebody could just have unfortunate circumstances. So I mean, for me, when it comes to looks, I mean, I don't really even, if people take care of themselves for the most part, I mean, you got your woman, man. For the most part,
That's
I
it.
don't really think there's ugly women just out here like that. If you taking care of yourself health wise, even if you ain't the perfect weight, just to put fact, men appreciate you putting in that effort. You know what I'm saying? Like,
And then y'all do it together. Y'all come up together. See, that's another thing. You have to, if you do it together, okay, listen, babe, look, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go on a diet together, right? We're gonna
right,
go on the
right.
keto god together. On Saturdays when we ain't got nothing to do, we're gonna go to the park and walk. We're gonna do some running, and we're gonna try to both get our weight down. And that also builds a different relationship between y'all because y'all there for each other. Or a great saying that I always heard: love the one, keep the one that loves you and not the one you love, or the one you like, right? That's a true
Yeah.
story of mine because the woman that I like, the one that I like, she know I like her so bad, did me
Hmm.
dirty. The one that
Yeah.
liked me, the one that liked me kept me straight, keeps me straight. Now we also have a straw business that we sell straws. We get them overseas and sell them to nurses and people like that. So if you got somebody that's gonna stand behind your
What
corner,
I'm talking about.
that's it, bro.
Mm,
I
And
like
off that,
that.
cool.
off that, I'm gone, man. And next time y'all go live, I'm gonna pull up, man. I thank y'all for having me up.
Thanks, Money
Hey,
Travels.
likewise, bro. Thanks for sharing. Have a good night.
I appreciate you too.
Yeah, have a great
Uh-huh.
night.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, I texted Zed, y'all, but I don't know how these wrenches left the building. I didn't do anything. Y'all saw me. I've been just, talking on this live stream. Yeah, I don't know what happened.
You got lucky, Chris. I would have been going on you today. At first, I had to be at work at 4:30. Then someone texted me and said, just come in at 8.
I'm gonna share a video in a second. Let's see. Yeah, it's like everybody got de-wrenched. What the hell happened with this? I'm looking up. No, you still have a wrench. Well, no. Actually, OB, post in the chat. Maybe this is old stuff.
If I post it in the chat, it's going to leave this. It'll leave the stream yard.
Oh, never mind
Yeah.
then.
Zaya just got y'all, man. She got you for your wrenches. That's all.
The hell is
She
going
said,
on?
I'll teach these suckers.
Let's see. I need to let me write down who's got a wrench. Everybody in the chat, if you had a wrench, you lost it. I'm saying Gen Z, True Poetic. I think
But yeah,
Mike.
I like what he said on that, Chris. One of the my sister-in-law and husband, they gave us a couple of gifts on our when we got married. But one of the things they gave with those gifts, they gave like 4 books, and basically every one of them books, that's kind of what it's saying, kind of what he was touching on. Just going after that superficial stuff don't work. Arguments are gonna occur, up and downs, basically telling you it ain't all sweet.
Right. We showed that on the
People
last
have
live.
people think about the one that got away. That's normal way of thought. But do you want to have a successful marriage or sit around worried about the one that got away? Like, it's normal and it's okay. You don't feel crazy if you thinking that, but yeah, get ready to work.
Yeah, I needed to hear that from Money Travels. Like he said, love the one who loves you, not the one who you want to love, or something
Hmm.
like that. And I'm like,
Yeah.
man, shoot. I had to, like I said, I was saying it earlier on the stream. I had to let go of an ex that was kind of like orbiting that I think loves me. I mean, I think think loves me. And then like I did that. I let her go to like invest, double down on the married woman. So it's like, we'll see what pans out with that. But yeah, I needed to hear that from Money Travels.
Yes, sir.
Let me go into the video I want to share. Let me find this clip. What is this? Let me get my timestamps ready. 3:14. Yeah, just give me a second. Oh boy. Just give me a second. I'm gonna try to cue this video up. Come on. Okay. 3:14. Okay, so the main topic of this is about misinformation, kind of like crippling Black men. Let's share the screen. So I showed up on the Lapeef Experience channel. I think maybe like two Fridays ago. So let's share this. Fair use.
Oh wow, I just started watching them.
Yeah, like they
I
have
literally talked to them yesterday. I seen them for the first time. Very nice older women, very smart. One of them's like a doctor, I think.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I just know they're both married. This is Lapeef's second channel. Like he's got one like the Lapeef Network, which is like a ton of followers, and then this is like the Lapeef Experience is kind of like the smaller channel where they have this show called Chic Critique.
So those women come on his show?
Yeah, I think they're on the main channel too, but then they
'Cause
also have Chic Critique, which is on the smaller channel, and they host this on Fridays, I think.
yeah, I just seen theirs. They only like on theirs they only got like 2,000 followers or something like that.
Right.
So I guess they're just a part of his on a bigger, but their personal doesn't have as many. But yeah, I enjoyed listening to them. I seen them for the first time after listening to American Talk. I was like, I guess maybe American Talk has his age in there. So when they see me watch his, they brought me to them because they're around the same age or whatever. I was like, this is dope. And I was telling my wife, I'm gonna have to tell American Talk about these ladies. Go check them out. So can't wait to see
Yeah.
what you got.
Let me see if I can up this quality. Let's see if we can do it. Yeah, let's go. Fair use. This is a drinking game. You don't have to drink. I'm just joking. Drink every single time Caesar talks something that you've heard from the Manosphere. All right, fair use.
Conversations around that early and prepare them by putting them on birth control early. Black families don't do that.
And let me just say this too. Men control marriage, right? If the argument is nobody's dating 25, 26-year-old men or women in their 23, 24, 25, 26, 27 aren't in relationships, then I can understand your point. But if these women are in relationships, they're probably in a relationship with a man who just didn't ask them to marry them. Okay? And so we know that women don't ask men to marry them, men ask women. So if there is an issue with marriage, it's because they're not being asked to be married to. Does that make sense?
This is the problem I have with the conversation. When it goes to what the man's problem is, you guys are like, well, they just need to just leave and blah blah this and that. But then when we go to the woman, now it's about their environment. You got to understand.
No,
Why is that?
Well, I think that it's so I think that with men and women, it's about the environment. It's called, even if you look at the Bible, it says you need to find somebody who you're equally yoked with. That's the problem. Y'all keep going into other people's village, trying to make them a part of yours, and it ain't working. You have to find someone who shares the same values as you, so that when you guys are going on a mission together, yes, sir, you go together, right? You don't want a woman who is not even on your same level or thinks the same way as you, even raising your children. She has to think the same way you're thinking. You have to value the same thing. That's just, so yes, when we sit here and say, I don't think like a lot of people, I was raised a kind of different kind of way. Mistaken doesn't think like a lot of people. You may be thinking it with me. I don't know you like that. The way you are raised may be totally different. You may have different values, right? I think that we all think because we're all Black, we're all the same. That ain't true. Because I don't do half the stuff Black people do. I don't even like half the things Black people like, but I know I'm Black. I know that there are people who are just like me. You know what I'm saying? So I think that you have to find your, the person, Logic used to say your village, right? And you have to find a person who is going to be on the same wavelength as you and who is going to carry out the mission for your family. Does that make sense?
I understand what you're saying, but none of that stuff matters, because if we look at history, Black people were the most married in this country. So that means this woman is different than that woman, is different than that woman. So none of that stuff matters.
I just want to hit a pause real quick. I'm still searching for the stat. I don't think that stat exists. If that stat exists, I think he's talking 1800s. I mean,
So this isn't the women I thought it was. They just look like them. The women I had were like 60s, but they literally look like these two.
yeah.
But what was the stat? I didn't hear it. I was listening to the whole thing.
He's saying like at some point in time, Black people were the most married in this country. I am still searching for that stat.
Yeah, I don't think that's true. Yeah, I heard him say that. Yeah, I don't think that's ever been true.
Yeah, so let's go in.
We were able to do it at one point in time. Men are still basically the same.
Not
the
true.
only thing that's different is women.
That's not true.
Average women don't want to be with average men. That is the issue.
The difference too that you're not considering too is at that time that you're talking about, society itself was different. The conditions and the environment in which those marriages occurred were different. So you had a system that supported a marriage, right? Whereas now when you fast forward, you have most women that are now able to sustain themselves financially independent of a man. Whereas in that environment at that time, they didn't. So marriage was definitely encouraged, because how you gonna live without having a husband? You won't have enough income to sustain yourself. So the environment was set up for that, whereas the environment isn't the same now.
So our truth made a good point. If you're saying that average women are not dating average men, then why are they having babies by these average men? Most
you
women
gotta ask the women that.
Right, but you said they don't date them, so they're giving them an opportunity.
No, as far as marriage, they don't want them for marriage.
What? But women don't control
Men
marriage.
don't have them their babies and not want marriage. Yeah, they're waiting around to get married. Marriage never comes, and they end up having a baby, stuck with the baby. Which I agree with you. I think that they should get into a space where they're not having these babies by these men.
I agree. I have a question.
They need to be married first. They need to price their womb on a higher regard by saying that I'm not going to have any man's baby until I'm their wife.
Yeah,
we got it out of order.
Let me tell you this: most women who have a man's baby wanted that man at one point. She wanted that man. They're married or in a relationship. I see relationships. They got their hands crossed, and usually it's an average person dating another average person. That's normally what I see.
The numbers say that it's not a lot. Because what's the numbers? 25% of Black women are married, around that 25%?
We didn't say married. I said relationships. Now the marriage comes whether or not he asked her to marry him.
Well, that doesn't help. That doesn't help you if you're just dating.
Right. So what your argument was average women aren't giving average men a chance. But if she's in a relationship with you, she's giving you a chance. If she's having sex with you, she's giving you a chance.
Have you guys heard on the panel, men and some women say that the small percentage of men are getting the majority of women? Have you guys heard that before?
It's bullshit stat.
Yes, I've heard that.
Okay, so how is it that the majority of men are having this same access if women are only doing it to a small percentage?
Yes, but that argument is debunked if you sit here and you have a conversation with majority of the men and they've been in a relationship before. That means somebody dated you. Somebody gave you a chance. You just did not want that person.
Yes, you just did not want that person. Yeah, but okay. But if you're a woman and your mind frame is I want the highest percentage of guy, that means when you get with that average guy, you're already going into that situation as this is not going to be serious. He can get some, but I'm not going to take him serious. So that means that she's playing with him.
I don't deny that there are women out here playing. I absolutely agree with that. I think that there are people out here playing with people. But if we're talking about if the argument is men are not getting opportunities with women, now it may not be the top, because just like you are saying that women want a top percentage of men want a top percentage of women. It's just in the looks department. Okay, so listen.
That's not true.
Yes, it is. You know why? Because you just said that men are in relationships with women that they don't want. So
will a guy take a woman from McDonald's?
Let's fast forward.
And they just sit in the driveway because they don't want to go in their house. Like nobody wants to live like that.
But hold on, I missed what Caesar said when I asked him about the marriage thing. Are you said you are looking for a wife or no?
I will in time.
Okay. Does she know that?
We haven't talked about it.
So that'll be a no. And see, this is exactly what we're talking about. Women will stay in a relationship with the anticipation and hope that is leading to marriage. And then a lot of times it doesn't. And then they on to the next one because they don't control the fact of whether or not you're going to propose to them and marry them. They don't control that.
You're putting it on the man again.
It is.
Marriage is the man's, like just like birthing is the control of a woman, marriage is the control of a man.
No. You're only half right. The woman needs to go to the man and say, hey, I am looking for marriage. This is the amount of time that I would like to be married. If this is not what you're looking for, I'm not going to get in a relationship with you. But that's not what women do. But we still blame the man because the woman decides to not have any conversations about marriage, but then try to find out a couple years later.
So let me ask you a question.
So you as a man,
let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
So would it be okay for a woman, because you just talked about this, how women use men too. Is it okay for her to keep from you that she just wants to use you for meals or whatever it is that you give her, knowing that she doesn't like you like that, she doesn't plan on having sex with you?
Checkmate.
She just wants to use you. Because you didn't say anything. You didn't ask. You didn't ask, like, hey, do you want anything with me? Because you didn't ask those important questions. Is it okay for her to use you?
You said yourself that all women want different things.
I did.
So why are you taking the stance on I am using her? Why are you taking that stance?
No,
can I answer that? I think you are using her. And the reason you have not had that conversation is because you know deep down there has been things that she has probably said to drop hints or something along the lines of saying one day I want to be married, but you said that y'all didn't have the conversation. You're avoiding that conversation for a reason. You know you're not ready to get married. And instead of sharing that with her to see if she'd be down with staying in a relationship with you, knowing that it's not going to go any further, you chose not to have that conversation with her. So you put it back on her to say, well, she never brought it up. Like, if you know you don't want to get married, then how come you're not saying that to her? If it's not a big deal.
Again, you're putting the onus. You can't do that. You cannot do that.
You can
She
when
has
the man is the one
autonomy.
that's expected.
So
Listen,
no.
the
Let me
reason
get
the
this.
onus-
It's
no,
taken.
hold on.
It's taken.
Let me just say this one thing. The reason the onus is on the man when it comes to that conversation is because he's the one that decides whether or not he's going to propose. That's the difference. So the onus is going to go on the person that's responsible for the proposal, not for the one that's going to be the one that receives it. You got to give a gift before you can receive it.
And let me say this too, just to add on to something.
Okay.
So real fast.
Yeah.
You started out saying women don't cooperate. They're not cooperative. You want this woman to, and I'm assuming you want her to fall under your leadership. Here's a woman you have with you, and you are abusing why would you're the leader? Do you usually question? You want her to question you, or do you want her to trust that you're going to lead her in the right direction? Because right now you're not giving good leadership.
How is this not good leadership? Explain that to me.
Because you put it on a woman to lead in an area of marriage.
And you not
honestly, if you're the leader, then you need to let her know that it's not going to lead to marriage. You're putting that onus on her.
And you know, and you saying it out your own mouth, and you for real, right. But you're saying out of your own mouth, women don't have this time to waste. But you sit here wasting this woman's time.
Checkmate.
Does she deserve that?
Whoa.
You said
okay.
it. Okay.
So now we're going to say that they do not have autonomy over what they want. If a woman decides to have sex with a homeless guy, that is her choice. If a woman decides to stay in a relationship with a guy for
even Hispanics are
no.
Sir, yes, sir.
It's true.
This is the
No.
truth.
Are you saying? Oh, no. Are you saying that Spanish are not below us? Are you saying Spanish are not below us?
Look at the average salary.
The average salary
for every age range. My audio is trash.
That's true.
They're at the bottom. They're below a lot of women too.
So what I'm saying to you is stop comparing. I think that the problem is we're so often, men should not be, listen, men should not be in competition with women. We're not your competition. We are not the same. You are built to do something totally different than us. Okay. I'm so tired of men and women. We need to get on the same page, compliment each other. I'm not trying to take your job and you shouldn't be trying to take mine. Okay. Men should compete with men. Women compete with women. If you saying women not doing something, we can work on that. We can agree and say, yes, we need to do better. We don't need to be loud. We need to do better. Maybe being, better with homemaking, maybe better with maybe not having children out of wedlock. Those are the things I can agree with when we're competing against women. But if you're talking about men, stop comparing. Let's not compare women to men. Men need to be compared to men. How are you competing with other men?
Right.
You're right.
Miss Shan.
So I want to skip ahead. Let's just pause and just talk real quick. So I just wanted to highlight this guy. I think is kind of reciting almost every manosphere talking point in the book. But some new ones I've heard about how, I guess in his relationship, marriage, he's not going to let a woman know that this relationship's not going anywhere, even if he knows. He's waiting on her to ask, where is this going? That's new to me. But I like what Shannon Mona was bringing up about how we need to stop comparing women to men, specifically in this Black community. We need to look at the chart, like we were showing a little bit earlier, of where do Black men where do they stand up against other men's salary range, age for age?
Bottom.
Yeah. Because Black men will say, hey, certain Black women don't want an average Black man, but it's the average for a Black man is different than the average for white, Asian, Hispanic, and stuff like that. So it's we can't keep looking to other communities and saying, why don't we have this when our situations are often very different.
Yep.
Let me see. Let me.
I like that you pulled up the numbers. It's irrefutable, but trust me,
Yeah.
they will. They'll still argue it.
Yeah, because like on this podcast, he brought up, hey, white people only make like 4,000 or 7,000 more than us than black men.
Nah.
It's like no, like I had to look after the fact, and I was like, no, they don't. They make a whole lot more.
Yep.
And those are old stats, which are probably going to change. Let's move forward. Let's go a little bit forward. Actually, before I go forward, what are your thoughts?
I agree. It's just that's your typical. I'm not shocked. That's what I hear every day. And most men who are in this YouTube space, that's going to be their personality. Mostly, it's going to be conservative men, and they're going to have that personality on YouTube. I don't think that's the real everyday people, but it's a large. I mean, I also don't think YouTube like it's fake numbers. I mean, we can see that through voting this year.
Yeah.
Looking for someone to blame, no accountability, want to live a lie.
Right.
Mm.
Okay, let's skip ahead. He's gonna bring up the weight, the obesity statistics. I don't have the timestamp for it. I'm gonna try to see if I can back into it somehow.
What did he say about it?
He's just saying black men aren't getting married because black women are overweight and obese, and it's like that picture I showed. It's like if a woman is 15, 20 pounds a little. Let's just say 15. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I don't think it's fair because, I mean, I agree with the statistic. I differ with you on that. Like, I don't think it's just thick. I think a lot of black women are overweight, but I think a lot of us black men are in the system. A lot of us are overweight.
Yep.
A lot of our pockets are under.
Right.
So we just got to work together, help each other out. Like I say, I think that's a short on women, and I don't think that's a short in the sense of their fault. It's just, shoot, you don't know. And I think this statistic is just now kind of starting to become relevant to people. So I'm pretty sure it'll get better as people start to become more aware of it. And people just automatically eat healthier nowadays. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Ever since, I guess, the ground turkey days, I would call it, when people started eating turkey burgers. Then I think, that's around the same time people started to do like the juice packets that are 0 calories. You see a lot of people with those every day when you're at work and out at places. I think it'll improve, but I mean, in order to improve it, people got to know it. I think a lot of black women just weren't aware of it.
Yeah, I think as we earn higher incomes, we'll be able to live healthier lives. That's why, like of all men,
That part.
only black men their health declines as they get married, and it's probably because those men whose health decline, they might be lower earning black men.
Yep, that part. I didn't know that though was a statistic.
Yeah.
It says after we get married, our health declines.
Yeah, on average, they're like black men are healthier unmarried, but black men don't really get married, and we don't really know the average salary of the black men who are getting married. I mean, I'm sure it's out there. But I don't know if people have looked for it, but it's just like he's using that as Caesar's using that as saying, well, is it really even worth it for black men to get married because their health will go down? So it's like it's black men and just men in general. They're looking through these stats and they're looking at some of these negative outcomes or negative realities and saying, what's the point of getting married? Because it's black, men are going to get, have to pay alimony when only 8% of black divorces are even
they don't want to lead. They just don't want to lead.
Correct.
Let's call it what it is.
Yeah.
A spade is spade. We want to be the man of the house, but we don't want to lead. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Be the king of your own kingdom. If y'all ain't eating right, buy better food in the house.
Right. And I think also if we stop stressing black women out, that could help with weight. We got to stop encouraging, things like BBLs. We have to start appreciating their attributes, their beauty, who they are naturally, and stop trying to force them to be things that is not themselves. bringing less stress. Like, stop trying to punch down on them on social media. You want to punch, not you specifically, but certain black men on social media want to punch down on black women, but then be like, why are they struggling with their weight? Because they're stressed out. They have to deal with single family homes, a lot of things that other women don't have to
Their
deal
choice
with.
of men making the lease.
Yeah.
Just being a black woman in general, corporate America, the same crap that we go through. They got to face it.
Right.
Being women and having to face it. Men can't protect you because your men are in no positions of leadership and power.
Right.
Yeah. So I
And
get it, man.
yeah.
These guys are all, but yeah, that's basically what you're going to always hear. These guys just zero accountability and always looking to blame the woman for it. Like I say, want to be the leader when it's convenient, and then when it's inconvenient, they no longer want to lead.
They want to talk this big game of submission and leadership. They don't know what that really feels like or looks like, and they can't afford it. They don't want that responsibility, like you're saying. That's a heavy crown to wear. You have to really pay that cost, as they say, to be the boss, and they're not hard. They're lazy. They want to out. That's really what it is. Like, they want, like you're saying, they want to be treated like a king, but they want to out. So let's go forward. 516.
Well, what's your closing thoughts on here? I'm gonna have to get off here, man. I got to get up in about 7 hours.
Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna finish this out and then.
Okay.
But I appreciate you joining the panel.
Okay. Have a good one, boss man.
All right. See ya. Let me see if
All
Richard's on. But he's not. Okay. Cool.
Married if you are marriage minded, and that's sad.
I understand, but the stat you said about black men and black women being married with a health, that was correct in every single race except for black men.
That's not true.
Black men don't live longer married.
He's right.
Yeah, the stat showed it was better when you were married, except for black men.
Can we also add?
I'm gonna look that up now. Every study that I've seen is specifically stated that men across the board tend to live.
Yes, men across the board. Yes.
Average.
No, yeah. So I see that it does say no. Married black men do not live longer than unmarried black men.
So, well, like I said, you have to also put into context, Caesar, that black men don't get married in general. So we're talking about a very limited subset. And I agree with mistaken. It's like there has to be a cultural shift, and it's got to be more male driven. The reason why we have unwed births and stuff like that is it's male driven. Like, men could easily they could easily propose to the women that they're with. So we have, like I said, I agree with what she's saying. Is we need a cultural shift. We need, I think that, a lot of men have grown up without fathers in the home. That's an impact. The fact that our community doesn't really hold men accountable in terms of taking that final step, that's hurting us too. And then the men, we have to throw a third one in there. The culture of men is spreading a lot of negative propaganda. Oh, she's going to take half, when only like 8% of black divorces even end in alimony. Black men don't have the money to be getting washed in the cleaners. And they don't really understand what divorce is, how it works. They're just scared. Just like all the other modern men. They're scared of things that possibly could happen to them that probably won't.
So let me clarify. So it depends on the social economics. So if you are of a higher social economics plays a role in the marriage, right? So if you are of a higher social economic, then you do live longer. You're the same as white. You're a black man who's married to a woman. You will. So it seems to be a poverty thing more so than meaning poverty outweighs marriage. And I'm pretty sure that's because of healthcare, Let and stuff of that nature, maybe.
Wait, say that again, Shan. So the
So
stat
basically, so there's
Spanish still make less money than us. They're in more poverty than us, but why are they living longer then when married?
So let me just I didn't look up Hispanics. I was just it just said black and
so
white.
it
It
said
did not,
black.
Let's
So
skip
it said
ahead.
black.
you. So Caesar, if you don't want no big girl,
Yeah.
you don't need to get a big girl.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? If somebody don't want a man that make a certain amount, let her sleep with the man. Let people do what it is. I feel like we just stress ourselves out trying to control what other people are doing. You understand? And my only concern is I just hate
Fair use.
the clashing, like boom, 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 boom. It's okay to say this person's just not for me. I'm not for this person. And move on. If she don't want to get on the treadmill, Caesar, by all means, let her eat her Big Mac and not be on the treadmill.
What you're saying sounds nice, but then when black men go overseas and have the passport bros, why were black women complaining about that?
They weren't.
No.
What? They were not?
Listen, the only time, this is what y'all don't understand about women.
Because they're trying to compare black women. If they leave black women out of the conversation and
How
just
would you
go
like it? Look here, Caesar. This is how it looks, right? It looks like me having a white man. And then I propose with my white man because black men can never do this. Black men don't pay no bills. This pays the bills. This white man knows how to protect me. How does that make you feel? Why can't I just love my white man and leave your name out of it? I chose a white man. This is the man I want to be with. I don't got to down black people, a black man in the process. Guess what? Just like TKO said a long time ago. At the end of the day, if he not have kids, guess we're gonna have? We're gonna have black kids. Okay?
Who was complaining?
So this is what I'm saying. So my words against black men, when I'm dating a white man, trickles now to my black son. And you ain't gonna never hear me talking about black niggas. I'm gonna have a black son. And he ain't gonna never be able to go back and hear me down talking him.
I just want to hit pause real quick. That's one thing I can also hang my hat on too, is like whenever I have children, they're never gonna be able to see me downing them. Now, some of these manosphere people, geriatric YouTubers, some of these other manosphere influencers, y'all gonna have to be scrubbing the hell out of your YouTube as y'all get older, because people are going to be able to pull up receipts on you and say, and it's not going to age well. Like I said, it's going to age beautifully for me because I'm not out here putting out problematic content. Let's hit play. Right.
Never.
Who was complaining when the NFL the NFL draft? Who was complaining when they were like, "Oh, look at all those guys that have white women up there"?
Listen. What black woman was watching the NFL draft?
Right.
It was all over social media. It was all over social media.
It was posted by men. See, it was men, and then women got under the comment. Every single post I saw, I was like, "It seems like y'all care about it more than we do." I don't know now one black woman who was watching the NBA. To
Let's skip ahead.
take in consideration where people, the location where people live. So it won't see, because I know a lot of times when we see these shows and girls like, I want a man that make 100,000, and most of these shows are filmed in Atlanta, whereas 100,000 is really not that hard. You know, it's a lot of people who make $100,000.
A lot of opportunities to
a lot of opportunities to do that. Or if you're in New York, the same thing. If you're somewhere, you know, where the opportunities are great, that's going to look different than if somebody who's in a small town. It's just a different, you know what I'm saying? So.
And the other thing too is this idea of the average. I do agree that you should take the mean when you're looking at stats like that, because when you take the average, you have those who it may skew that average because you might have a few men that are making millions, and then those who are making a little bit of nothing.
I just want to hit pause real quick. So I've said on these podcasts a long time ago that one of the things that the red pillars try to do is they try to put infuse this culture called debate bros, where they just hit you with stat after stat after stat after stat. And you're on if you're on a panel, whether you're on video or just on audio, it's sometimes you don't have that reaction to like fact check it in real time. So what Caesar was trying to say is, as I was showing those average salary stats, he was like, the reason why white men are making more is because there's some more billionaires and guys at the top. I had to Google after this and say, and look and find billionaires and millionaires, and I'm sure up to a certain number of amount of salary, they are treated as outliers and they're excluded. So no, Caesar, billionaires, Elon Musk is not lifting white men to an average salary of like 71,000 when we're averaging like 45 or 50. Has nothing to do with it. Neither does a professional athlete making millions. Has nothing to do with it. It's just average, relatively average and outliers to a certain extent, but not extreme outliers like millionaires and billionaires. That's not part of it. And I think men, specifically black men, are using it as a cope to think that, no, well, we're just doing fine because they have billionaires lifting their average salary. No, they don't. Let's keep going.
And it offsets that amount. But
yes, Miss Taken. Yes, that is correct.
But that if you look at that mean number, it'll look a little different, and it'll probably be even worse for when we were looking at black men. If we look at that mean, it would probably make that average even smaller if we look at the mean, because now we don't have that that high those few who are millionaires numbers to bring that average a little higher.
But this is also why white men, I think is what, $9,000 more than black men. That's why they make more, is because they have more white men that have that billions, hundreds of billions of dollars. So it's raising their number up.
It's not just that, but so I'm gonna skip ahead because we're gonna run over into that same conversation I just had. I'm trying to find like maybe one more key conversation when he talks about the responsibility of women in birth control versus men. Let's see if I can get to it.
Negative stuff on social media and accept it as truth. But then when you look at the reality of things in real life, because it's not in alignment with what you see on social media, you're saying is not true, right? So my thing is that if you're looking at social media and making your judgment calls based off of that, you're always going to end up wrong.
We're talking about 70-plus-year-old man and a woman. It's not like out my whole life. Mm-hmm. But if other women around you is just having sex and then they get pregnant, like, it doesn't matter what you do. It matters what the women do.
But you're not the one that created the baby, so that wouldn't impact you.
Yeah, the other thing to say, Caesar, is if
you talked about the community,
Caesar, if we run with that scenario, if you decide to just save yourself for marriage, or you've only been intimate with 2 women, there are plenty of black women that have done the same. They're not all doing what you're trying to say. They're not all sleeping with everybody. They're not all sleeping with like 50 people and 150 people. There's plenty of black women who are highly educated,
but the majority are, though.
Let's hit pause. Like, this is what I can't stand about the red pill, is they think that like all women are just widely promiscuous, and it's like, it's not true. There are so many. There, like, what I'm learning, like I said, being divorced, is like women are able to abstain from sex. I'm not saying all. I'm not saying, and you don't need to. Who cares if you do or you don't? It shouldn't matter. You should be able to do what you want to do as long as you're being safe about it. But it's like, red pill men have this feeling of every woman is ran through. Every woman is just fucking Chad every night, running through Chads, having all the sex they want to, and they should and they can if they want, and they should if they want to. But as I made the argument on this live earlier, is like, listen, women are able to get sex easier than men. Okay, men are able to get married easier than women. It's unfair. It's just the way it is. But there's so many different excuses that these red pillers have. Oh my gosh, if women have sex, they're gonna rack up trauma. Okay, listen, people are racking up trauma for different things, and I think adults go to therapy. So I don't think it's a real valid point to make. But there's this heavy emphasis on enforcing purity culture, but they don't keep the same energy for themselves They want to go out and screw everything they can get access to, but then they want to complain and say, hey, if a woman is a single mom, she's ran through, or she chose wrong. And it's like, do these guys understand that you can get pregnant just having sex one time? That's all it takes. You could just be married as well and get divorced, and now you're a single mom. So it's like they're not taking responsibility for the fact that some of these households were just what you would call it, just dysfunctional. They didn't really have a shot. They were just the wrong people together that had a kid. The woman should not get slammed for that. You find some of these things out later in life as things develop. And I think one of the biggest things, I'm glad that I'm remembering this point. A lot of these manospheric men, and just men in general, even myself, we have no idea how hard it is to date men. Pause. And I don't want to. But there was this one black dating coach who went viral on TikTok, and he said black men are the hardest men to date. Black men have no idea how hard it is for black women to date black men. I've said it like a little earlier on these podcasts earlier this year, and I said, as a man, specifically a black man, there's an easy path to get married. Every single woman that I've dated post divorce or just in life, I could have gotten married to if I wanted to. Maybe the ones who I've connected with on apps and then never went to a date, but maybe not. But the ones who had interest in me, absolutely. If I was a black woman, what's the path to getting married? I couldn't tell you. I don't think it exists. I think it is. It's much harder. I think it's thousands of percent times harder as a woman, and more competitive to be able to get married versus a guy. Let's hit pause. Let's hit play.
The majority of what? Do you
They're having
realize that when they
sex.
give the
They're having
stat?
sex.
And what's wrong with that?
Yeah. And
What's
also
wrong with
looking
it is because about 70% are single mothers, are having a child.
But do you
What?
understand that even in that group of single mothers is when you're looking at the stat, the single mothers are also inclusive of women who were married and got divorced, women who were widowed,
Long-term
and
relationships.
right. All of those are in that group of single, led women-led households. It's not just all of them having babies out of wedlock. You know what I'm saying? So it is a group. Now that is special to our group, which to me is crazy. It is. The numbers are too high, whatever way you look at it. We have a higher divorce rate. We have a higher, babies out of wedlock. We have a higher rate in those areas. So across the board is whether they're divorced or not, the fact that there are so many is a problem. And you can't, I guess the issue that I'm getting at is that you can't only blame a woman for that problem. Men have to be
She is
held
the leaving. No, she is leaving. Why can I not blame her for having a baby and leaving?
Okay,
She
so
controls both of those things.
She's leaving in what situation? Are you talking about marriage or just child?
We're talking about marriage. We're talking about having a baby. Both of those. She said divorce rate. So they're leaving the black men and they're having babies and without creating a family.
Okay, so let's tackle one. She had the child and she left. Maybe that guy said, "I don't want to marry you," and she's leaving. She has every right to do that because that guy's not going to marry her and make that a 2-parent household. So now she has to go find someone to make it a 2-parent household.
But she is messing up that child's future because the numbers, we all know the numbers show that you're going to put yourself behind the 8 ball by being a single mother.
You can't make a deadbeat dad be a stand-up dad.
Is Corey Hardrick a deadbeat dad? His wife left.
They are co-parenting. That's a whole celebrity situation, but they are co-parenting.
No, because y'all like to do this. Y'all like to paint black men in this negative view every time. I'm sorry, I don't do that.
Black men have
you paint black women.
Black men have been trailing marriage forever. They've always been like 3rd out of 4th or 4th out of 4th. Yeah, I understand that the manospheric men, like they're tired of like they're ultimately just tired of black men being, I guess, talked about as being they're tired of black men being presented at being at the bottom of all these stats, but that's the reality. And instead of trying to gaslight, instead of trying to kick the can down the road, instead of trying to blame it on black women, how about y'all try to turn the stat around instead of trying to reinforce the behavior that is causing those outcomes? I mean, that's just a thought. Let's see. Let me see if I can get back to another one. Let's hit play.
Person that leaves, right? If the leader isn't leading, then the leaver is going to leave, right? So that's what I'm saying. It is.
What if you're not a good follower?
It's an interdependent relationship. You rely on each other to make a relationship work. So if one half isn't working, either or, whether it's a woman or the man, if one of them is not doing their part in that relationship, it impacts the relationship. So if you as a man is looking for a woman to lead, that's the problem right there. And the fact that you keep putting it on women to not have babies by these men, but not also holding men accountable to say, you know what, you need to be selective in who you're laying down with and spreading your seed.
You control your body, Mistaken. You control who you have sex with.
Listen, as a leader is what I'm trying to say. You're talking about these women don't follow.
But if you pick a non-leader, Mistaken, if you pick a non-leader, what are you supposed to do?
Can I speak up to that? Ms. Caesar, the problem is that men can camouflage and say, hey, I'm a stand-up guy. And when people are in relationships, they have sex and a woman might get pregnant. And if a guy bails, what is the woman to do in that situation? Did she do anything wrong?
That's a moot point because both lie. Men and women both lie. They both manipulate. That's a moot point.
All right, y'all. I'm done. We're not getting anywhere. Y'all, Maroon, thank you.
You don't want to hold women accountable, Mistaken.
Let's move forward.
No, I mean, just a good-hearted person. Maybe that was a shit-ass man. You found out he was shit when you had a baby with him. Or maybe y'all just didn't do right. Sometimes higher standard is not about income. Sometimes higher standard is about how does he treat you?
Let's hit pause. This was key. I wish I would have come in a little earlier than this, but this tackles the notion that, I mean, even my red pillar best friend said this. He will look, if he was to go on a date with a single mom, he's like, how dare you have standards for me? This is the Ronin and Fearless bullshit too. Typical manosphere bullshit as well. Is they say, how dare a single mom or a divorced mom have standards and make me wait to have sex with her because she let someone else smash first or earlier. And as Chamonix is trying to say is sometimes she's elevating her standards because she's doing that for the sake of her child. She's raising her standards so that maybe her children can see this too. And she wants to raise her standards because she wants to bring the right type of people around her children. But again, manosphere dudes, they're like, nah, man, if your standards should never go higher than the lowest point. So if she had a hot girl summer, she should be keeping on that same type of energy the whole time. And it's like, you guys don't understand. Like, you guys are influencing. You guys are basically encouraging women to like create pookies that way, right? When it's the problem is y'all tell women to choose better, but when they do and it doesn't include you, it's a problem. Y'all need to swallow that pill. Let's keep going.
Is he a good example for your kids to follow? Is he somebody you don't mind your kids looking up to because he's a good role model for your kids? That's a higher standard. So you would want a single mom to deal with somebody of a higher caliber or of some high caliber. Because when they don't, that's when we start seeing this stuff on the news about things happening to children in the household because mama done laid up with somebody she ain't had no business laying up with, and now the kid is suffering.
But Mistaken is saying that's the man's fault if she lays up with somebody that she ain't supposed to be laying up with.
No, I said it's the man's fault for impregnating her. Like
You're
it,
talking about the
what I'm
original
trying to
man.
say, right? The original man. What I'm saying is equal responsibility on both parts.
You
If
just
you-
said
it's-
women have control
it's-
over sex. How can it be equal
listen,
when you got control?
but you have
No, but
control over-
so women have control over sex, but two people have to do it to make a baby, right? Both you need a sperm and an egg to make a baby. A woman
Do I
cannot-
have equal control if she has a baby? Can I say no and she says yes? Is it equal?
You have control before the pregnancy. She has control after she get pregnant.
It's
So
no
if you
different
want
from
control, then wear a condom.
It's no different from your argument about a woman being with you and she knows she won't marriage, right? It's the same thing. She has you're saying your argument was, well, she has control. She don't gotta be here if she don't want to be here, knowing that it's the same thing with you.
Well,
You
I'll
ain't
say-
gotta be there. You ain't gotta ski to that girl.
I'll say
You don't
this.
have to.
I'll say this to Caesar. Caesar, I know that
No.
looking at Caesar when we say
If she decides she can get an abortion, she can take a plan B, she can send the baby to a safe haven. You have a place where you don't have to be responsible for a mistake, but the man still has to be responsible.
Let's hit pause real quick. This is another Manosphere talking point. They're so jealous of the lives women have to live. They haven't walked a day in their shoes, but they're jealous that oh my gosh, if you have a mistake, you can get bailed out. There's probably like really hard conditions to get some of these bailouts, and probably everybody can't get them. But I was saying a little earlier on the live, is like, yo, how hard of a life does a single childless, unwed man have? Like men want to try to hide behind the shield of all the other men and say, yo, it's just so hard in life to be a man. Let's actually have that conversation. I don't think it's hard to be an unwed, childless man. It's not. You are single by yourself. You don't owe anything to anybody. Life is not hard. Now, a single, childless woman who's trying to get married or try to have a child, that's hard. It's not that hard for guys. It just depends on like the type of woman you want. But let's hit play.
We do not have equal control.
You don't even have to have a mistake. Just like she has the option of having sex with her, you have the option of saying no.
See on the window or the wall, anywhere.
But if you decide to get with a non-leader,
you sat on the window or the wall, anywhere
besides them drawers. You could have put it's so many free methods that don't require medicine, that don't require killing a kid. Like just they're methods that are in full control of with a man that you can use to protect your seed. Okay. Throw an umbrella on it.
Yeah. Caesar, here's the thing. I know it could be very
Caesar, should the man put the umbrella on, or should the woman make the man put the umbrella on?
Okay, let me tell you this. This is real talk right here. Wow. I told my son this.
That's a question.
Let me tell you this. The person who don't want the kid needs to put the umbrella on. Because at the end of the day, you need to protect. I just told you need to protect yourself. Why you relying on her to protect your seed when you the one who don't want a kid?
Who does the more damage?
Listen.
Who has more responsibility? You have a whole baby coming out.
Listen. But you sit here arguing about what he got to do with child support, right? So undoubtedly you saying he got some responsibility. All I'm saying is if you don't want no children, you have to be responsible. The person who does not want it has to be responsible for protecting themselves. It's not rocket science. Like, I don't know. I'm not understanding why this concept is
Caesar, the other thing you can do is get with a woman who requires patience.
You're picking and choosing. You're saying the woman has control over sex, but then you're putting the man and saying, well, he needs to put a umbrella on.
Why would he though?
What?
Well, why would he? That's just dumb. That's just a dumb mistake. At this day and age, we should know that that's dumb. Why would you, if you know you don't want to have a baby with this kid and you know your sperm are like little babies, like why would you protect the little baby? Like I'm not. So this is what I'm talking about. So you talk about being a leader, but you don't even want to take the step to protecting your sperm. How can you protect the household when you can't even protect your sperm? And that's something that's coming out of you.
She's talking about y'all Manosphere, man.
No. You're not gonna You're not going to tie having sex with someone to
Responsibility.
make
I'm
you
gonna try it, being responsible.
you're not a
Being a
non-leader.
responsible adult. Being a responsible adult at 42 years old, knowing that your sperm makes babies. That's just common sense biology. That you didn't even got to take a biology class to know.
Well,
I think they teach
I'll say this, Shan. It's common sense, but the problem is the culture accepts this type of irresponsibility. So there's an easy
Male
solution,
culture.
Caesar. Get with a woman who's sexually responsible and you don't have that problem, and she's going to hold you up to a certain standard.
You could also put a condom on too.
So I know when you look at the stats, because you love stats, if you look at the Black community stats, it's very underwhelming. It's very discouraging. But you don't have to live that stat. You can do something different. You can choose. Yeah.
He said, but a woman says, please come inside me all the time. And they also say, please.
That's never gonna get me. I'm not falling for that trick. I'm not falling for that bullshit. And I think that's something that men, specifically Black men, need to get to. Listen, if a woman says finish inside of her, how do you not see 18 to 38 years and the financial implications of the child and her attached to that? I don't know how y'all don't see that. If they say, man, it just don't feel the same with a condom on, well, it's going to feel the same to me. It's going to feel the same to both of us. I'm sorry. Hit play.
Please buy me this outfit, and you don't do that. Like, please make it make sense. Like y'all gotta be smarter than that. You have to be smart. This day and age where everything is, we can say ignorance back in the day. We didn't have as much stuff as we got going on today. You know, today, in today's time, we cannot sit here and play, especially at our age. We're talking as grown people.
Big facts.
Some full grown people. Talking about for a younger generation. You cannot sit here and tell people that you cannot tell boys like, oh, it's her responsibility. Like, so you're literally having this woman be responsible for your livelihood, the rest of your life, what happens to you from this point on. Why would you give somebody that much power?
Caesar,
that you just having sex with?
Caesar, it goes beyond that too.
No,
Caesar, one more second. It goes beyond that. Men should, specifically Black men, should not be laying with any woman that they don't want to see to start a family with. It goes to that level too. But men aren't doing that. They're sleeping with, oh, I'm attracted to her. I don't want a family with her.
I just want to hit and run. Like,
right.
What? And
men go after what they can catch. They get what they can catch.
So let's hit pause real quick. He said men is another classic manosphere talking point. Men get whatever they can catch. They'll go after they will get whatever they can catch. They'll go after whatever they can catch. Well, if that's the case, then what you catch is a child support case. What you catch is some alimony. What you catch is a disgruntled baby mama. What you catch is not choosing well. Y'all got to be smarter than this. You can't just be fucking everything that you just find attractive, like irresponsibly. You can't do that. I wouldn't even want to. Like I said, I'm personally, I'm not gonna be intimate with anyone that I wouldn't want to start a family with. I've said on these podcasts, the worst situation I could ever see myself, one of the worst situations I could ever see myself in, is laying up with a woman who I do not want a future with, having a conversation of, well, where are we? Where's the future going? No, I'm not. Why waste either of our time here? I'm too old for that. I gotta only mess with women who I see a future with. It's not worth the risks. It's not worth wasting each other's time. Time is too valuable. That's where I will maybe agree a little bit with some of the geriatric YouTubers. Like, I'm not going to waste my time with at our grown age, people are trying to build, they want to be in a relationship and they wanted to see it going somewhere. And, you know, this guy on the panel, you know, a lot of men, specifically male culture, is like teaching men and telling men and reinforcing it to them that, like, you have all the time in the world. And a lot of these men have not been in a long-term relationship or a relationship that's, you know, at least trying to get towards marriage or exclusivity or things like that. And it shows. And the problem is that I think on a lot of these people on these podcasts are like that. They've never been married. They've never been. They're in relationships that are just not really going anywhere, and they want to speak and pretend like they're men who actually have the potential to be family men. I mean, they do if they put in the work, but they don't want to put in the work. So it's like I think that's one of the big problems about like this relationship space is like we got people who don't have the qualifications to communicate about these topics and about these solutions. I think that's everything I wanted to show. Let me cut this. I think that's everything. I'm back to the chat. True Poetic. We did have a wrench gate. I text Zed that. We're gonna try to fix that after the show. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, I know LB's gone, but like I hate that about to be able to really hang with these debate bros, you got to come up with a statistic. You got to fact check them because I know they're very passionate, but like the problem with, like I said, we talked about earlier on the show, like one of the reasons why I don't really give a damn about the statistics, I'm not going to let them limit my life and block my blessing, is because you don't know who is included in those statistics. They might not even be, they may not even really relate to who you are and your outcomes and your opportunities. So I'm not going to look at that and say, oh, look, Black people get, married, the least, and they get divorced by a mile. They get married the least by a mile, and they get divorced the most by a mile. I'm not going to look at that and say, well, I should never get married again. No. I say I'm going to just try to be really methodic about it. I'm going to try to find the right person. Maybe the married woman becomes the remarried woman. Maybe it's another woman. But like I said, like I think it's about knowing who you attract. For me, I'm just speaking for myself. I'm not trying to tell anybody else how to do things. For me, it's about knowing who you attract, wanting the right values, dating for the right reasons, and keeping yourself honest on the growth that you need to do to reach the goals that you need to reach. Like at my age, listen, I might have missed my whole phase. Y'all can pour a little liquor out for that. Like I'm sad too, but really kind of wanted to talk about that on this podcast. I think I ran out of time, but I'll say this: I don't think I'm built for that life. Like I don't really think I'm built for that life. So I think I'm positioning myself where I need to be, and I don't want to miss. I think who said that might have missed it. I said it a whole lot earlier. Who said that I had the realization, I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago, men should really be finishing having their kids in their 30s. They should not be waiting to their 40s to start the family. That's late. It's really too late, because at 40, it's problematic. It's tough to be able to, not impossible, but it's tough to have children with women who are 39, 45. So that's what helped me realize, man, even though I've been told men can do this whenever they want, erectile dysfunction would say otherwise. Some of these other health problems can say otherwise. Desirabilities can say otherwise. Not every single man is as desirable as the next. So some of these men might be able to age gap in the nick of time, and some of these men who are banking on that opportunity are going to be left in the dust. But long story short is, like, I think I lost my. Let's see some of these other comments. I think I lost my point. Hispanics don't make less than us as a whole. He's uneducated. Some facts, yeah. So who said that? This is the channel called Lapeef Experience. It's a branch. It's like a sister channel of the Lapeef Network. I was just, last Friday, I think I was just, had nothing to do on a Friday, and I was just like watching it live, and I was like, man, this dude Caesar, he's saying some crazy things, and I love the interview that they're kind of grilling him. And then like someone in the chat was like, yo, you should join the panel. I was like, man, okay. I mean, I don't see a link, and then they dropped the link, and I was like, okay, I'll jump on. So I might start joining. I think their panels are on Fridays. I might start joining their panel and stuff like that. So they have like the Lapeef Network, which is the bigger channel, which has probably like 400, 500,000, or maybe like at least 200,000. And they have the Lapeef Experience, which is like 2,000 or something like that, 2, 5, 10,000 maybe. Caesar is 42. And he was saying, I got plenty more time. I got more time than women than the woman I'm dating, or just women in general. So I don't, even though I'm 42, I got plenty of time to get married. Not really. Because the problem is that men don't want to like take accountability for is like, yo, at the end of the day, men want to get married to the women that they desire. And the longer you pass, the longer you kick that can down the road, those women are going to get snatched up, and you're going to have to choose from women that you the women of the desirable women that you find desirable, because everybody has different tastes in people and compatibility in people. They're gonna that pond's gonna dry up. Eventually, it's gonna, as builder of bridges told me like 10 years ago or more. He said, don't wait too long. That window can close, and that's absolutely true. Yeah. So who said that? We were talking about that. Like, OB was saying I forget how he said it, but he was saying something to the effect of like, they want all the benefits of being the traditional man and the head honcho and what do they call it? The HNIC. I'm probably butchering that. But as I was saying, they want to out. They want to be able to take those family pictures. They want to be able to have the wife that snaps back after having kids. But the minute that doesn't work out and starts going south, they want to out. The minute they get sick of that responsibility, they want to out. I was saying earlier on the live stream, I was like, these men, I don't understand why they're so infatuated with family court and going to jail for child support if they don't pay it, or alimony. And it's like, a lot of these outcomes that they're trying to scream about and be worried about is Pookie's life. Why are they so concerned about Pookie's life? Why are they so concerned about like what Pookie's going through? Like, I'm not Pookie. I'm nowhere close to him. I'm not concerned about him. I'm living my own life. On top of that, I'm not concerned about, I'm not trying to measure myself up to or live vicariously through any other men to give me hope to live my own life. If no one else is dating a married woman, I don't care. Or, I mean, if no one else is dating a married woman going through a divorce, I don't care. That might just be what I'm doing. And what if the yeah, I agree with you. Who said that? I'm gonna catch up with these. I'm glad that you still have a wrench. Yeah, he used to. He used to be part of the main channel. I think they got whole new talent. Because I went over there, and the only person I have recognized was like Bruiser and this AP guy, of course, Lapeef, and the people that we just saw in the other videos, Shan, Mona, and Mistaken. They've been there a long time talent for that channel. See, these men don't want to get married. Some of them wait. Yes, we talked about this in the last show, or one of the last couple of lives. Like the on-again, off-again, she says black men, they're not ready to get married until they have health problems. And the married woman kind of said something to the effect of that. She said, they just want to screw around until their eggplant doesn't work. And then the last woman I dated said, they think that they're playing these women by sleeping with all these women, but they're really playing themselves because they're not establishing a legacy. Some of them might just be creating children, but that's not really a legacy. She was saying a legacy can only be created through marriage. But that's not what they're not really focused on that. Yeah, Pookie, yeah, they're focused on Pookie and Ray Ray. I like I said, when I got married, I was saying it earlier in the live. Who said that? I said, when I got married, not once did alimony or child support or going to jail because of child support go through my mind. I said, I love this woman. I want to get married to this woman. I know I'm not ready to get married, but I don't see what I gain by just delaying this. Why not do this now? And like I said, when I growing up in my family, I never heard my mom or my dad threaten to put. I never saw my mom threaten to put my dad on child support. Never heard the word child support even probably brought up. So I don't understand why some of these men who probably have a similar experience that they never saw any of their never saw their father put on child support, but they're so concerned about child support. I don't get it. Marry the right woman, and you don't have to worry about that. And that's why I'm going to date women who care about me, want the best for me, want the best for us. I don't want a, what do they call it? A parasitic relationship where someone's just with me to just kind of leech. I don't want that. I don't want to just, I don't want my hunting strategy or search for to get remarried to just be, well, I'm gonna just sleep with whoever I can get. I'm gonna just, get with whoever I can catch. No. No. So I think that's, let me look at the banners. I think that's it. Yes, this is it. This is the tweet right here. We've been saying this throughout the show. You should listen to the earlier parts once OB joins, who said that, and then Money Travels. We were talking about this a bit, and Richard. This is exactly it. And we were trying to say, like, Richard asked the questions like, when did men? At what point did men become so non-marriage minded? But yes, it's this. It's like, and I was trying to speak to this. It's like they're encouraged to play the field until they're ready to settle down. Yeah. Yep. Yes. Yep. And when they get those three, or at least two of those three, their ability to try to the 20-year-old smoke show does not want that man, 50-year-old man with diabetes, does not want that man with high blood pressure, does not want that man with COPD, congested heart failure. Nope. So what I was trying to say, who said that, is like, these men are blindly taking advice from Fearless and Ronan and some of these older and younger men as the Bible, and they think it almost like it's that it's guaranteed, like it's backed by gold or it's insured. There's no guarantee that they're going to be able to attract a 20 or 30 or 40-year-old smoke show when they're 40 or 50. There's no guarantee that they're going to reach a financial peak. They could get, in a catastrophic accident and be on disability and not make as much. There's all things that could happen. But it's just encouraging them to waste their time. Let's see. This has been going on in the black. Yeah, and I was saying, yeah, it's not new. It was happening in his day. I remember my dad would always say, growing up, like, he had a father. His parents were married, always married. But most black boys in his age did not have fathers. And I think the problem is, who said that? I was trying to say a little earlier, hours ago, is that there were different factors that kind of took the black man out the home. Some of it was his choice. A lot of it was his choice. Some of it was systematic. And I think that over time, to a certain extent, black men have been, just like they are now, they became discouraged at the reality of, they were discouraged at the reality of, like, a lot of these single parent homes. They were discouraged. They were not raised in that environment. They were raised in an environment of those single parent homes. They were around this culture of adolescent and adult men that discouraged them from getting married, telling them to like you say, delay it and put it to the back burner. Not a lot of them have not been in a loving relationship with a woman, not just saying their mom or their grandma. But they don't know what it feels like to be loved. They don't value love. They don't value family. Like I was saying a little earlier, like, who said that? My reputation, it matters to me. I could go out there hoeing, and I don't want in Atlanta for people to go, yo, do you know Chris Buck? Shit, I just said my fucking government on the live. I tried to avoid that shit. But people, I've been making mistakes online. People know my fucking name. But I don't want people to be like, yo, you know Maroon Tiger from Morehouse? And then people be like, I know him, and he's a fuck boy. And people and people get that answer when they ask other people. I don't want that to be a trend, you know? So my value, my name, my last name means something to me. My reputation means something to me. My legacy, I want that to mean something to me. Family means something to me. And I think I would say is like when you realize these women at our grown age, they're not playing around. Like they really want to get married. They're trying to do everything they can to get married. They're not playing around. You can't at our grown age sit up here and date a woman over 35 and say, well, I just had no clue she wanted to get married. Bullshit. She was giving you signs. She was giving you talking tos. She was putting you in situations to have to really go deep in terms of conversation and not just push it off. They don't just want to go with the flow. And I understand that it is maybe uncomfortable because you don't see your friends being married, or they might have gone through traumatic, not necessarily traumatic. That's putting too much sauce on it. They're making excuses or painting things to be a very negative way. But you have to kind of look at it and say, were they good husbands? No one took the black man out of the home. Okay, yeah. Well, I was saying, like, yeah, I agree with you. Let's see. They take themselves out of one home after another. Yes, Rolling Stones. I was bringing up earlier, like, hey, we had crack epidemic. So that kind of, also locking black men up. But yeah, you're right. They want to speak about like welfare, saying like, oh, they put in welfare to take the black man out of the home. But it's like when you do the research, the black man took himself out the home. So like you're saying, but it's like I try to implore to these men, like, yo, do not waste your time. Who said that? I wanted to show this. I'm gonna show this one more time. Where's the average salary? Let's see. Average salary for race and age. Oops. Okay, so let me share this one more time. No one makes anyone legit. Okay, yeah. I mean, yeah, I agree. To play devil's advocate, shout out to Prism. She says, I play devil's advocate. I do. Certain people struggle with certain vices. And maybe some people who did take drugs, yeah, it was their choice. Actually, I'm not taking that away from them. But maybe they lost control. And they didn't know how to get back on the track. Let's share the screen. So this is what I was trying to show. Who said that? Because Fearless and Ronan, they were trying to put the biggest fluff piece and blow smoke up my ass on the last live and say, what's wrong with starting a family in your 50s? At 50, you're more mature, you're more financially stable, you're making the most money that you've ever earned. Come on, man. 40, and I said earlier, let's just assume that the black men on average make 41. And let's just say that they carry this 51 into their 50s. Let's make even 55. It's not worth wasting 20 years to just earn $15,000 more. It's not. You should not wait 20 years to start a family just over, like, in this case, 10 grand. And as I said on the last live, the economy versus over these 20 years could drastically change. And that $20,000, that $15,000 increase might actually be a true 10 or less. So I was telling Zed after the live, I was like, man, Ronan and Fearless had to like literally blow smoke in my ass saying like 50-year-old men are making more than they did in their 30s. But Ronan and Fearless are both men who easily probably make over $175. Fearless himself makes over 200 or 200. But you can see right here, that's nowhere close to these. So the average, as I said on that live, I was like, dude, the average black man is not making, leaps and bounds and finances. They might actually be going down in some of these cases. So just to speak a little bit about statistics. Statistics don't mean that average black man makes this and also jumps to this and also jumps to this and then also jumps down to this. They're just saying the whole of all these ages is this. So for these men who are making $25,000 at their 20s, that doesn't mean they're guaranteed to be making 47 when they're 50. They might still be making this. They might also be making 200. So there's no guarantee. So don't listen to these men who are literally blowing smoke up your ass telling you that, hey, there's a financial. Yes, they were. And this is why I'm saying, like, when we say, when these black men are saying, yo, I want a traditional wife. She needs to, I don't care about your money. I don't care about your degrees. Sir, you make 40 to 50 grand. Sir, have a seat. They're not making enough. As I said on a couple lives ago, I was like, these men who are who are MANOSPHERIC, they need to be uploading a copy of their W-2 so that we can verify that they have the credentials to even speak on these conversations. They don't make enough to want traditional wives. They don't make enough to say, I don't care about your money. I don't care about your degrees. They don't make enough. Let's see. They don't like education, so these salaries are about right. Warehouse wages. Let's see. Let's see. These men who marry in their 50s are moving in with the women. Yes. Yes. This is it. I really want to have a panel of women in their 40s and up to speak about the reality of men, black men or men 40 and up. Because like I said, like these MANOSPHERIC men who are 40 and up, so let's say 50 and up, they're trying to paint this picture of, oh no, life is just going to be so great at your 50s. Your health is, they're not mentioning that your health might have gone to shit. They're not mentioning that your career might be outsourced and you might be really struggling and making less. They're not saying that. They're just saying, no, you're going to be making the most money. And Fearless had the audacity to say, Chris, were you making more than you were in your 20s? I'm an outlier. I was making damn near more than any of those groups straight out of college. And if you adjusted for inflation, then I definitely were, but no bragging. But I'm just saying, Fearless and Ronan need to ask the average guys. They need to ask the guys who are making 40, 47, 41 in their 50s, how much more were you making now than you were at 30 and 40? Some of those men were stagnant and they were just kind of cruising at the same salary. To make those jumps, you have to really go get that. Let's see. They don't like education, so we saw this. They have the audacity to support Trump. Yeah, we talked about this in the beginning of the live stream. They get an entire refund every year. Yeah, it's like, who said that? I'm so dissatisfied with the results of the. I mean, what I said at the beginning of this podcast, I was like, I don't fault Kamala for this. There's nothing she could have done. Donald Trump could have literally got hemmed up like P. Diddy. He could have had the the baby oils and all the. He could have been kicking a woman down down a hotel aisle like P. Diddy. He still would have gotten elected because his voter base, they show up and they show out, and and he's got a stranglehold on the low income and low educated voter, and just the white voting bloc too. Let's see. They lie, which is why they're online begging for super chats and cash apps for men to fund their trips. Yeah. Shout out to Jay Rello. That's exactly what he's doing. And it's like, I had this thought. Who said that? These passport bros are not getting STD checks for themselves. I'm willing to bet money. And they're not getting these women STD checks checked. So they're living like wild lives. And I think that the reason why they want to punch down on women so hard is because it's helping them cope with the fact that their life is like playing slots. They're crashing out with most of their plays, aka trying to like holler at women or reach out to them on apps. Like they're getting scammed. They're probably getting damn near unalived. So like their own, they have they probably have no entertainment down there, no one to talk to. So they're like, you know what? I need some attention. I need to go punch down on black women, and so that they can react. But you know what? I'm gonna show this video. Since Who Said It, I know Who Said That could watch that in the replay, but I'm gonna show this video, and we're gonna end it on this. Let me just make sure that I don't have another video that I want to show instead, because it's going to be showing a duplicate video. Let's see. I want to show something. Oh, yeah. We got something. This will not be a duplicate. We're going to end out on one more video. Give me 1 second. Let me look at these chats. Some of them were in prison living with their grandmothers. Yes. Once these women pass away. Yeah. Most of medical. Yeah. Good. In real life, I don't hear anyone speak about it. No, it's not all online, buddy. I'm glad that your reality is the case. You need to say a prayer and count your blessings, because everybody doesn't have that reality. I have a red pillar best friend. He recites all these fucking talking points. Political, relationship, you name it. And he voices these extremes too. In real life, let's see. I love that Latinos are running through the pockets and taking them for a ride. They're sharing the same sex workers. Exactly. Okay, let me prep this little video, and we're gonna call it a night. Let me share this. I'm gonna get full fair. Oops. Let me share my screen. This is this one. Yeah. Hold up. I like this. And that's why we were kind of speak about this a little bit earlier. Let me see, what time is it? It's a little past 1. Eastern. Black men want to complain about the average woman doesn't want the average man. It's like the problem is the averages, as we saw in those charts, aren't even close. So if maybe the cost of living is requiring more than $40,000 or $50,000, no judgment, because you can get together with someone who also makes the same amount of money or more, and things will be easier. But when these idiots I want a stay-at-home wife, I want subservience, not on 50 grand, buddy.
Anyway, I'm gonna share this, and then we're gonna go out and call it a night. Fair use, full screen. Let's go. Let it rip.
This is going to be a little bit of a controversial opinion, okay? But I am rooting for the women who voted for Trump. I really am. I'm rooting for them. Okay, so this is my message directly to them, okay? I hope, and I mean this, I hope that you get everything that you voted for. I'm going to take it a step further. I hope that everything you voted for affects you personally. Lower gas prices? I hope you get that, Queen. I really do. I also hope that you are not able to get that family you've always wanted because IVF is no longer available. I hope that you are in desperate and dire need of medical attention, but everywhere you go, no medical professional is willing to help you. I hope that as you fear for your life and are potentially dying, that you have nothing else to worry about but what will come of the children that you left behind in this world. I hope that after a traumatic pregnancy loss, that you are taken to court. And I hope that you are questioned by a bunch of people that you do not know to determine whether or not they think you terminated that pregnancy on purpose. I hope that you have to relive that pregnancy loss over and over and over again in that courtroom and potentially in a jail cell. Who knows? I hope that you cannot afford childcare. I hope that you have to give up every career aspiration you've ever had, every hobby, anything you've ever liked, and sacrifice it in order to stay home with your children. I hope that this takes such a toll on your family and your financial status, because living off of one income, if that, is already difficult enough, but you can't find any resources to help because you voted to end welfare. I hope that when your children come of school age, that you send them off to school and you do nothing but sit all day and wonder if they're ever going to come home. I hope they come home hungry, because like I said, you don't have a job. You set it off to do childcare because you can't afford childcare and you don't have welfare, and God knows you're not getting free school lunches. Okay. And I hope they come home and they treat you like dog shit. I really do. Because in school, one thing that they used to teach was empathy. Now that's some woke shit, so they don't do that anymore.
All right, we're done. Let's just look at these comments called tonight. Well, here's the thing. My generation doesn't want to work the whole. Oh no, we get it. We get that. Nobody. Yeah, I get that. Okay. See, I'd be mad if I was me. Oh, that's it. There. That's the tweet right there. They should have chose better. I get it. I mean, I'm just saying we're just hoping that they get what they asked for. That's all. Let's see. I said it earlier on the live. I think nobody you were there. I was like, "Yo, they better hope that these lofty dreams that Trump is hoping to put in to kind of like change the economy. They better hope he gets it right, because if he doesn't, some of these people are gonna get wrecked. A lot of us are gonna be okay. But it might just make it a little harder for us. But I'm worried about the people who are not going to be okay. Yeah. I don't know, man. I mean, this is true, but I'm just saying, yeah, good night. Yeah, y'all have a great night. Let's end it on that note. I'll say this, I know everybody, regardless of whether your party won in the election or not, I hope that everybody's going to be okay through this. We were talking about a little bit earlier on the live stream, saying like, listen, the best we can hope for is that a lot of this is overreaction theater, that it's not going to be as detrimental of a change as we would hope. I mean, fear that it could be. So I'm hoping that everybody's going to be okay. But keep your eyes open make sure that you're okay. I don't want anyone to get hurt through this. So anyway, y'all have a good night. Take care.